Chapter 66. Moreover, this person has many means and also practices the way of mysterious cause and effect. There are many law treasures who escaped. Even I spent a lot of effort to catch him. If I hadn't been more accomplished in the way of mysterious cause and effect than him, I'm afraid he would have escaped by chance. After listening to Dao Yinzi's description, Chu Tian and others could imagine how capable the other party was. Not only can he hide multiple realms, but his whole body is full of means to escape and save his life. Isn't this the basic skill of the way of Go? Chu Tian raised his mouth, exchanged a look with the Grand Palace Master, and said, "A fellow practitioner." True Spirit said, "If there is a chance, I really want to meet him." Hearing True Spirit's words, Dao Yinzi looked in the direction of Gu Luozhou and said, "The place where the last clue of the mystery disappeared was Gu Luozhou. Maybe he is from Gu Luozhou. I just made a cause and effect with him, but found that the fruit is not yet ripe, which means that the fate is not over and we will meet again." After saying that, Dao Yinzi came back to his senses and said to True Spirit and the Grand Palace Master, "Tell the others to go back and leave the rest to me. Distribute these talismans, stick them on your body, eliminate the mysterious cause and effect, and then enter the sect." As he said that, Dao Yinzi took out a thick stack of talismans, hundreds of them. These talismans are special talismans that he drew by interweaving the mysterious line and the cause and effect line. As long as they are stuck on the body, the nearest mysterious clues will disappear and the cause and effect will be disconnected. Unless it is a very powerful and terrible cause and effect, it can be made to disappear directly. True Spirit took the talisman and pasted dozens of them on himself first, only to hear Dao Yinzi admonishing, "Everyone should paste more. It is not good to bring these mysteries and trapped fruits into the sect. Afterwards, return to the sect according to the route I arranged. I will be the last one to destroy them again, in case the Star Ancient sect gets anxious and uses divine weapon to calculate." Although Dao Yinzi has a very high talent in the way of mysteries and causality, he is still very cautious when facing the ancient divine weapon. It is better to be safe than sorry. Carelessness will only cause trouble. Since the responsibility has been pushed to the Star Ancient sect, it cannot be brought back, and they must bear it firmly. Send me the whereabouts of others through spiritual sense, and I will destroy the evidence. With your strength, it is difficult to conceal the truth. According to Dao Yinzi's instructions, True Spirit and Saint Demon left, along with the ancestors of the sect who were hiding in the dark. Seeing Chu Tian still standing there, Dao Yinzi asked, "Is there anything else that has not been dealt with?" Chu Tian nodded and said, "Ancestor, please go and do your work. I will return to the sect soon." Dao Yinzi took out 3 talismans and stuck them on Chu Tian, saying, "Be careful when you go out. These 3 talismans contain a trace of my spiritual sense. If you encounter something that you cannot solve, notify me." As soon as the voice fell, Dao Yinzi's figure gradually faded, and the prisoner had gone far away. Looking at the 3 talismans on his body, Chu Tian felt a warm current in his heart. There was a reason why he liked the Holy Demon Mountain so much. This was one of the reasons. Although he did not need the power of the talismans, Chu Tian did not take them off and let them hang there. He looked at Shi Hao and the other 2, and finally his eyes fell on Jinbao, saying, "Do you remember what I told you before?" Jinbao nodded and said, "I have suppressed my realm to the 7th layer of Xuanfu realm." Chu Tian had told him before that he was at the initial stage of Tianyin realm, and it was impossible for him to openly accept a Tianyin realm disciple. Although the Grand Palace Master and the others would not doubt it, he himself felt awkward. Simply let him lower his realm to Xuanfu realm, and hide it a little more on the original basis. Chu Tian wanted to say that it was too low, but when he thought of Jinbao's age, he let it go. And the reason why he stayed was naturally the same as Dao Yinzi. He was worried about the seniors of the sect and was afraid of leaving any traces. Although Dao Yinzi was already doing the secondary destruction, Chu Tian still felt that it was not reliable enough. This kind of thing can only be assured if you do it yourself. Better to be safe, safer. Then, Chu Tian used the sleeve chinkuan to put Shi Hao and the other 2 into his sleeves, and then followed Dao Yinzi. Watching him running around and constantly destroying the flaws left by the younger generation, Chu Tian couldn't help but admire this ancestor of the sect even more. He should be very popular in the ancestral mausoleum, right? Everyone should respect him very much. Every time Dao Yinzi finished dealing with a place, Chu Tian would deal with it carefully again. Especially the place where he fought with Kunlun Palace, where the power of divine weapon once stirred up. Dao Yinzi returned twice and repeatedly repaired the mystery and cause and effect here. I have to admit that his talent is indeed high. In the practice of mystery and cause and effect, he has already surpassed his own realm. Moreover, he is extremely meticulous and will not leave until he has checked and confirmed that everything is correct. Finally, Dao Yinzi returned. Following the route of the Grand Palace Master and others, he also destroyed the mystery along the way. Chu Tian followed his route, moving forward step by step, and finally stepped into the portal that did not belong to the holy demon mountain industry on the surface. When the two met, they just smiled at each other and said nothing. Not long after the two left, as expected, the old ancestor of Fanqing came in anger. Originally, he did not want to use the divine weapon for such a trivial matter. In this way, the ancient Church of Stars seemed particularly ridiculous. A dignified apex-level sacred land could only rely on divine weapon to solve problems when it encountered problems. But he really had no choice. Those sacred lands quarreled in the ancient Church of Stars, and their lifespans, which were already very short, seemed to be out of control. Moreover, the amount of compensation these people demanded was huge, simply an astronomical figure. The Xingqian ancient sect was distressed. The resources of several families combined were too huge to be said. There was really no other way. At the suggestion of the Sun and Moon sect master, he had to take divine weapon and go to the scene of the incident in person to try to deduce and restore the course of the incident. The purpose was to clear the Xingqian ancient sect. However, the Fanqing patriarch took divine weapon to many places, but he could not deduce anything. The past he deduced was blurry, and he could not see anything clearly. Finally, he came to the Kunlun Palace and the place where the Xinglua patriarch fought. Finally, he deduced a clue. He saw the past and saw the Xinglua patriarch. But when he kept urging the sun, moon, and starseal, the image of the Xinglua patriarch changed. The face that appeared made the Fanqing patriarch's face change drastically. F***K, Heavenly Jade Sacred Land. You are really a bunch of bastards. The old ancestor of Fanqing cursed, completely disregarding the image of Sacred Venerable. I didn't believe Dongfang's words at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Great. You did a good job. This time, whether you admit it or not, the black pot. Wei Zhuang Cindy took it away. The old ancestor of Fanqing continued to deduce until he was almost exhausted at the end, and confirmed that the man was indeed an old ancestor of Heavenly Jade Sacred Land, and then left. After he left, a figure in white smiled lightly in the dark, and then disappeared between heaven and earth. Dog bites dog and gets a mouthful of fur. The faint words floated out, and I don't know who said it. The Xingqian ancient sect has not yet dealt with the matter, and the various forces are still making a fuss, and the Imperial Mausoleum suddenly bursts out with dazzling light. The entire Imperial Mausoleum lit up, and above the sky, the 33rd layer heavenly world reappeared. The divine power appeared, and the laws of the Imperial Way danced. A figure as tall as the sky appeared there. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the earth. He was surrounded by galaxies, and above his head was the 33rd layer heavenly world. Because of his appearance, the 10,000 Daos between heaven and earth resounded with the heavenly sound of the great Tao. 10,000 Daos resonated. After an unknown amount of time, the figure moved, and golden light appeared under his feet. Great Tao, he seemed to be taking a walk, passing through Cangzhou, then Guluovo, entering Qingzhou, and then entering Southern Domain. The area of billions of miles seemed to have shrunk countless times under his feet, and the vast Southern Domain came to an end in a few steps. He stepped into the Zhongzhou region with the most sacred land. Someone shouted in a trembling voice, Xin, Gu Profound Emperor Zun, Emperor Venerable travels, and 10,000 Daos paved the way. Some people looked up at the magnificent phantom that stood tall and upright, recognized who he was, and awe arose in their hearts, and they knelt on the ground involuntarily. Gu Xian's phantom walked through the southern domain like a walk, entered Zhongzhou, and stepped into the northern domain. He paused until he came to the sacred mountain in the western region. The western region was full of incense, and there was only one apex-level sacred land in the entire western region, and that was the sacred mountain. In everyone's heart, there is only one belief, that is Buddha. When Gu Xian's shadow stopped, the incense in all the temples in the entire western region began to burn violently, gathering the power of faith. Finally, opposite Gu Xian's shadow, a shadow also condensed, with a solemn appearance, sitting cross-legged in the air, shining with Buddha's light, and countless gods and Buddhas hovering in the air, chanting the great Tao Sanskrit. You and I have both been defeated. The shadow that appeared looked somewhere and said, But why are you here? Gu Xian's shadow said, As Emperor Venerable, I should be fearless and not afraid of any enemy in the world. The shadow with Buddha's light shook his head and sighed, turned into light, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Gu Xian walked on the sky and stepped into the universe. He walked through one star domain after another, was seen by countless people, and was forgotten by countless people. In this era, no one can remember him. Finally, Gu Xian stopped somewhere. The galaxy around him began to collapse, and the 33rd layer heavenly the world was cracked, and the rich ancient Xian Qi gradually became thinner. He was about to be completely cured. This emperor also protected all spirits, but unfortunately his strength was insufficient. I was ashamed of all living beings. Gu Xian's figure became fainter and fainter. He looked at a corner of the Yanhuang world and looked at a young man. You are you. Do what you want. You don't have to face the horror of the future. After saying that, Gu Xian's shadow completely dissipated into starlight, drifting to the end of the universe. Indistinctly, the last sentence came. Who will that figure be in the corner of the future? In the more distant corner, it is blurred and difficult to distinguish. The two seem to be one, but not one. After the disappearance of the profound emperor, the imperial tomb exploded in an extremely bright light. The shock wave of destruction destroyed the land within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, turning into the second Fish King. Chu Tian took Shihao and the other two and Dao Yinzi back to the Holy Demon Mountain. Before getting close, a burst of grief came from the transmigrate space. Junior brother, you died so miserably. The owner of the voice was sincere, and the pain in his heart could only be vented through the voice. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. This was the voice of the Lord of the Samsara Palace. Who died? Several people came to the gate of the Holy Demon Mountain. From a distance, they could see that the gate was covered with white silk and paper money. Every disciple was wearing mourning clothes, including every elder. Dao Yinzi put his hands behind his back, expressionless, and muttered, Who passed away? Several people came to the gate of the Holy Demon Mountain. Deacon Shun hurriedly came up. He was also wearing mourning clothes, and his eyes were slightly red. Chu Tian asked, What happened? Deacon Shun shook his head painfully and said, Yesterday, the Lord of the Dumo Palace accidentally went into a demonic state while practicing. The inner demon invaded Tian Yinhun, and he died suddenly. What? Chu Tian said, Didn't you ask Patriarch Qinggang to help? He can't do anything? Deacon Shun shook his head and said, For some reason, the condition of the Lord of the Dumo Palace deteriorated very quickly. Before Patriarch Qinggang came, Dao Yinzi knew what was going on. This was the matter of the younger generation. He didn't ask more questions. His figure dispersed and went to the surroundings of the Holy Demon Mountain to check if there were any dangerous mysteries and causes and effects connected to the outside world. If not, he could temporarily return to the ancestral mausoleum to rest. Although I was very happy to be out during this period, I also enjoyed my hands. The most important thing is that I have been using fists and feet frequently these days, and I seem to have learned some tricks and my strength has increased a lot. Maybe I can find that guy to practice, but I have to make it clear in advance that I can't use my cultivation. Dao Yinzi thought secretly in his heart. Hearing this, Chu Tian was confused and couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Looking at the exaggerated decorations and the endless crying around, it seems to be real. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's mood gradually became heavy. If this is true, this will be a huge blow to other people in the sect, especially Dumo Peak. Chu Tian said nothing more and hurried to Dumo Peak with Shihao and the other two. Something strange happened. As soon as the four guys left, Manager Shun, who was crying just now, wiped away his tears. He took out a booklet and read it with relish, sitting leisurely in a rocking chair, laughing from time to time. There was no sign of sadness. As soon as they stepped into the Holy Demon Mountain, every disciple had a sad face, wearing mourning clothes and holding incense and candles in their hands. They lined up at the foot of Dumo Peak, waiting to burn incense for the Dumo Palace Master. They were giving the final farewell to the Palace Master. After climbing Dumo Peak, those who could stand here at this time were all the big guys in the sect. In front of the crowd, there was a black and white portrait of the Dumo Palace Master. In front of the portrait, the Grand Palace Master and true spirit Taoist, who had just returned, were respectfully burning incense. The two had a trace of pain and anger on their serious faces. The Grand Palace Master Su said, I really didn't expect that Dumo Junior brother would encounter such a disaster at such a young age. Thinking that he would never see the Dumo Palace Master again, the Grand Palace Master felt a little depressed. There are fewer and fewer familiar people. True spirit Taoist comforted. Dumo did a good job, worthy of being the master of a palace. Don't be too sad. Everything is destined. Fate will have its own arrangements. On the side, the Tian Palace Master, the Samsara Palace Master, and the Wangyue Palace Master heard this and their expressions became more solemn. Indeed, these are all arranged by God. 5.0 You have to go when you should go. The Lord of Samsara wiped the tears from his eyes and said with a choked voice, I didn't expect that the meeting 2 days ago would be the last meeting with my junior brother, alas. Junior brother. You left so tragically. Just 1 day before the Lord of Fighting Demon Palace went to have a demonic attack, the Lord of Samsara Palace went to see him. The two of them secretly talked about something. As a result, not long after the Lord of Samsara left, the Lord of Fighting Demon Palace, who was practicing, suddenly went to have a demonic attack and died tragically in his own cave mansion. The Tian Palace Master patted the Luanhui Palace Master on the shoulder and leaned close to his ear to ask, What did you say to your junior brother? Junior brother Doamo left so soon? Was it your fault? The Luanhui Palace Master raised his head and retorted, Don't make blind guesses. Do I look like that kind of person? Would I harm junior brother Doamo? The Wangyue Palace Master next to him glanced at them with the corner of his eyes, snorted, and said nothing. Then what did you say? The Tian Palace Master asked curiously, inserting the incense into the incense burner. We just discussed the problems of cultivation. Hasn't he reached the Dao realm? I want to ask him, do you have any questions? You all became the king of volumes, and I am the only one stuck in the 8th layer of the Tianyan realm. The Lord of Samsara Palace said. The Lord of Moon Palace glanced at the Lord of Samsara Palace, but didn't say anything, but a smile appeared on his lips. At this time, the Lord of Tian Palace saw Chu Tian coming back. He glanced at Sure Hao and the other two behind him, especially the chubby little fat man. A new disciple? Without thinking much, he shouted, Chu Tian, come quickly, burn incense for your uncle and send him off for the last time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to see this taciturn guy again in the future, alas. Chu Tian nodded and took the incense handed by the elder next to him. After lighting it, he walked to the portrait of the Lord of Dumo Palace and bowed solemnly. Uncle, have a good journey. Chapter 67. The Birthplace of the Sect. At the outermost edge, there is a newly excavated cave mansion for cultivation. The traces are fresh, and it is obvious that it has just been completed. At this time, inside the cave mansion, there is a person sitting cross-legged on a cushion, pinching his fingers. With his eyes closed, he practiced, and the unique Dao power of the Dao realm permeated the whole cave mansion. Boom! A momentum suddenly rose, surging and rolling, and he broke through another realm. Opening his eyes, the man smiled and whispered to himself, After 10 years, I finally broke through a level. Alas, it's still a bit slow. I don't know. Is the ancestral tomb that Xuanji mentioned to me really as he said? Just because of that sentence. It's a bit hasty to sit and die directly. But if the ancestral tomb is really as he said, this action should be a temple. Thinking of this, the man's smile became brighter, full of expectation, hoping to have the opportunity to enter the ancestral tomb to take a look. Those ancestors resting in it should be very enjoyable, right? At this moment, a force of cause and effect surged in from outside the cave mansion, and this force was extremely powerful. Although it was invisible, the man felt it was everywhere, and his eyes were full of the terrifying cause and effect. Who wants to harm me? The man released his cultivation in the realm of asking questions, pinched his fingers and performed Taoism, trying to attract this cause and effect and dispel it. He even planned to follow the clues of this cause and effect to find the culprit. He wanted to see who dared to treat him so presumptuously since he had just been promoted to the ancestor of the sect. Use the force of cause and effect to suppress him. Crack. Suddenly, his body inexplicably cracked. The cause and effect force that he was attracting had quietly descended at some point, and there was no way to avoid it. The man looked down at the cracked body, stunned for a moment. Unbelievable. I am cracked? Who is this villain? How dare you harm me like this? This cause and effect is something I can't bear. After Chu Tian bowed 3 times, he inserted the incense in his hand into the incense burner and said regretfully, Uncle Master, although I have said the least to you, I know you are a real person. You are not good at speaking, your disciple will miss you. Have a good journey. After the voice fell, the hand in the sleeve gently waved, dispelling all the cause and effect. Let all the cause and effect power be imposed on the Lord of the Fighting Demon Palace. He may really have to attend the banquet. After all, with his cultivation, no one in the Holy Demon Mountain can bear his bow. At most, he can perform a junior's ceremony, which is fine. Besides, anyone who dares to accept his bow is probably a little bit too much. You three come here, burn incense for your Uncle Master, express your grief, and send your Uncle Master on his last journey. Chu Tian called Shi Hao and the other two. Shi Hao, Xianqing, and Zhan Bao stood side by side, holding incense, and bowed 3 times seriously, with a solemn expression. The Lord of the Samsara Palace looked at Zhan Bao's back and muttered to himself, round, like a ball. He looked at Chu Tian and said, "New disciple? You have been so active recently, accepting 3 disciples in a row. You don't want to retire, do you? You are only 100 years old. If you retire, what should we uncles do?" Hearing this, the Lord of the Tian Palace and the Lord of the Wangwei Palace also cast their eyes. Indeed, if Chu Tian retires, they will be embarrassed to continue to be the palace students. Chu Tian was about to speak, and the Lord of the Xianin Palace came late behind him. He walked forward quickly with tears in his eyes, showing his true feelings, holding the portrait of the Lord of the Dumo Palace, and cried for a long time. Among the 6 palace masters, the Lord of the Dumo Palace is taciturn, and he has the worst temper. Although they have very different personalities, the two have the best relationship. When they were true disciples, they had gone on adventures together. In order to protect this honest junior brother, the Xianin Palace Master had been in danger countless times. Now that the Dumo Palace Master is gone, the Xianin Palace Master is really sad. It will be hard to see this taciturn person again. No one will come forward to calm him down when he is most angry, regardless of danger. Okay. The eyes of the Palace Master of Samsara were slightly red, and he symbolically wiped his tears, stepped forward to help the Palace Master of Xianin up, and whispered, "If you act too much, it will seem fake. If it gets out, others will not believe it. If you want to see him, just go to the ancestral land. Although you can't go there often, you can still pay homage occasionally. But, at that time, in front of others, you have to call him the Ancestor. This is the rule." Hearing this, the Lord of Xianin Palace snorted, and then stared at the Samsara Palace. "What do you want to do?" The Lord of Samsara Palace subconsciously took a step back. Why did he feel that so many people were targeting him today? He didn't do anything bad? "I'm going to strangle you to death. I just heard that it was you who said something to my junior brother that caused him to go astray." The Lord of Xianin Palace and the Lord of Samsara Palace fought in a group, and the Lord of Yin Palace had a slight advantage. Riding on the Lord of Samsara Palace, he kept slapping his butt. "Enough. What kind of appearance? This is the funeral of Dumo. How can it be decent?" True Spirit scolded, and then looked at the Lord of Samsara Palace. He roughly guessed what the Lord of Samsara Palace said to the Lord of Dumo Palace. "This old guy, he is almost 500 years old, and he still can't keep secrets." The Lord of Xianin Palace and the Lord of Samsara Palace separated quickly, and True Spirit said, "If there is anything, solve it privately. This is not the place for you to make trouble. Reincarnation, you'd better keep your mouth shut about some things. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you how to behave." The Lord of the Reincarnation Palace felt cold on his buttocks and nodded in agreement. He knew that True Spirit had guessed what he had said to the Dumo Palace. However, this wave was not a loss, and Dumo, the sultry guy, was sent away. Secretly, among the 6 palace masters, I should be the strongest, right? Only Tian and the others who were in the 9th layer of the Tianyan realm were not my opponents at all. Junior sister is younger than us, so she is even less of a concern. Seeing that the Lord of the Reincarnation Palace had restrained himself, True Spirit said no more, and after exchanging glances with the Grand Palace Master, his figure disappeared on the spot. The Grand Palace Master glanced at the many high-level elders and the masters of the First Palace, such as Chu Tian, and said meaningfully, "You have to work hard." Hearing this, everyone looked strange, looked at each other, and smiled helplessly. This hint was a bit obvious. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves in front. This is the truth of the Great Tao. It's not good to indulge in the world. Okay. The Grand Palace Master looked at the elders of Dumo Peak and asked, "Who is willing to be the Palace Master?" Hearing this, the elders smiled awkwardly. An elderly elder stroked his long beard and said, "Grand Palace Master, look at us old men. Half of our bodies are buried in the ground, and we are not suitable to be Palace Masters at all." The Grand Palace Master laughed and said, Do you also know that half of the body has entered the king? One by one, the realm is stuck, and it has not been broken through for hundreds of years. Don't you think it's fake? This sentence was addressed to all the elders present. However, these elders have lived for so long and have seen all kinds of scenes, so they will not be scared at all. Everyone had an awkward but polite smile on their faces. At this time, a respected elder spoke up, "Grand Palace Master, we old bones have limited talent. The Tianyin realm is an unattainable dream for us, not that we don't want to break through. The problem is that there is no such condition. How can everyone be like our Chu family in Zizai Palace, where every generation is a dragon and phoenix among people?" Chu Tian looked around at the eyes cast by the surroundings and blinked. Can this be linked to his head? The Grand Palace Master looked at Chu Tian, said nothing more, and casually pointed to the younger elder next to him and said, "It's you, temporarily taking over the position of Dumo Palace Master." Zhou Dumo Guanqing's eldest disciple broke through the Tianyin realm. If you don't want to continue, let him do it. The young elder smiled bitterly. Why did this matter fall on his head? The Grand Palace Master continued, "When you become the Palace Master, your cultivation must be upgraded. Tomorrow, I want to see you break through the Tianyin realm with my own eyes. Is this request not too much?" The young elder smiled bitterly and replied, "But I have just reached the early stage of the Ingbian realm." He felt a little helpless. Isn't this asking too much? In an ancient area of Guluozhou, there is an ancient family with a heritage of more than 1,000,000 years. Nangong Ancient Clan. According to legend, 1,000,000 years ago, Nangong Ancient Clan was famous in Daxu. The entire Yanhuang world had to give them some face, and the family's heritage was unfathomable. Even the Sacred Land, they didn't take it seriously. Although there was no ancient divine weapon, there were more than one supreme level figures in the history of the Nangong family. The supreme weapons left behind were combined, and their power was not inferior to the ancient divine weapon. Therefore, in that era, Nangong Ancient Clan was in the limelight and led the trend. When the children of the family went out, they were accompanied by flying boats and escorted by spirit beasts. The scene was extremely spectacular. They were always showing their glory. However, until they met a person, the fate of Nangong Ancient Clan changed. From then on, Nangong Ancient Clan began to restrain its presence and gradually faded out of people's sight. Until one day, a shocking news came that the Nangong Ancient Clan was purged by a mysterious force. The clan land was destroyed, the whole clan died tragically in the Sea of Fire, and the ancestor of the family died in the Battle of the Galaxy. The whole clan was destroyed. This news shocked people for a while, but soon became a topic of conversation after dinner, and no one mentioned it again. The name of the Nangong Ancient Clan completely disappeared in the sea of people. No one knew that the Nangong Ancient Clan was not extinct, but chose to hide from the world. Once, they were indeed targeted by a great terror, and the goal was to seize the supreme weapon of the town clan. Later, they met an old man who seemed ordinary but was extremely powerful. The old man gave them advice and let the Nangong Ancient Clan hide from the world and live in the dark. As for the great terror, he would deal with it. The ancestor of the Nangong Ancient Clan agreed with the old man's views. He carefully planned a false illusion of the extermination of the whole clan and moved to the backstage life. And the great terror did not come to trouble again. Finally, the ancestor of Nangong met the old man for the last time. The old man left only one sentence and a book, and then left in style. Even the quasi-emperor level Nangong Patriarch could not see clearly how the old man disappeared. It seemed that this old man had never appeared, or did not belong to this time and space at all. Among all the ways of heaven and earth, only the way of Go will last forever. Book title, Go Dao Jisheng. Nangong Patriarch wanted to know the old man's name or Taoist name. Indistinctly, the ways of heaven and earth resonated. Looking back to the past and the future, he saw countless figures of old people, shuttled through the tributaries of various time and space, either downstream or upstream, traveling between the past and the future. A name emerged in Nangong Patriarch's mind, even with his quasi-emperor level cultivation. Wanting to remember this name, the ways of heaven and earth did not allow it, and sent down the guillotine to cut off this memory. In the end, Nangong Patriarch only remembered two words that he could not be sure of. In the ancient purple gold temple in the center of the Nangong Ancient Clan territory, a young man in a blue robe walked into the purple gold temple. The aura of semi-saint on him seemed weak, his nose and face were swollen, and he looked aggrieved. He walked in with his butt covered. At the front of the purple gold temple were 99 jade steps. On top of it was a dazzling golden Dao platform, on which sat an ancient figure. Seeing the appearance of the young man in a blue robe, the figure's eyes moved slightly, and divine light flowed. The voice he spoke was like a divine voice, which went straight into the young man's mind and could not be heard by others. You went out for a trip and got beaten up? The young man in a blue robe rubbed his tears aggrievely and said, "Please ask the clan leader to make the decision, and the strong will bully the weak. I'm afraid the other party has cultivated the Saint Venerable realm to the extreme, too powerful." The figure sitting on the golden Dao platform had divine light in his eyes. He showed doubts, then pointed his fingers together, and a series of magic hit the young man in a blue robe. From him, a trace of reincarnation and indelible cause and effect was extracted. The figure continued to make hand gestures, trying to figure out what happened to the young man in blue robe. As he continued to cast spells, he vaguely saw a blurry figure wearing a green shirt and difficult to recognize his face. The other party was also very strong in the way of mysterious cause and effect. Now in the Dharma ending age, there are still such masters in the world, which really opened my eyes. With your hidden, Saint Venerable level cultivation, even if you are not invincible in the outside world, you should be able to run rampant. The figure was not discouraged and took out an ancient compass and injected mana. Activating the mysterious power, the blurry scene in front of him gradually became clear. However, just when the 410 figure was about to see the green shirt figure clearly, the picture suddenly became turbulent, and a white figure appeared in the picture. Without any warning, the white figure gently grabbed it, and the picture shattered instantly. The ancient compass in the figure's hand also shattered and turned into fragments. What's going on? The figure looked at the fragments in his hand and was silent. The green shirt figure was scary enough, but he couldn't deal with it. But the white shirt figure that appeared later was simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The two people's strengths were completely not at the same level. The other party could find his calculations from a distance and left a means. Although he didn't hurt him, he destroyed the precious law treasure in his hand. Great Saint level? Or quasi-emperor? The figure's eyes were slightly closed, and the divine light flashed because of emotional fluctuations. The whole body showed a strange vision of holy power. The holy beasts were galloping, and the gods worshipped. He didn't expect that the strong man of the tribe went out and met two strong men. Patriarch? The blue-robed young man saw something wrong and saw the patriarch's loss of composure. The Nangong clan leader sitting on the golden Dao platform shook his head and smiled. When you met that person, did you get higher and higher in realm, and you couldn't grasp the mystery and cause and effect of the other party at all? The blue-robed young man nodded. He originally thought that he should not be afraid of the green shirt figure because he had hidden the Saint Venerable level cultivation. But when the other party asked him to borrow something, he realized something was wrong. The other party was clearly talking, but he seemed to be unable to see him. By the time he realized it and wanted to use his skills to escape, it was too late. Even if he tried all means of escape, he was caught in the end. His body was searched. Then he tried his best and finally gathered a trace of the breath of reincarnation around him. He planned to track the figure in green shirt, but he was still discovered and the mysterious connection was completely destroyed. He also lost the last ray of hope and could only come back to the clan leader to tell his difficulties. On the surface, he is a semi-saint, but in fact he is already a Saint Venerable realm. He went out for a trip and encountered such a disaster. How hateful. Clan leader Nangong said, "You have met someone of the same path, and he is a senior. It is normal that you cannot escape from him." Hearing this, the blue-robed youth who had been mentally prepared gritted his teeth and said, "In this world, in the path of living a life of mediocrity, there are actually people who are stronger than our clan. The inheritance of the way of mediocrity. But it comes from..." Before he finished speaking, clan leader Nangong shouted in a low voice, interrupting the blue-robed youth and said, "You cannot call him by name. You cannot mention that existence. This is a big taboo." The blue-robed youth hurriedly lowered his head, looking very ashamed. Clan leader Nangong said, "If it is true as the handwritten note left by the ancestor said, that person cannot be called. You must remember this. Ants cannot touch dragons, otherwise, the power of cause and effect will be enough to kill you thousands of times." Fit. Speaking of this, the tall body of the Nangong clan leader exuded a holy power, and he looked expectant. "I am also very interested in the one you met, and even the one behind him." Chapter 68. Moreover, I have observed that the cause and effect between you two is not over yet, which means that you will meet again. This cause and effect will break once it touches, Nothing else, it represents fate. Next time you meet, you can ask him for advice and ask about the supreme truth of living in a cowardly way. Although my clan practices the cowardly way left by that person, we can also learn from others' experience and improve ourselves. After hearing this, the blue-robed young man pinched his chin thoughtfully and blinked, as if he had realized something. Patriarch, I would like to request to read The Way of the Sage again. I want to go further on this path. On the Golden Dao platform, Patriarch Nangong closed his eyes slightly and looked at the blue-robed young man. After a moment of silence, he said, I can make this decision, but please ask the ancestor to accompany you. He has lived for so long. He will definitely be able to teach you more knowledge of the way of cowardly way. Hurry up, the world is about to undergo a huge change. I can feel it. After the disappearance of the ancient, profound Emperor Mausoleum, the suppression of heaven and earth is weakening. This indicates that a golden age is coming. Perhaps it does not take 70,000 years. Perhaps our Nangong ancient clan can give birth to an emperor venerable. After leaving Dumo Peak, Chu Tian walked in front, and Shihao and the other two followed behind. Jinbao's round face could not hide his surprise. Looking left and right along the way, it was unbelievable that this was just an ordinary sect with only a Dao realm sitting on the surface. The Holy Demon Mountain range is full of peaks, with the 7 peaks being the most famous, and the Sea of Clouds is like a painting. From time to time, there are disciples flying on swords, and there are also female disciples riding cranes to a certain place, a grand scene of the sect. The most important thing is that since entering the sphere of influence around the Holy Demon Mountain, he can feel that the concentration of spirit chi here is much higher than other places. Moreover, this spirit chi is pure and ethereal. Without any impurities, it is the ultimate pure spirit chi. Chu Tian did not look back and smiled lightly. Duobao, although you have not officially worshipped the sect, but now you are also half a disciple of the Holy Demon Mountain. I will not interfere with your previous business, but I have to tell you in advance that you cannot bring any filthy air into the sect. This is where everyone practices that kind of atmosphere. It is contaminated with complex mysteries and causes and effects, and may bring trouble to the Holy Demon Mountain in the future. Jinbao nodded and said, Disciple understands. Although he had just learned from the elders of Dumo Peak that the master of Zizai Palace in front of him was only a 100-year-old child, but he was not ashamed to be accepted as a disciple by Chu Tian, but was extremely excited. 100 years old, great Saint Venerable. What does this mean? The strongest in ancient and modern times is underestimated. The terrible evil genius in ancient times made rapid progress and his potential exploded. In the end, he barely stepped into the great Saint Venerable level at the age of 300. This is a huge difference compared to Chu Tian. Jinbao felt extremely proud to be a disciple of Chu Tian, and the most important thing was that such a prodigy often had great luck, and following him would increase opportunities. This is the protagonist's halo. That's right, when Jinbao learned that Chu Tian was a great Saint Venerable at the age of 100, he had already determined in his heart that Chu Tian was the protagonist of this era. 70,000 years later, the suppression of the emperor will disappear, and maybe then, Chu Tian will reappear in the world, step up to the sky, and ascend to the throne. Holding the Tianxin seal, he will become an Emperor Venerable level existence, and at that time, he will also become the Emperor Venerable's disciple. What an honor! Just thinking about it makes me happy. As expected, they have more people. After Chu Tian and his friends returned to Zizai Palace, from a distance, they could see many sneaky figures moving around in the fairy forest near Zizai Palace. Some quietly went to the Zizai Palace's training cave mansion, while others were new and were choosing a location to build a cave mansion. He even saw the figure of Li Duxiu, the eldest disciple of the master of the Samsara Palace. This guy looked depressed because of something that stimulated him. He was pouting and busy looking for a suitable place to build a cave mansion. Shihao smiled bitterly. In this sect, if you don't work hard, even if your talent is far superior to theirs, I'm afraid that one day when we fight, you may be beaten. I agree, the pressure is huge. Xianqing nodded in agreement, once in heavenly Jade Sacred Land. Although the disciples of Sacred Land are also very hardworking, they are still far behind the desperate disciples of Shenhua Mountain. Even he himself rolled up unconsciously, fearing that he would fall behind. After returning to Zizai Palace, Chu Tian arranged for Jinbao to stay. Then he returned to Cave Mansion, opened the ban, and entered the space-time god realm. Then, he thought about it, and a simple large tripod emerged, with 3 legs and 2 ears. The tripod was engraved with the ancient pill refining totem, and there was a terrifying beast roaring and tearing the sky. As soon as it appeared, the divine power surged to all directions of the space-time god realm, and the laws of Tao danced. He just floated there, as if he had become the center of the time and space world. The Dan Emperor is also a genius. There are countless powerful people in the past and present, but only he has caused the Emperor's tribulation twice. Although he died, his life law weapon broke through to the divine weapon level. But 8. Chu Tian found the difference with the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear. With a thought, the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear floated out of Grotto Heaven, and as soon as it appeared, the chaotic energy quickly suppressed the power of the Dan Emperor Supreme Tripod. The two treasures seemed to be competing, and the great Emperor-level rules were flying everywhere. The divine power was shocking, and they did not give in to each other in the air, and no one was convinced by the other. Chu Tian did not control it, but just watched quietly, trying to verify his guess. Sure enough, the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear was angered by the continuous provocation of the Dan Emperor Supreme Tripod, and the Hongming Qi trembled violently. Instantly suppressed the Dan Emperor Supreme Tripod. The power of the Dan Emperor Supreme Tripod was pressed back into the tripod, and all its great the Emperor's rules were torn to pieces. In front of the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear, it seemed to be just an ordinary weapon. Is it because the Dan Emperor is not the great Emperor? Chu Tian shook his head and denied it. They were both ancient divine weapons, so the difference shouldn't be so big. The Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear was the weapon used by the Hongming Great Emperor before he sacrificed the immortal weapon, the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear. It contains Hongming immortal gold, although it is also an ancient divine weapon. But in the world of divine weapons, the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear is like the top of a pyramid. It also contains the Hongming Qi of the Hongming Great Emperor. It contains a trace of the immortal Qi of the Hongming Great Emperor who stepped into the immortal world, which is naturally not comparable to the Dan Emperor Supreme Ding. The system gave the answer. Chu Tian nodded. No wonder. When he saw the Dan Emperor Supreme Ding, he felt something was wrong. Compared with the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear, the difference is just a little bit. Just like the Great Emperor, and the gap between the Supremes is totally different. Not bad. It is worthy of being the Demon Ancestor god-killing spear. Speaking of this, Chu Tian glanced at the supreme tripod of the Dan Emperor and said, "The tripod is not bad either." It's good that he said that. Divine weapons are all spiritual. Immediately felt the meaning of his words. As if angry, he rushed into Chu Tian's grotto heaven and disappeared. "Oh, why are you still in a bad mood? Like a child?" Chu Tian laughed and looked at the Demon Ancestor god-killing spear again, which was trembling with the primordial energy in the air and shaking the gun body like a bell. Indistinctly, Chu Tian seemed to hear his sentence. "Rookie, remember to call me Big Brother when you see me in the future, otherwise I will praise you every time I see you." Chu Tian was speechless. This Demon Ancestor god-killing spear, as the legendary ancient supreme divine weapon. However, its personality is similar to that of a child. Chu Tian thought to himself, if I want to pursue immortality, I must step into the immortal world. If the great Emperor of Hongming is not dead, there will definitely be a chance to see him. It seems that after hearing his words, the Demon Ancestor god-killing spear suddenly became extremely excited, as if expecting something. Chu Tian said, "This guy, will he betray me after meeting the great Emperor of Hongming? Shouldn't it be, right? Probably." Chu Tian chose to ignore the ambiguity of the system. He felt that the Demon Ancestor god-killing spear would not do this. After all, when the great Emperor of Hongming entered the immortal world, he did not say that he would take it with him. The excitement of the Demon Ancestor god-killing spear was at most just a yearning, and he should still have reason. Then, Chu Tian took back the proud Demon Ancestor god-killing spear. He pinched a spell, and a glowing 9-story pagoda flew out from his forehead. The pagoda bloomed with a glass-like divine light, dazzling, with only shape but no entity. This is Chu Tian's natal law treasure, which has not been completely sacrificed. Chu Tian does not lack law treasures to use, so he is not prepared to make his natal law treasure. He is waiting for good materials. If you want to do it, do the best. A simple law treasure is not worthy of his style. We have the existence of a system. Ordinary law treasure is not worthy of him. I like it if you are aware. Chu Tian ignored the system guy. He could feel it. This guy is not serious. You can see it from the fact that he often pits himself. He took out the fairy river water, eternal fairy gold, and the mysterious yellow qi absorbed in the ancient profound emperor mausoleum. He poured all of these into the glowing 9-story pagoda. In this time and space world, he didn't need to hold back and exerted all his strength. With the holy power around him, he cast a terrible Taoist method into the pagoda. Then Chu Tian stepped into the air and sat cross-legged under the pagoda. The whole person exuded a special aura, guiding the 9-story pagoda to change. The time laws of the surrounding time and space worlds were fluctuating. Chu Tian was guiding these laws to integrate them into his own life law treasure. Why don't you directly integrate the entire time and space world into it? This may lead to some transformation, and when your strength is enough to step into the long river of time in the future, maybe it can make the time law of the time and space world go further. Chu Tian said, "Don't give me bad ideas. I still need to use the space-time God realm. What should I use to integrate into it? My life law treasure, I don't plan to complete it yet. It's still far from my expectations. The materials you use are far inferior to divine weapon, and you are still not satisfied? If it's just compared with divine weapon, why pursue immortality? That makes sense. I support you. If you support me, take some practical actions. Don't just talk without practice. Sign in later and get more good things. Not too much, just a little bit. You are dreaming. You dare to trick me. Do you think I am stupid? How do you know? Time flies, and 300 days have passed in the space-time God realm. The 9-story pagoda above Chu Tian's head is as bright as crystal, and there is a trace of divine power in the mighty holy power. Not only that, the tower body of the 9-story pagoda is actually surrounded by 9 strands of immortal qi. It looks simple and unadorned, but it actually contains powerful rules. Chu Tian almost used up 80% of the water from the immortal river to extract these 9 strands of immortal qi, which are extremely precious. Even he himself only has 3 strands of immortal qi. It can be said that when the 9-story pagoda is truly formed, it may be more powerful than him. Chu Tian stopped and stood up, looking up at the 9-story pagoda, and said with great satisfaction, "When you are formed, I will give you a name." As if hearing his words, the 9-story pagoda actually emitted circles of halos. Enveloping Chu Tian's body, a child vaguely appeared beside Chu Tian. He was responding to Chu Tian's words. "Of course, if you want to name yourself, I will follow you and give you a resounding name. But don't forget the original intention of my teaching you. People should not forget their roots." The child transformed by the 9-story pagoda sent a vague voice. "Okay, I'll think about it." Chu Tian nodded, then took back the 9-story pagoda, and the vision in the space-time God realm disappeared immediately. Practicing is really tiring. It took me 300 days to sacrifice a law treasure. However, my strength has improved a little these days, and I feel more at ease. After leaving the space-time God realm, Chu Tian put away the token and stretched his body. 300 days in the space-time God realm is only 10 days in the outside world. In the immortal cultivation world, 10 days can be passed by taking a nap. Oh, be gentle. At the edge of Spirit Lake, Xianqing was sparring with Zhenbao. Of course, Zhenbao suppressed his realm, and the two fought at the same level. The result is conceivable. Zhenbao was beaten so hard that he couldn't raise his head. Xuanqing's physique is terrible, and his methods are endless. He almost knocked him down with one punch. Who would have thought that as a low-grade Saint-grade talent, I would become a sandbag in a battle of the same level? Zhenbao quickly stopped the loss and quickly evacuated the battle circle. He sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, and sighed with a depressed look. Shihao, who was watching the game, made 2 cups of tea, handed them to the two, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Bao, you are very strong now. Low-grade Saint-grade talent is definitely the top level in this era. 11. Although Zhenbao has not officially become Chu Tian's apprentice, this matter is almost set in stone. Shihao has been calling him like this for the past few days. Zhenbao took the teacup and smiled bitterly. Compared with ordinary people, it is considered top-notch, but compared with you, it is not up to par. Xianqing blew the hot air in the teacup gently, took a sip of tea and said, "Junior brother, there is no shortage of geniuses in this world. Don't scare yourself. You have to believe in yourself." Zhenbao looked at the steam rising from the teacup, and suddenly looked at Xianqing and asked, "Can you win against Master at the same level?" Hearing this, Xianqing stopped drinking tea and exchanged glances with Shihao. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I think, about 50 to 50? Brother Great Master, what about you?" Seeing Xianqing throw the question to him, Liao Zhao was stunned for a moment and thought about it. Then he said, "I think, 50 to 50, it should be an understatement. The two of them thought so because with their talent, they have already stood at the top of the immortal cultivation world. Saint ranks supreme grade talent, if nothing unexpected happens, will definitely become quasi-emperor level and even impact the supreme. Even if it is emperor grade talent, the two do not think it will be stronger than themselves. After all, Xinqing was an emperor grade talent in his previous life. Even if his memory is incomplete, he has a general understanding of the combat of the same level of emperor grade talent power. Zhenbao smiled and said, or, you can go and compete with Master and fight with people of the same level. I bet you will probably get beaten badly. Although Zhenbao's words were rough, Xinqing and Shihao did not refute, but began to think about it. Fighting with the Master at the same level, the fighting spirit in their hearts was ignited. One is a reincarnation sacred body, and there have been few opponents at the same level. One is the ancient Qian immortal body, and the other is the Emperor Venerable Reborn, with unique talent and amazing combat power. The two people had some thoughts in their hearts because of Zhenbao's words. Maybe they can mention it to the Master. They also want to know Chu Tian's strength. Among the three, Shihao and Xinqing only know that Chu Tian is very strong, has a high talent, and mysterious means. But they don't know what realm it is. And Zhenbao has seen Chu Tian's strength with his own eyes. 100-year-old great saint venerable level, such a talent, according to his estimation. Even if Shihao and Xinqing have two apex-level physiques, they will lose more than win in a battle at the same level. The three have not finished talking, and I don't know when Chu Tian was already sitting next to them. He made a cup of tea, tasted it slowly, and listened to their discussion with a smile on his face. This harmonious picture is still quite beautiful. Chu Tian glanced at the three people and said with a smile on his face, who will come first? Shihao, Xinqing, and Zhenbao looked at each other and swallowed unconsciously. Obviously Chu Tian was just sitting and drinking tea, without showing any breath, but just this one sentence made them feel pressured. It was as if there was a sacred mountain pressing on their shoulders, so heavy that it made people breathless. You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites shared the same login details, so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 69. Shihao and Xinqing smiled at each other, pointed at Zhenbao and said, Junior brother hasn't entered yet. Why don't you let Master test him? Chu Tian looked at Zhenbao and asked, what do you think? I don't think it's good. Zhenbao didn't expect that the two would sell him out directly and said, I can't even beat my two senior brothers. How dare I fight Master at the same level? Chu Tian said, if you run into Master, you will be rewarded with a great Saint Gongfa. Zhenbao's face straightened, and he stood up and said, actually, it's not impossible to try. It's just right. I want to verify the Taoism I just studied. Gongfa is not important. The main thing is to have a discussion with Master. In the blink of an eye, looking at Zhenbao lying on the ground, Chu Tian took a sip of tea and sighed, you still need to practice more. Your body is too fragile. Shihao and Xinqing's mouths twitched, and before they could see clearly, Zhenbao had already fallen to the ground. This wave is called instant pounce. Looking at Chu Tian again, the aura he exuded was indeed that of the 7th layer of the Xuanfu realm, the same strength as Zhenbao on the surface. Xinqing glanced at Shihao, and he took a step forward on his own initiative, with a burning desire in his body. His eyes were bright, emitting a light yellow tail light. He directly activated the ancient Qian immortal body, and a small layer of sky appeared above his head, emitting a terrible might. Chu Tian remained calm and said, why don't you merge the Emperor's heart first, and then we will fight again as master and disciple? At that time, you may have a better chance of winning. Xinqing shook his head and said, Master, since you know my identity, you should understand. The invincible way of Emperor Venerable never allows retreat in the face of the same level. Shihao dragged the unconscious Zhenbao aside and away from the battlefield. Watching Xinqing burst out his power without fear, his fighting spirit was also aroused. His whole body was shining with golden light, and his blood was surging like a river. Xinqing was already so serious, as a master, he couldn't hide it anymore. He had to be serious. Xinqing said, Master, if you really regard me as your disciple, then don't show mercy. Master understands. After the words fell, the aura around Chu Tian was restrained. Then he released the aura of the 9th layer of the Juden realm, majestic and heavy. Even at the same level, Chu Tian's strength shocked Xinqing's heart. He had never felt this way before in the same level, even on the night of his enlightenment in his previous life. When inviting the universe's strong men to fight, no one at the same level gave him such great pressure. Ancient Xin Wuji Dao. Xin Qing used his killer move as soon as he made a move. He knew that ordinary moves would be difficult to deal with Chu Tian. Sun Fist Sutra. Chu Tian launched the Emperor Dao Fist, and his fist shone with a dazzling red light, like a sun. The sun anomaly 263 behind him rose, full of oppression, as if the immortal king was punching. Bang! With just one punch, all the energy and spirit that Xin Qing had condensed collapsed. The ancient Xin Wuji Dao that had not yet formed was shattered, and the sky above his head disappeared instantly. He was blown away like a cannonball, flying far away until he hit Innate Peach Tree. Puff! Xin Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression dull, looking at his hand, a little confused. Just one punch? He didn't understand why the difference was so big. Moreover, he could feel that Chu Tian had already restrained his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have been smashed directly by one punch. Looking up at the lush innate peach tree, Xin Qing didn't know what kind of mood he should use to face Chu Tian. Is your Emperor Venerable Invincible Way only like this? Chu Tian walked over with his hands behind his back, looked at Xin Qing, and said lightly, "The invincible way is not to be undefeated. It's to have an invincible heart. You can fail, but that heart must always believe that you can surpass the person who defeated you." Sure Hao ran forward to help Xin Qing up. He could feel his frustration. Emperor Venerable reincarnated, apex-level talent. But he was defeated by his master with one punch. Such a blow is unimaginable. If Xin Qing can't get over this hurdle, he may never be able to become Emperor Venerable in this life. Xin Qing's heart was ignited by a flame after hearing Chu Tian's words. He understood why Chu Tian was so cruel. He wanted him to understand this truth. From the previous life to now, he has been invincible in the same level. He was full of confidence, but lost his way on the false road of invincibility. Chu Tian was correcting his path. If you are invincible in your heart, the way will come naturally. In your previous life, you must have understood this simple truth. Chu Tian said again, "Sure Hao, you are the same. If you want to become the first reincarnation sacred body to break through to the venerable realm, your road is more difficult than Xin Qing." Sure Hao nodded, and the golden aura in his body was surging. He said, "Master, I asked to fight. Let's fight." Beside the spirit lake, Jin Bao woke up slowly. When he looked up, he saw a meteor passing by in the distance, rushing straight towards him. It was a living person. Bang! "Who is it?" Zhan Bao screamed, and the whole person was dragged and slid for more than 100 meters. The person who hit him was as hard as iron. He pushed away the guy who was pressing on him, looked closely, and raised his eyebrows. "Great master, how did you fly over here?" Sure Hao had fainted a long time ago and was sleeping soundly, so how could he answer him? Under the innate peach tree, Xin Qing's mouth twitched. His master's combat power of the same level was too outrageous. Sure Hao's strength was actually higher than his, but he was knocked away by a punch. Sure Hao wanted to use the Sun Fist Sutra to resist. As a result, he didn't hold on for a second and flew out directly, hitting Zhan Bao's face, who had just woken up. "Master, tell me the truth. How much strength did you use just now?" Xin Qing asked. Chu Tian thought for a while and said, 90%. You are all top talents, and I dare not be careless when facing you." Although Xin Qing was half believing and half doubting, he felt much more comfortable. If it is really 90%, then the gap is not as big as he thought. He can try to surpass it. Jin Bao carried the unconscious Sure Hao forward and pointed at him. "Have you already competed? Have I been unconscious for a long time?" Xin Qing coughed, a little embarrassed. "It's been a long time, about 12 hours. Jin Bao was shocked. Sure Hao and Xin Qing could actually fight with Chu Tian for so long before being defeated? They are indeed top talents. At this time, Chu Tian raised his eyebrows, and he felt a familiar breath entering the holy demon mountain. "Dad is back?" A man in a black robe descended at the gate of the holy demon mountain. He was covered with bright yellow talismans with special patterns. These are used to cover up his whereabouts. He has caused a lot of trouble recently, so he needs to stick more to feel at ease. Deacon Shun was stunned, then stepped forward in surprise and grabbed the man's arm. "You actually came back? It's so unexpected." The man smiled slightly. "This is the place where I was born and raised. No matter how wild it is, I have to come back to take a look." Deacon Shin laughed. "Remember when you left the sect, the Shinin Palace Master was so angry that he said he would beat you every time he saw you. Do you remember?" He seemed to remind the man of this unintentionally, fearing that he would forget it. Chu Yuan curled his lips. "Of course I remember. I will go to Xining Palace later and chat with him about life and ideals. It's been 30 years, and your temper must have grown a lot. I don't know if your realm has improved. At this time, the Xining Palace master who was practicing in Xining Palace suddenly felt a chill on his back and felt a cold chill. Is there a villain thinking about me? He counted with his fingers, frowned, and said in surprise, Is there a bloody disaster in the near future? Deacon Shun said, My realm must have improved. I heard that the last time I cleaned up the Blood Corpse demon race secret realm. He displayed his divine power, chasing and killing more than 20 Tianyan realm warriors alone. Not bad. Killing more than 20 Tianyan realm warriors would take some effort. After all, they were just flies flying around. Chu Yuan nodded, but, Deacon Shun, it seems that our sect just held a funeral? Who left? Chu Yuan noticed the paper money scattered in the corners of the sect and the square at the gate. Those were things for the dead. Deacon Shun's eyes moistened when he heard it, and he was heartbroken. It was the Lord of Dumo Palace. He sat in meditation. Ah? Chu Yuan looked at Dumo Peak and asked, Is it fake? Deacon Shin said seriously, How can it be fake? Our sect can't afford such a joke. That's right. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. Shengma Mountain loves face, never lies, and seeks truth from facts. The outside world has a good evaluation and understanding of Shengma Mountain. Then I won't say much. I'll go and pay my respects to the Dumo first. Chu Yuan said, By the way, don't tell anyone about my return for now. I'll give those old guys a surprise later. Deacon Shin patted his chest and said, Don't worry. Everyone knows that I, Shun Wanjin, have the tightest mouth. I won't say a word. Chu Yuan nodded with satisfaction and glanced at the palace that was inserted into the clouds in the distance. A smile flashed in his eyes. After Chu Yuan left, several gatekeepers quietly stepped forward and said, Elder, who was that man just now? Deacon Shun put his hands behind his back and said proudly, He is the 81st generation palace master of Zizai Palace, the father of the current palace master Chu Tian, Chu Yuan. The disciples were shocked. Is this the legendary fierce man who left the sect for 30 years? It is said that even the Grand Palace Master has been beaten by him several times, and he was the kind who had no power to fight back. Deacon Shun looked at Tian Peak, Samsara Peak, Xianin Palace, and the highest holy demon palace. He smiled. Someone is going to be in big trouble. I won't say who it is. Hey, it has nothing to do with me. Read books, read books. There is a golden house in books. Learn some practical knowledge, in case of emergency. Ah! A scream came from Xianin Palace, and a person flew high, piercing through the clouds, rushing straight into the depths of the sky, and quickly rushing towards the starry sky. The disciples of Xianin Palace heard the sound and walked out of the training cave mansion, looking puzzled. What is the palace master doing in broad daylight, making such a big noise? Yes, the one flying high is the Xianin Palace master. On Tian Peak, Tian Palace master looked up at the starry sky. Looking at the miserable state of the Xianin Palace master, he laughed and said, This old guy, who did he offend again, was thrown into the starry sky. It's too miserable. Although miserable, he looked quite happy. What are you happy about? Chu Yuan didn't know when he walked behind the Tian Palace master. He gently patted his shoulder and asked with a wicked smile on his lips. The Tian Palace master's body suddenly stiffened, and he held back and didn't say anything, pretending not to hear. Just when Chu Yuan was about to speak again, the Tian Palace master flashed and ran away like a rabbit, heading straight for the Holy Demon Palace. Brother, help! The Tian Palace master cried. His back was cold, and his clothes were almost soaked with sweat. In the Holy Demon Palace, the Grand Palace Master sat leisurely at the jade table, sipping tea, with a look of enjoyment on his face, not to mention how moisturizing. Suddenly, a scream drilled into his ears, and he turned his head to see that the Xianin Palace Master actually flew up. What is this old guy doing in broad daylight? Huh? Something is wrong. He felt that the Tian Palace Master was approaching at a very fast speed. The aura exuded from his body was actually the perfection of the Tianyan realm. The Grand Palace Master had not had time to sigh at the improvement of the Tian Palace Master's realm. The face changed suddenly, because he saw the person following the Tian Palace Master closely. Chu Yuan. When did this guy come back? The Grand Palace Master was worthy of being the Grand Palace Master, and he was panicking, but his face was still calm, holding a teacup, smiling at the two people who came. He said to Chu Yuan, you bully people as soon as you come back. This is not good. Why don't you bully Samsara? Chu Yuan raised the corner of his mouth and said, I don't know where Samsara is hiding. I can't find him, so I'll make fun of these two old guys first. I've been away for 30 years, and these two guys have been saying bad things about me behind my back, right? The Tian Palace Master rolled his eyes and said, everyone knows that I, the Tian Palace Master, am the most loyal. How could I possibly gossip about my brothers who are out there making their own living? Chu Yuan laughed. If he believed this, his hundreds of years of practice would be in vain. Sit down. The Grand Palace Master was very calm. He waved his hand to signal the two to sit down, and then put 2 teacups on the table and made a cup of tea for each of them. Chu Yuan looked at the Demon Ancestor Sacred Heartgrass in the teacup and said, during the years when I was away, you have stolen a lot from Zizai Palace. Isn't this the Demon Ancestor Sacred Heartgrass on the Spirit Tree of Zizai Palace? The Grand Palace Master said, what's yours and mine? They all belong to the Holy Demon Mountain. We are a family. Why do we have to distinguish them so clearly? Such formality. The Tian Palace Master nodded in agreement and picked up the teacup. He drank it all in one gulp, then handed the cup to the Grand Palace Master and said, another cup? The Grand Palace Master didn't even look at him and said, don't force me to play a mixed doubles game. Whether you can bear it or not is another matter. At this time, the Shining Palace Master, who was flying in the air, finally landed. He wanted the Grand Palace Master to support him, but when he saw Chu Yuan, his neck shrank, and after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He has a big fist and was born in a prisoner family. A real man can bend and stretch, so why can't he endure it? Besides, even if he brings in Saint Demon and Tian, the 3 of them together may not be Chu Yuan's opponent. Thinking of this, he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, took a gulp, and the fragrance of the tea entered his throat, and his mood improved a little. Chu Tian is here. The Grand Palace Master looked at the sea of clouds next to him. Chu Tian came on the cloud, and in a few steps he came to the 4 people, pulled a chair and sat down, saying, Dad, where is my mother? Why do you see me but not her? Name, Chu Yuan. Age, 402 years old. Realm, 4th layer heaven, apparent, / venerable realm 1st layer heaven, actual, identity. The 81st Palace Master of Zizai Palace. Cultivation talent, Saint Grade Medium Kung Fu. Saint Demon Art, no rank. Void Turtle Breath Art, no rank. Sun Fist Sutra, Emperor Grade. Great Principle Heaven Sword Art, Emperor Grade. Divine Ability. 1 Chi transforms into 3 Purities Law Weapon. Chopping Chopstick, Quasi-Emperor Grade. Luck. Gold. Chu Yuan's configuration is quite luxurious, and the Saint Grade Medium talent has surpassed the Ancestor Daoinzi. Coupled with the self-created Imperial technique, the overall strength is very strong. He never spared the father of this other world, and Chu Yuan never asked about the origin of things. He knew that these were all given by his son, so he would use them if he had them. He didn't ask any more questions. This is the tacit understanding between father and son. This also applies to Chu Tian's hot-tempered mother. The two gave Chu Tian, who had just arrived, a full sense of security. They have been cared for since childhood, so even with the memories of the previous life. In Chu Tian's eyes, they are his closest parents. Hearing Chu Tian's question, Chu Yuan was silent, took a sip of tea, and did not answer immediately. Chu Tian instinctively felt something was wrong. Chu Yuan suddenly returned after being away for 30 years. A year ago, he sent a message to ask him to quickly pass on the position of Palace Master and go to him, saying that he had found something fun. What's wrong? Chu Tian asked softly. Chu Yuan hesitated for a moment, and a look of helplessness flashed across his resolute face, and said, Your mother ran away with someone? What? Chu Tian's heart tightened, and he looked directly at Chu Yuan's face. After confirming that he was not joking, he asked, Who is it? How did you run away? He was very sure that his mother was not that kind of person. The Grand Palace Master, the Tian Palace Master, and the Shining Palace Master looked at each other in shock. Did they hear it wrong? A bolt from the blue. Chu Yuan, just tell me what you want to say. You came back this time, probably for this matter, right? The Grand Palace Master put down the teacup, looked at the silent father and son, and said carefully. He also guessed the purpose of Chu Yuan's sudden return. He probably encountered a problem that he couldn't solve. Maybe he was beaten up, and his wife was kidnapped. So he came back to ask for help? Chapter 70. Chu Yuan said, I'm not sure whether it is right to come back this time. That man is really too scary. With my cultivation, he only needs one word to make me unable to move. Even if I have broken through now, I feel, if he really wants to kill me, there is no chance of survival. Although the Grand Palace Master only knows that Chu Yuan is a semi-saint, he can make a semi-saint say such words. How strong must the opponent be? Chu Yuan said, I want to find Huir. I don't want to drag down the sect. Chu Tian looked at the steam rising from the teacup, and his mother's smile appeared in his mind. He said, So, my mother was forced to take her away? Chu Yuan said, Your mother and I met him by chance. He just appeared out of thin air without any signs. When he saw your mother, he said something. Your mother shook her head firmly, but she was still taken away. As for me, I wanted to take action and used all my tricks, but in the blink of an eye, I fainted. After waking up, I found the clues your mother left and knew that they went to the ancient star domain. I had no choice but to go find your grandpa first, but he was out and not in seclusion. I had no choice but to come back. Chu Tian asked, Are you here to ask Grandpa to come out? At this point, Chu Tian knew who he was going to find. If Grandpa was not there, he would naturally find the remaining elder. Chu Yuan nodded, and Chu Tian continued. If Grandpa knew about this, you, old man, should be prepared to be beaten. The Grand Palace Master glanced at Chu Tian, and he felt that Chu Tian was holding back a ball of destruction in his heart. The surrounding aura was so oppressive that even he himself was a little frightened. This little nephew is really a hidden talent. The Grand Palace Master sighed, and then stood up and said, Now that we have come to this point, let's go and ask for help. There is no point in talking anymore. Now that we know that they went to the ancient star domain, we have to chase them now. Chu Tian said, This is probably a trap. The other party is so strong that the clues left by my mother will definitely not be hidden from them. They deliberately did not stop us. Maybe they are waiting for us to come. Chu Yuan was so worried because he discovered this. In the past few days, he intercepted the Xingqian ancient sect on the periphery. In addition to venting his emotions, he was also hesitating whether to come back for reinforcements. What if that guy can't even deal with the foundation of the Holy Demon Mountain? What should I do? Tian Palace Master said, What can we do if we wait? Are we not going to rescue people? Damn, if he bullies my junior sister, we will tear him alive with all the strength of the Holy Demon Mountain. Xianin Palace Master stood up and said seriously, That's right. Although our sect adheres to the principle of living in disgrace, in this matter, even if the foundation is exposed, we must fight him to the end. The Grand Palace Master smiled and said, The sect develops in a low-key manner in order to reduce unnecessary disputes and accumulate strength. Now is the time to use this power. Go to the ancestral land and ask the ancestors to come out. With them, they want to open the ancestral mausoleum. This matter has exceeded the ability of the ancestors of the ancestral land, and the ancestors in the ancestral mausoleum must be asked to come out. Chu Yuan was moved. These old guys did not love them in vain. At the critical moment, they were indeed reliable. After this incident, I must treat them well in the future. Chu Tian took a sip of tea. He did not follow them. He sat there quietly, wondering what he was thinking. The other party took my mother away and left clues. Who are they waiting for? Grandpa? Grandpa? Or which ancestor of the Chu family? Or, ding, new apprentice task is being issued. Number of apprentices required. 2 requirement. Minimum saint grade lower level cultivation talent. Other talent requirements. None task period. 1 year completion reward. A gift package for apprentices failure penalty. A spirit treasure owned by the host disappears randomly. The long-awaited apprentice task did not bring any surprises to Chu Tian, but he soon discovered something was wrong. 2 disciples? System, come out. I have something to tell you. Don't be so polite. Just say it directly. Come out. You want to treat me to tea? Thank you all, family. You are in a bad mood and you are adding fuel to the fire. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? No, I don't guess randomly. There is no prize even if you guess right also. I find you guys are quite stupid. What if they are not waiting for you at all and did not destroy the clues, but just look down on you? Maybe they don't take you seriously at all and think it doesn't matter to leave clues. Chu Tian heard the hidden meaning and said, You mean, the other party may not be as powerful as we think? How powerful can it be? You have come to this point. Who dares to rob your mother? It's a ghost. Chu Tian was not polite. The anger in his heart dissipated instantly and said, Yes, I am so strong. What are you worrying about just now? You are really not humble at all. What do you praise you for? Otherwise? You tell the truth and I answer the truth. This is called mutual respect. Goddamn respect. You old sly guy. I'm really convinced, when you come out one day, I will teach you what an old sly guy is. Do you think you can know all my secrets by hiding on me? Good guy. Even I am blocked? Chu Tian put down the teacup, walked to the edge of the Holy Demon Palace, looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, smiled, and said, I have read novels in my previous life. Anyone with a system has his own calculations in the end. Some are fattened up and then slaughtered. Some are the favorites of heaven. 701989. Chu Tian chuckled and said, I don't know. What do you think of me? Feed. His words are very straightforward, and he is not afraid at all. You will understand one day, but you can only guess it. Don't be surprised at that time. Don't say you are surprised. I am looking forward to it. Chu Tian smiled faintly, then his face became serious, and he formed seals with his hands, mobilizing the laws of heaven and earth to block the surroundings. After confirming that no one was peeping, he spread out his palms, where a trace of mystery was hidden. This was the only thread of mystery he extracted from Chu Yuan. The other party didn't seem to care much about Chu Yuan's background, but he was not too careless. He was very clever and removed almost all of the mystery. As for the cause and effect, it was directly cut off. Chu Yuan's strength was simply unable to preserve the cause and effect connection between the two parties, even if the other party took away his wife. This is the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. The strong make the rules. This law of heaven and earth also serves the more powerful existence. But from Chu Tian was certain when he found the only clue in Chu Yuan. The opponent was very strong, but not as good as him. Otherwise, he would not have discovered this subtle clue. However, in this Dharma-ending age, the opponent's strength was almost invincible, and he obviously did not belong to this era. It might be a sleeping old monster that awakened in this era. If the true background is not revealed, even the sacred land may not be the opponent of the opponent. Even if holding the ancient divine weapon, as long as it is controlled by the sacred venerable ancestor, the gap between the two sides is the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. I want to see who you are. You dare to rob my mother, provoke me, and annoy the holy demon mountain. You are really blind. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, formed seals continuously, cast a Taoist spell, and injected that trace of mystery. Gradually, the mystery line began to glow, radiating light and becoming more and more dazzling. Chu Tian was not affected. In his eyes, the mystery line changed and became a glowing light curtain. In the center of the light curtain was the dark starry sky, where three blurry figures stood, two of whom were Chu Yuan and his mother. But when Chu Tian wanted to see the appearance of the third person clearly, the originally blurry picture began to fluctuate, as if it was disturbed. Then, a blurry big hand grabbed from the picture. Gotcha! The picture shattered like a mirror, turned into light spots, and disappeared without a trace. Chu Tian. In an unknown interstellar field, a person leisurely strolled in the starry sky. Even the terrible star domain storm could only slightly lift his clothes. He seemed to be aware of something, turned his head and looked into the distance, with a smile on his lips. Then he stretched out his hand and waved. All the hidden secrets vanished, and dozens of large stars around him were destroyed one after another, exploding continuously. They couldn't withstand the fluctuations of this person's breath. I underestimated your sect. I didn't expect that someone could sense my existence. Hee. But after all, it's just a superficial knowledge. He was dressed in black, standing in the sea of stars, as if he had become the undisputed center of the entire starry sky. The exploding stars were only part of his magnificent background. He said this to the woman behind him, who clenched her fingers but was unable to loosen them. Senior, my cultivation is low. Why do you insist on taking me away? The man in black ignored her, admiring the splendor of the exploding stars, and said with admiration, I haven't seen such a scene for a long time. It's so beautiful. The handsome face of the man was filled with intoxication. His hands were open, as if he was embracing the starry sky, immersed in this beauty. Although the hidden clues were destroyed, Chu Tian was not in a hurry. He had roughly estimated the other party's strength. Although he was noticed by the other party because of the calculation just now, the brief contact made him feel the other party's arrogance. Such a person is proud and complacent, and he doesn't care about his own courtyard. In other words, what can you do to me? This is absolute confidence in one's own strength. Chu Tian whispered, is it the Dharma-ending age that gives you such confidence? After we meet, I hope you can still be so arrogant. He didn't know whether the other party was in the Dharma-ending age and thought that he could ignore everything when he reached a certain level, or whether the other party's strength has really reached the peak, and no one can defeat him in this starry sky. 0. *****. But no matter what, the other party will not have a good end. Afterwards, Chu Tian returned to Zizai Palace. He called Jinbao and said, "Today, I will officially accept you as my disciple. Are you willing?" When Jinbao heard this, he knelt down and performed the master's ceremony, saying, "Disciple is willing." Disciple Jinbao greets master. Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. Although he was younger than Jinbao, in the immortal cultivation world, the strong are respected and strength is the hard truth. Age is not worth mentioning at all. Jinbao stood up, looked at Hao and Xianqing again, and said seriously, "Hello, great master brother, second senior brother, junior brother. I am here to show my respect." Jinbao is very good at handling things. Hao and the others smiled slightly, hurried forward to help him up, and said, "We are all family in the future, so there is no need for so many etiquettes." This is also what master meant. That's right. Chu Tian nodded and said, "It's enough to understand the basic etiquette, and you don't have to be too strict about other things. This is the two core techniques of the sect and your identity jade token." Speaking of this, Chu Tian took out Saint Demon Technique and Void Turtle Breathing Technique. There was also a jade token next to the two books. On the surface, it was the identity symbol of the disciples of the Holy Demon Mountain, but in fact, it was made of a special material that could conceal the breath. The production methods of these two techniques in the jade token were all passed down by the heavenly origin Saint Master who was respected by human venerable. Jinbao hurriedly took it and carefully put it away. In the past few days, he had heard Hao and others mention the power of the sect's techniques more than once. He planned to study it carefully later. In view of your professional habits, the master will give you a gift. Chu Tian pointed a finger at Jinbao's forehead and taught him a divine ability. When Jinbao felt the memory, his face was shocked and he murmured, "It's actually one chi transforms into 3 purities." The terrifying divine ability that has long been lost in legends. He also understood Chu Tian's intention to teach him one chi transforms into 3 purities. This is because he knows that he loves to make trouble and likes to dig ancient tombs, which is easy to cause and effect and put his life in danger. One chi transforms into 3 purities can attack the enemy and escape, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jinbao was shocked. Who is the master? Is he really the protagonist of the times? The legendary divine ability was actually given to him as a gift? This is simply too extravagant to describe, right? Hao keenly sensed something and looked at Chu Tian and said, "Master, are you going out again?" Hearing this, Chu Tian chuckled. As expected of the eldest disciple, he had a unique vision and a delicate mind. "That's right." Chu Tian nodded and said, "The master is indeed going on a long journey. It's urgent, and we may have to leave soon. You stay in Zizai Palace and practice hard. Don't let the master down." After speaking, Chu Tian took out a token, which was the token of the space-time god realm, and handed it to Xianqing. Xianqing looked at the token in his hand and instinctively felt that it was an extremely precious thing. He asked, "Master, what is this?" Before he finished speaking, a piece of information flooded into his mind. Xianqing's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood why Chu Tian gave him this thing. He needed an absolutely quiet place to integrate the Emperor's heart, and the space-time god realm was undoubtedly the best choice. Xianqing was moved and wanted to say something, but Chu Tian shook his head and chuckled. "Do we need to say more between master and disciple? If you really want to do something for your master, then work hard to become stronger, protect your master, and protect the sect. That's enough. Okay, no more nonsense, I'm leaving." After the words fell, Chu Tian's figure disappeared in Zizai Palace, and then Zizai Palace was shrouded in mist, adding a few more mysteries. Jinbao looked at the identity jade card in his hand, and then looked at the time and space token in Xuanqing's hand, and said, "You said, master is not here. Should we do something?" "What do you mean?" Hao asked. Jinbao straightened his chest and said proudly, "Of course, we will continue our grave-digging business. The 3 of us brothers are lucky, so why not go out and make a living?" Before he finished speaking, Xianqing had already returned to the cultivation cave mansion, leaving only one sentence. "Great master, 3rd junior brother, I will be in seclusion for a while and cannot be disturbed. Please help me protect the law." Hao said, "Don't worry, I'll leave this to you, senior brother." In Zizai Palace, besides Chu Tian, Hao, who can control most of the formations, can be said to be extremely powerful. He just put his fingers together and the ordinary ring in his hand flashed. The space around Zizai Palace was filled with dense formations. How could he count them? Because he knew what Xianqing was going to do next, Hao was also very careful. This was a major event in his junior brother's life, and it could not be sloppy. He looked at Jinbao, who was interrupted before he finished speaking, and said, "Junior brother, Master is not here. The three of us should be quiet and not cause trouble for him. Go and practice quickly, wait for Master to come back, and let him see the results of our practice. We can't just take the benefits and not do anything, right? Zhenbao was a little embarrassed. As soon as Master left, he wanted to pull his two senior brothers to do big things. He was indeed a little impatient. Chapter 71. Let's improve ourselves first. We can meet again after this busy period. I think there must be other tombs waiting for us in Yinhuang Realm. If we can't find it, it's not bad to do a side job, but the cause and effect are too involved. It's easy to cause trouble, and Master may not be happy. Zhenbao muttered, and after listening to Shihao's words, he honestly returned to his own practice cave mansion. Shihao glanced at the empty Zizai Palace, looked up at the sky, and seemed to see Chu Tian's back as he left. Master, you can go with peace of mind, and I will guard Zizai Palace. I have a good understanding of the personalities of the two junior brothers, especially junior brother Bao. I will try my best to find him, and don't let him go to that serious matter, especially when he wants to drag junior brother Xianqing and me. After the voice fell, Shihao's fingers moved in unison, forming a seal. Activated hundreds of formations in Zizai Palace. Suddenly, Zizai Palace, which was already rich in spirit qi, became even more amazing. That should be enough. The cold starry sky of the Yinhuang realm was so quiet. Stars flickered from time to time, and the roar of star beasts could be heard occasionally. An ancient bronze boat shuttled through the void, avoiding everyone's perception. It set off from the depths of the holy demon mountain in Daxugu Luozhou and sailed into the starry sky. This ancient bronze boat was made of special materials, and the hull was embedded with a special invisible magic stone, and each magic stone was engraved with 9 invisible formations. It can not only isolate calculations, but also crack mysterious tracking. On the deck at the front of the ancient boat, Dao Yinzi, wearing a green shirt, stood with his hands behind his back, and his calm appearance was accompanied by a hint of secret relief. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise, I would be kicked again. That old guy, really? I am completely convinced. Dao Yinzi sighed in his heart. After returning to the ancestral tomb, he deliberately consolidated his boxing and kicking skills, and after confirming the great accomplishment, he went to find the old guy to learn from him. As a result, the other party just glanced at him, and before he could lift his legs, he was so scared that his legs went limp. Fortunately, the Grand Palace Master, Wu Ba-san, and his men just opened the entrance to the ancestral mausoleum, attracting the other party's attention, so he took the opportunity to slip away. He was spared a physical pain. However, although he slipped away, he could not be considered to have completely escaped. Dao Yinzi looked down at his arms and felt that he was carrying a heavy burden. In the cabin, 3 people were sitting around the table, and the 3 looked very similar. Chu Tian and Chu Yuan were naturally among them, and the other one was also middle-aged. He was burly, with a sharp face, and a pair of tiger eyes revealing a fascinating majesty. Chu Yuan on the side lowered his head, as obedient as a little baby, and dared not say a word. If you look closely, you will find 2 faint 5-finger prints on both sides of his cheeks. Before in the ancestral mausoleum, when he found his old father and explained the situation, he was beaten up on the spot. He didn't even have the chance to say a word. True Spirit, Qinggang, Saint Demon and other disciples of the Dao realm who went with him tried to persuade him. As a result, the old man got so angry that he dragged them all into the battlefield and beat them up. They lost their temper, especially True Spirit, who was only a little younger than the old man. They were once businessmen and high-ranking students of the same era, but the difference in strength was more than a little bit. The old man seemed to beat him harder, which reminded him of the good time that he had long forgotten. It was so kind. Chu Xiao glanced coldly at the useless Chu Yuan, and when he turned to look at Chu Tian, his face was full of smiles again, and he said happily, "My dear grandson, don't worry, your mother's matter will be taken care of by your grandfather." Grandpa promised to rescue her unscathed. Chu Tian just nodded. Before he could speak, Chu Yuan next to him started to grumble. "It would be great if it was true. The other party is very strong. My wife was taken away by someone. How could I not chase her?" Chu Xiao glared, stood up, grabbed Chu Yuan by the back of his collar, and lifted him up. He immediately said angrily, "I found that after not seeing you for many years, you are a little arrogant? Do you not believe in your father's strength? Am I weak? By the way, even if your father is not strong enough, there is still your grandfather. your great-grandfather, your ancestors, and your ancestors' ancestors. Is it enough? If not, I will continue to shout. I don't believe that there is anyone in this universe that our Chu family can't deal with. Chu Tian shook his head helplessly and smiled. His grandfather had a really bad temper. He spoke to himself kindly, calling him his precious grandson, but spoke to his father like a roaring lion. Grandpa, put Dad down quickly. He has to save face too. I'm still here. Chu Tian persuaded. Those who lost their wives don't need face. Chu Xiao snorted coldly and said, I'll deal with you after I find shall we. He put Chu Yuan down, sat back in his seat, picked up the strong liquor and drank it all. The anger in his heart subsided a little. Chu Tian continued. The most important thing now is that we should go to the place where the incident happened to find clues, catch any traces of reincarnation, and calculate the whereabouts of the other party. Otherwise, blindly going to the ancient star domain is like fishing in a haystack. Chu Tian considered using divine weapon to locate, but that had to be where the incident happened, and he had to catch the subtle clues left by his mother or the other party. After all, the other party is strong and hiding in the most remote ancient star domain in the universe. It is impossible to lock the location out of thin air. The universe is so vast that it is impossible to do whatever you want with just one divine weapon. Otherwise, those who had troubled the star ancient sect in the past would have been caught by the other party with the ancient divine weapon in their hands. The reason why he has been played around by the other party is, in the final analysis, the difference in strength. There is a huge gap between the owner of the divine weapon and Chu Tian, especially in the mysterious way of cause and effect. Chu Xiao listened to Chu Tian's words and nodded in agreement. Yes, Shiwu and I also think so. Let's go to the crime scene first. There must be clues left there. The other party is very powerful, and he himself may be detached from the world. But Xiao Hui is not strong enough. Even with the help of the other party, it is difficult to cut off the connection between ZG and cause and effect. But as long as the strength is sufficient, it can still be deduced. Hey, the other party will never think of what kind of person he has provoked. If it was the Sacred Land, it might not be dangerous, but it happened to be the Holy Demon Mountain. Chu Yuan rubbed his face and said, Huier was taken away, and there should be no danger for the time being. It was purely accidental that the other party found her, so I had this idea. The other party did not kill him, who was only a semi-saint at the time, which made Chu Yuan retain a trace of reason in his heart. But Huier still had to be saved. Who knows what the other party is, and what is the purpose of taking Huier away? Chu Tian said, after the disappearance of the ancient profound emperor mausoleum, the suppression of the law of the end of the law seems to have been relaxed a little. Or, the suppression of the ancient profound emperor has loosened, and the speed is very fast. Chu Xiao smiled and looked at the wineglass in his hand. His face was reflected in the transparent wine. He said, the other party should have felt the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, woke up from his slumber, and wanted to take this opportunity to seize a glimmer of hope. But he was a little impatient. He jumped out impatiently as soon as the suppression of the law began to loosen. Obviously, there is a reason behind it. Chu Tian continued. The other party may be a strong man from the Emperor Venerable era, who was severely suppressed by the Emperor and was contaminated with the laws of the Emperor. He woke up so early just to adapt to the current rules of heaven and earth and remove the imperial law from his body. In this way, when the laws of heaven and earth allow the achievement of Emperor Venerable in the future, he can naturally impact the Emperor realm. Chu Xiao nodded and smiled. You are worthy of being my precious grandson. Your analysis is very reasonable. Fortunately, you are not like your useless father, who is hundreds of years old and lost his wife. I am embarrassed to tell your grandmother. It's too embarrassing. Chu Yuan, who was on the side, was about to interrupt, but immediately shut up and lowered his head to drink tea. Among the three, he has the lowest status, so it's okay for him to keep silent. Ah, Songlong Star Domain. Dozens of life stars around it are shining brightly. It is a small life star domain that once gave birth to Songlong Supreme and was once glorious. At the edge of Songlong Star Domain, an ancient bronze boat shuttled in and disappeared in the void. On the deck, Chu Tian, Chu Xiao, Dao Yinzi and Chu Yuan stood side by side, looking at Songlong Star Domain. Dao Yinzi said, it's a pity that the former Songlong Supreme was such a genius, but he couldn't survive the Emperor Tribulation and could only survive to become Supreme. Not becoming Emperor Venerable is a regret in life after all. Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the Dan Emperor who failed to survive the Emperor Tribulation twice. In this mortal world, Emperor Venerable is the limit, reaching the peak of Great Dao. It's so difficult to become Emperor Venerable. Even the Dan Emperor who can refine the Emperor Pill failed the Transcending Tribulation twice. He only left an ancient divine weapon to announce to the heavenly Dao that he, the Dan Emperor, has not completely given up. Chu Xiao put his hands behind his back, glanced at the Songlong star domain, and said, Inzi, you are so young. Don't you have the confidence to become a Dan Emperor after tens of thousands of years? Quasi-Emperor, challenge the Emperor Tribulation? Dao Inzi glanced at him and said, Chu Xiao, I am about the same age as your father. Can you not always push me when you talk to me? Or do you want to be beaten? Chu Xiao laughed loudly. The meaning in his laughter was obvious, but he did not say anything, letting Dao Inzi feel it for himself. Dao Inzi's face darkened, and he almost couldn't help it. How come the old guys in the Chu family are so arrogant? Chu Xiao is only about 1,000 years old, and he has only been in the ancestral mausoleum for 200 years. How high can his realm be? If he didn't have an old father who often kicked his butt, he wouldn't have tolerated it. If I can't beat your father, I can't beat you? But Chu Tian looked at Chu Zhao's attribute panel. With this strength, Dao Inzi is also very powerful, right? Name, Chu Xiao age, 1,111 years old realm, Saint Venerable Realm First Layer, Surface, / Saint Venerable Realm Perfection, Actual, Identity. The 98th generation of the Master of the Free Palace, the ancestor of the Saint Demon Mountain Ancestral Mausoleum Cultivation Talent, Saint Grade Medium Talent Skills, Holy Demon Technique, no grade, / Void Turtle Breathing Technique, no grade, / Longevity Technique, no grade, Divine Ability, Flowing Light Immortal Fist Law Treasure, Heavenly Fist Gloves, Saint. King Grade Luck. Gold. Chu Tian was surprised by Chu Zhao's attribute panel. It was already scary that Dao Inzi reached the Saint Venerable Realm Perfection level before the age of 2,000, but Chu Xiao was even scarier. This is the Dharma ending age, and the two of them are simply cheating. Could they be like him, not restricted by the rules of heaven and earth? Chu Tian rejected this idea. It shouldn't be. He is the only one cheating. The fact that Chu Xiao and Dao Inzi could achieve such achievements may be related to the ancestral mausoleum. There is the foundation of the holy demon mountain sleeping there, created by the heavenly origin Saint Master. It may be an extremely special place. But the heavenly origin Saint Master, who is a heavenly origin Saint Master on the surface master, what kind of place can you create? Maybe if there is a chance, I should go in and take a look. If it is really good, it would be good for sure how to stay there first when he is strong enough. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing Chu Yuan's implication, Chu Xiao was not polite and punched him 3 times directly. Even with his strength of the holy venerable realm, it was a bit too much. Chu Xiao glanced at something on Dao Inzi's waist and said, Inzi, what we say may be heard inside. Hearing this, Dao Inzi's face froze, gritted his teeth, and said, just bully people. Don't push your nose, otherwise, hum. Chu Xiao said, it's your ability to push one person, but with so many people, how many can you push? Or, you can ask your master? He seems to have said the same thing to you, but now he never mentions it. Whoever mentions it will be anxious. Dao Inzi rolled his eyes and stopped talking. Chu Tian quickly tried to smooth things over. Grandfather, father, let's stop bickering and get down to business. After the words fell, several people also became serious. Chu Tian put away the ancient bronze boat, and the 4 of them stepped into the universe and came to the fascinating place where the Li Yuan couple encountered. Not long after arriving, Dao Inzi frowned and said, the remaining breath is so terrible. The other party is not caring whether his whereabouts will be exposed? Chu Xiao sneered, really confident. I hope you can still be so confident when we meet. A frightening breath permeated around this starry sky. Although the cause and effect cannot be seen, those subtle clues have also been cut off. However, the person who left these traces was obviously very casual, and did not care too much about the possibility of exposing his whereabouts and causing trouble for himself. This shows that he is very confident in his own strength. Of course, people with insufficient strength cannot find these traces at all. Even in the eyes of the strong, these traces are actually very obvious. After sensing the abnormal fluctuations around them, Chu Tian and the other 4 sneered. They want to see what kind of powerful strength can make this person so arrogant. Did you think you were invincible in the Dharma ending age? Dao Inzi took out a law treasure that looked like a compass and threw it into the void in front of him. It kept spinning, collecting the mysterious clues left around. However, because the opponent was very powerful, it was still a bit difficult for Dao Inzi to do it with his cultivation. Chu Yuan and Chu Xiao, father and son, continued to chant and cast Taoist spells. Added to the law treasure, the three worked together to collect all the clues. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding starry sky was buzzing, and three other powerful Saint Venerable level masters cast spells at the same time. Their sacred power was amazing, and the starry sky was almost collapsed, and a starry sky storm was set off around them. Just a little bit more. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, flipped his hand and took out a bronze compass, threw it out, and hung it above the law treasure that Dao Yinzi had hit 3.6. This was the bronze compass of Zhenbao, on the way back to Zizai Palace. Zhenbao has roughly explained his understanding of this bronze compass. In short, this is a law treasure for positioning. It has a very strong ability to find the mystery. Of course, this ability was developed by Zhenbao and is specifically used to locate the treasures in the tomb. Based on the mystery of the bronze compass, Chu Tian felt that this might be a law treasure that is not inferior to the divine weapon. Especially in exploring the cause and effect of the mystery, it may even surpass the divine weapon. Therefore, activating the bronze compass now may be more useless than using the divine consciousness. The bronze compass floated on the compass law treasure, and Chu Tian chanted the spell to inject spiritual power. It began to rotate and emit yellow light. The falling light wrapped around the compass law treasure, making its calculation ability stronger. The compass law treasure that Dao Yinzi played was originally a great Saint Venerable level, but with the blessing of the bronze compass, it actually went to a higher level. Dao Yinzi and the other two were delighted, especially Chu Xiao, who looked at Chu Tian with satisfaction. He is indeed his precious grandson, and he actually has such a good treasure. Thinking of this, he glanced at Chu Yuan with disdain and sneered twice. Shaking his head, compared with his good grandson, this big-headed son is really... It appeared. Dao Yinzi's eyes glowed with divine light, and he only heard a low shout, and his hands quickly formed seals. Casting spells continuously, a strange scene of the holy way appeared around him. The brilliant Dharma body was activated, standing behind him, and the Dharma body pointed to the sky. It actually borrowed the power of the stars from the big stars in the surrounding starry sky and hit the compass law treasure and the bronze compass. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, pointed his finger, and shot out a stream of light. At this moment, a thin line appeared in the starry sky in front of him. This line exuded silver light and connected to the distant starry sky. Chapter 72. Dao Yinzi exhaled lightly, followed the silver-white thread and looked at the distant starry sky, saying, "It is indeed the direction of the ancient star domain." However, the other party is obviously still moving and has not stopped at a certain place. Because the other party did not deliberately cut off the reincarnation here, we successfully locked him. Following this silver-white thread, we can find him. We can also find Chu Tian's mother. Chu Xiao nodded and said, "Let's go without delay. This time out is just right to relax. After returning, it's time to strive for a higher realm." Hearing this, Chu Tian looked at Chu Xiao strangely. Isn't this going to strive for the Saint King realm? 1,000-year-old Saint King realm? Chu Tian really wants to know. If this matter is known to those sacred land, how surprised they will be. Dao Yinzi also looked at Chu Xiao. He was not sure what realm the other party was. But it should not be as high as his. It is estimated that he is striving for a certain level of the Saint Venerable realm. It is most likely the 4th level of the middle stage. This is estimated based on his own cultivation speed. After all, even if the Chu family talented and living in the ancestral mausoleum, it is impossible for him to practice too fast. Every step of the Holy Venerable realm is very difficult. Chu Xiao reached the middle stage of the Holy Venerable realm when he was more than 1,000 years old. He was already very strong. Chu Tian looked at the starry sky around them, and saw that the starry sky around the four of them was broken, and 10 black figures suddenly rushed out of the dark void. The aura emitted by these black figures was at least the Holy Venerable realm, and the highest even reached the Holy Venerable realm 4th layer. If you want to find me, you have to pass this level first. Just a small path. You want to see me? Ridiculous, laugh back. A voice came from the void, as if this voice had always been here. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. It's him. He actually left a backup, guessed that we would come to him. Chu Tian shook his head and said, "This man's methods are weird. He may not have guessed that we would look for him, but this is how he does things. He doesn't deliberately destroy his whereabouts, but if someone touches the reincarnation he left behind and locates him, it will trigger the Taoism he left behind. That is, these black figures in front of us." Hearing this, Dao Yinzi and the other two nodded in agreement, and it was probably like this. Chu Xiao smiled, glanced at the black figures that surrounded him, and said, "Just 10 Saint Venerable Realms, who are you looking down on?" As soon as the voice fell, he saw his fists glowing, and he didn't see any movement. In an instant, a dazzling golden fist light suddenly hit out. Bang, 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 bang. 10 black figures exploded one after another, were crushed by the fist light, and were killed instantly. The surrounding starry sky rippled, and a gust of virtual wind passed by, and the black mist that the black figures turned into suddenly dissipated with the wind, as if they had never existed. Dao Yinzi glanced at Chu Xiao, roaring in his heart. The strength Chu Xiao showed in a moment just now has reached the 5th layer of the Holy Venerable Realm. It is far beyond the 4th layer, he guessed. Heavenly Origin Saint Master, did you give the Chu family special treatment? Why do I feel that even if the talent is the same, it is far inferior to them? Is it my illusion? Chu Tian did not look at the 10 black figures who were killed, but stared at the silver-white silk thread in front of him. He chanted a spell to guide the thread to merge into the bronze compass. Next, as long as he follows the bronze compass, he can find the other party and save his mother. Chu Tian took out the bronze ancient boat, and the four set off again, moving forward in the direction guided by the bronze compass, all the way to the star domain at the edge of the universe, the ancient star domain. After the four left, where they were originally standing, a long silver river appeared in the void. The long river flows with silver water, connecting the sky and the earth, running through the past and the future. An old man walked through the river, and then he looked back at the starry sky. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, he set out on his journey again, as if his shadow could be seen in every drop of water in the river. There was a goal in mind, but he didn't know where the road was. "Where are you?" A call sounded, the long silver river dissipated, and the starry sky surged with shocking waves, swallowing everything. When everything returned to tranquility, the starry sky seemed to have never had any waves. It is said that the first reincarnation sacred body was born here in the ancient star domain. Therefore, the ancient star domain was renamed because of it. This is the starting point of the entire starry sky legend. Great accomplishment sacred body, fight with Emperor Venerable. This sentence comes from the ancient star domain. According to legend, after the first reincarnation sacred body great accomplishment, he fought with the invincible Emperor Venerable in the universe at that time and was undefeated. The two ended in a tie, raised their glasses and drank together, shocking the entire universe. The human race Emperor Venerable felt very relieved. Since becoming Emperor Venerable, no one could be his opponent. With the great accomplishment sacred body, he would no longer be lonely for the rest of his life. Even the pressure he faced was shared by someone else. The appearance of the great accomplishment sacred body made the ancient star domain once glorious and became the pinnacle of another universe. However, later, with the death of the first generation of the great accomplishment sacred body, a devastating war broke out in the ancient star domain. A mysterious strongman invaded the powerful ancient star domain, destroyed the inheritance left by the great accomplishment sacred body, and started a killing spree. In the battle, more and more inheritances were destroyed, and some migrated to other star domains to survive. Slowly, the ancient star domain began to decline. In the end, it became a remote star domain that no one cared about, and its former glory was no longer there. Recently, strange things happened in the abandoned ancient star domain. In the ancient star domain, there are hundreds of large stars with thriving life, inhabited by countless mortals and cultivators. But recently, these large life stars have been destroyed one after another, and all the creatures on them have suffered misfortunes. As more large life stars were destroyed, some powerful forces in the ancient star domain began to pay attention and secretly investigate the matter. After losing many strong men, they found that before the destruction of those large stars, all the residents on them seemed to have died. Their spirits seemed to be drained, their blood was sucked away, and they all turned into mummies. Before the destruction of each large life star, it seemed to have suffered the baptism of a terrifying existence, and their lives were deprived. Gradually, some powerful inheritances began to panic, fearing that disasters would come and they would become one of them. In the ancient star domain, the 10 apex-level inheritances seemed unusually calm. As the masters of this star domain, they have a deep foundation and are as powerful as clouds. They will not fear unconfirmed threats for no reason. Moreover, in this Dharma-ending age, who else can bully them except the sacred land? Each inheritance has several ancestors in the realm of Taoism, and even semi-saint venerable level. It is based on this confidence that Linglong Immortal Gate, one of the 10 great inheritances, stood up and united the people, and Tian began to investigate the matter. They announced to the world that they would give an answer. If there are evil people who do this evil, they will be severely punished. The next day, Linglong Immortal Gate suffered a disaster of extermination. No one in the whole sect was spared, and all turned into accounts. Even the other ancestors of semi-saint venerable level died in seclusion, as if they didn't know they were killed before they died. When the news came out, all the forces in the ancient star domain were in an uproar, and the remaining 9 inheritances even began to plan to evacuate this star domain. On Linglong Star, next to the ruins of Linglong Immortal Gate, under the upside-down waterfall of the Immortal River, a man in black sat quietly, with a woman in white standing behind him. The woman in white asked, "Why do you do this? Have you cultivated to such a level just to oppress sentient beings?" The black-clothed man raised his lips and said, "So what if you oppress others? Back then, they treated me the same way. This is just atonement, to pay for their ancestors." Hearing this, the white-clothed woman fell silent. Perhaps before he rose to power, he had been oppressed by the ancient star domain, and many people around him had suffered misfortunes, which led to his current behavior. Have a grudge and must pay it back. Maybe the other party himself is not at fault. Once, before he had strength, he and his relatives and friends had been bullied. Now that he has power, the ancient star domain has declined, and the situation has reversed. This is exactly the saying. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. The black-clothed man pointed his finger, and a blood ball crashed out of the void and floated in front of the two. The blood in the blood ball was thick, as if there were wronged souls roaring, gathering the blood of countless people and condensing into the size of a football. This is the blood and chi of all the people in the immortal gate of the spirit dragon, including the spirit, energy, and spirit, which are sealed in it by the man in black. This is a precious elixir, which can greatly improve the realm after taking it. The man in black guided the blood ball and merged it into the body of the woman in white. In an instant, the delicate face of the woman in white showed pain, and there seemed to be wronged souls howling around her. The terrifying blood and chi boiled, the surrounding space trembled, and a bloody vision appeared. "This is enough to help you break through to the venerable realm," the man in black said lightly. The woman in white showed pain on her face. The blood ball condensed the blood and energy and spirit of countless people, and even she could not bear it. She felt that her body was about to burst. But even so, she did not cry out, and endured the pain and asked, "Why do you keep urging me to improve my realm? What is your purpose?" During this period, the man in black continued to destroy the life star, absorbing the blood and energy and spirit of everyone in it for her to take. It made her realm climb from the realm of asking for the way to the peak of the semi-saint third transformation. The perception of semi-saint was directly instilled into her by the man in black, allowing her to break through naturally. Now, the blood balls of the entire immortal gate of the spirit dragon are enough for her to break through to the venerable realm. She began to radiate holy power, and dark clouds gathered above her head and spread rapidly, covering tens of thousands of miles. Boom! Lightning and thunder roared. The sacred venerable tribulation is forming, and she is about to face the transcending tribulation. The woman in white sighed softly. She felt like a pet that was constantly fed, and the future outcome was unknown. JL. Asterisk. The strong woman in white had crystal tears on her cheeks. She shook her head. Her body soared into the air, rushed to the sky, ready to welcome the transcending tribulation. No matter what, she must survive this tribulation and cannot fall under the sacred venerable tribulation. The man in black looked up at the woman in white in the sky, with a smile on his face, and said, "It's still far from enough. At least you have to reach Saint King. No, it's better to be Great Saint too, although it takes a long time. I can wait, and the time is more than enough for me. In today's universe, I am invincible. Any star domain can become blood food, but the ancient star domain has fallen to such a level, which is beyond my expectation. It seems that there is only one Saint Venerable realm." He looked at the brightest ancient star in the ancient star domain, where the only Saint Venerable level exists. The good things should be saved for the end. Wait and see. I will return the shame that the ancient star domain brought me 100-fold to you. The reason why I am a Lone Ranger is all thanks to you. Huh. Suddenly, A thin silver-white line hung down from the universe and connected to him. The man in black was surprised and said, "You can actually lock my position? Who has such a powerful strength?" He looked up at the woman in white who was performing Transcending Tribulation, snorted, made a hand gesture, and the thin silver-white line in front of him suddenly lit up. A light screen appeared, but before the man in black could react, a big hand suddenly slapped out. The big hand was majestic and vast, revealing a divine power, and instantly slapped the man in black on the face. Snap! The man in black staggered a few steps and almost fell. He stared at the ground in a daze, at a loss for a moment. The big hand disappeared instantly, as if its owner only left the power of this palm, whether it was because of the distance or other reasons. Great! I didn't expect to provoke such a cause and effect, and I didn't expect that there would be such a strong man in the current universe. The black-clothed man, who was always calm and unhurried, began to get excited. His face was fanatical, as if he had become another person. "Come if you dare. I'll wait in the ancient star domain." He saw hope. If he could kill the other party and then refine it into blood food for the white-clothed woman to take, maybe she could instantly be promoted to Great Saint. 340, hee. You don't really think that the calculated strength is my true level, right? The black-clothed man raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and looked at the vast starry sky, as if he could transmigrate the boundless galaxy and look at someone. His strength is just an appearance, the inheritance left by the person who saved him back then. Although he didn't agree with that kind of flattery, he also practiced it a little. When his strength was not enough, it did save him a few times. But now that his strength has reached this point, he rarely follows that path anymore, but his realm is hidden a little bit. He didn't notice that before the big hand disappeared after patting him, a faint light shot straight into the sky and penetrated into the body of the woman in white. The woman in white showed a happy expression, looked at the starry sky, and her heart was suddenly filled with hope. "You guy, you're too late." After her mood changed, her tone seemed to change as well. It seemed that this was her true appearance. Boom! A great panic occurred in the ancient star domain, and countless life planets were shattered and exploded continuously, emitting dazzling light. The black hole produced by the explosion set off a raging storm, sweeping across the starry sky, and countless meteorites were involved. There were even monks in the starry sky who had no time to escape and were involved, leaving only a scream and disappearing into the black hole. A man in black stood at the center of the explosion, his face fanatical, and his laughter continued. The atmosphere around him was oppressive, and he stood there, but it seemed as if he was not in that space. He seemed to be everywhere, and his figure could be seen in every corner of the ancient star domain. Behind him, the woman in white remained silent, watching the increasingly crazy man in black, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. Since the end of her transcending tribulation, the man in black, who had always been indifferent, suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, behaving extremely and madly, taking revenge on the creatures of the ancient star domain. Now, among the nearly 500 life stars in the ancient star domain, 5/10 were destroyed by him. All things died tragically, and the desperate cries tore through the sky and spread across the starry sky. They didn't know what happened, but the sky sent down such a disaster. Even other strong men at the semi-saint venerable level were powerless to save the situation and died tragically in an instant. "Gather!" The black-clothed man waved his hand, and a blood ball formed by the creatures of hundreds of big stars appeared, growing larger and larger until it was dozens of feet in size. He turned to look at the woman in white. A trace of memory flashed in his eyes, and then his face sank, saying, "Even if you are very similar to her, you must obey me now and grow according to my plan. When you become a great saint, or even a quasi-emperor, I will have a chance to peek into the supreme realm." The crazy words made the white-clothed woman sigh in her heart. What kind of past would make her mind twisted to this extent? Go to the ancient star, that's the last stop. It's also the last moment of this sinful star domain. The black-clothed man waved his sleeves and turned into a stream of light with the white-clothed woman, disappearing in an instant. They appeared on an ancient planet with a gray stone appearance. This is the most powerful life star in the ancient star domain, where the first generation of reincarnation sacred body was born. Ancient star. Chapter 73. Your Excellency has created such a bloody catastrophe. Aren't you really afraid of disasters from heaven? An old man in white robe rushed out from the ancient star. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked very old. His face was full of wrinkles, and his old skin was piled up together. He was the only wholly venerable realm in the ancient star, and the strongest in the ancient star domain. The man in black looked at the old man in white robe, and saw through him instantly. He stared at the old man in white robe's dantian, where there was a trace of mysterious power. Although it was silent, it contained the power of destruction. Hee, a trace of the origin of the sacred body of reincarnation? Is this what you rely on? The man in black sneered at the corner of his mouth, looking at the old man in white robe and said, Are you not the descendant of Ao Chushao? Ao Chushao, the first generation of sacred body of reincarnation, developed the sacred body of reincarnation to the extreme, developed the secret treasure of the sacred body, and integrated it into the origin of the physique. From then on, every generation of samsara sacred body can comprehend the sacred body secrets he created after practicing, and thus gain more powerful power. As the ancestor of samsara sacred body, his combat power can also be ranked in the top 3 among all generations of samsara sacred body, and he has challenged Emperor Venerable many times without being defeated. The old man in white robe snorted coldly and said, Although I am not a descendant of Chu Shao's sacred body, but as a senior of the ancient star, he is also a role model for us younger generations. He is our role model. The man in black raised his hand and pointed, and there seemed to be no change around. But with a puff, the left arm of the old man in white robe suddenly exploded, and blood splattered. The old man in white robe groaned. His face was shocked, even though he had been mentally prepared. But seeing the strength of the man in black with his own eyes still shocked him greatly. Too strong. Such strength, in this Dharma-ending age, only the sacred land of Jidao can defeat it. Moreover, even if the sacred land of Jidao wants to defeat this person, it must use all its strength. To activate the ancient divine weapon, the most powerful ancestor must take action. After all, the old man in white robes is a saint venerable realm. His exploded left arm instantly recovered. He pointed his finger at Dantian, activating the origin of the sacred body of reincarnation. In an instant, the old man in white robes was full of golden blood. His hair stood up, his eyes flashed with golden light, and a terrifying and fierce breath burst out. Rumble, the surrounding starry sky began to tremble. A terrible breath emanated from the old man in white robes. This breath was sacred, glorious, domineering, and unstoppable. Finally, it condensed into a belief that I am the only one. The realm of the old man in white robes was stimulated to the level of Saint King. He held up the golden heavenly law-shaping earth, which was thousands of feet in size, and the terrible holy power enveloped the starry sky. Our ancient star domain has declined to such a state, and you still created such a bloody catastrophe. As the guardian of the contemporary sacred body temple of ancient star, I must judge you here. The white-robed old man shouted angrily, and the law manifestation of heaven and earth behind him inspired a 1,000-foot light, and it was still growing. He stretched out his huge hand that covered the sky and the sun, and slapped the man in black. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The black-robed man who was about to take action frowned, because between him and the white-robed old man, an ancient bronze ship quietly emerged. The ancient bronze ship swayed slowly, as if it had existed for endless years. This strange scene startled the white-robed old man, and he quickly retracted his giant hand, intending to observe the situation first. I'm afraid something is going to happen. Crack. Even if it was just a trace of the original power of the reincarnation sacred body. The white-robed old man couldn't bear it. His body began to crack, and the holy blood dripped down. No, can't delay. The white-robed old man obviously underestimated this trace of the power of the sacred body origin, decided to bypass the bronze ancient ship and directly attack the man in black. If it dragged on, once the sacred body origin dissipated, he would lose the opportunity to check and balance the opponent. At this moment, a white light flew out of the bronze ancient ship and penetrated into the body of the old man in white robe. His injuries were instantly healed, and the activated sacred body origin in his body also calmed down. The abnormal scene in the starry sky disappeared. What kind of shocking power is this? The old man in white robe was shocked. He encountered 2 terrifying existences in a row today. One is the man in black, and the other is the person in the bronze ancient ship who can calm the sacred body origin in his body. Mother, the child is here to pick you up. Gentle words rang out, and a young man in white walked out of the bronze ancient ship, stood there, and looked at the woman in white dress behind the man in black. Tianer. The woman in white dress was surprised and happy and ran towards the young man in white. Stop! The man in black waved his hand to cast a spell to stop the woman in white dress. Suddenly, the young man in white appeared in front of him silently, staring at him quietly. The young man in white had calm eyes, and his whole body exuded only the aura of the Tianyan realm. But the dull atmosphere around him made everyone present feel it. This seemingly ordinary young man in white had a terrifying power that could destroy Star Domain. The man in black put down his hand, stopped talking, and let the young man in white take the woman in white dress away. At this time, 3 more people walked out of the bronze ancient ship, each of them exuding an awe-inspiring sacred venerable aura. The old man in white robe, who seemed to be a bystander, blinked, and complex emotions surged on his old face. Today, the ancient Star Domain has welcomed so many sacred venerable masters, and each of them has extremely vigorous blood and energy, and is an extremely young saint venerable level master. A trace of envy flashed through his heart, and he couldn't help but sigh that time is unforgiving, and he was once as young and powerful as them. The man in black looked at the 4 young men in white and said, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. Long move." After saying that, the white-dressed woman called Long had a flash of struggle on her face, and her brows were dark, containing strange power. This strange power temporarily raised her sacred venerable strength to the Saint King level. In an instant, her hand touched the chest of the figure next to her who cared for her very much. Chu Tian waved his hand to cast a sacred spell, and the strange power on the white-dressed woman immediately dissipated. However, the strange power between the eyebrows of the white-dressed woman gathered into a vortex, sucking in and destroying the sacred law released by Chu Tian. After destroying Chu Tian's power, this strange power once again occupied the whole body of the woman in the white dress. The Saint King-level aura on her body reappeared. "Huir!" Chu Yuan looked at the woman in the white dress in Hui with concern and called out distressedly, "Dad, it's okay. I'm here." Chu Tian opened his mouth and saw him pinching the magic formula to connect with the truth between heaven and earth. The golden light shone in the depths of the starry sky, and a ray of light fell from the sky and injected into In Hui's body. In an instant, the strange power was dispelled and disappeared without a trace. After the light disappeared, In Hui's eyes regained their spirit, no longer confused. She looked at Chu Yuan, suddenly stepped forward and hugged Chu Tian, pouting and said, "Mom is so scared that I will never see you again." There was grievance in her words. She acted coquettishly to her child, completely ignoring the real father next to her. Chu Yuan on the side pointed at himself and asked, "What about me? Who are you?" In Hui ignored Chu Yuan, hugged Chu Tian, and felt very proud to see this son. Chu Tian smiled slightly, patted In Hui's back, and said, "Go hug Daddy. He's going to be jealous." After In Hui let go of Chu Tian, he looked at the man in black, who was also looking at him. The man in black didn't expect that his spell would be lifted so easily. He originally deliberately let Chu Tian take In Hui away, hoping to catch them off guard and severely injure them by controlling In Hui. But now, the plan failed, and he had to do it himself. "You are qualified to be my opponent," the man in black said calmly, even though In Hui had escaped his control. But he was calm and planned to take back control later. Everything needs to be proven by strength. Chu Tian looked at him, and all the information about the other party was clear at a glance. Name, Yin Anzan age, 7,999 years old realm, perfection of Saint Venerable realm, surface, / Quasi-Emperor realm level 1, actual, identity, profound Heaven Emperor Venerable era genius cultivation talent, Saint grade medium physique, dark mystic body kung fu, dark black Emperor Sutra divine ability, dark mystic, daytime, void, destruction law treasure, dark mystic sword, Quasi-Emperor level, luck, red, a man from the era of profound Heaven Emperor Venerable. Chu Tian whispered, "Profound Heaven Emperor Venerable, a human race Emperor Venerable from the ancient times, is very far away from now. Records about him can be traced back to the first generation of Sacred Body. Once, profound Heaven Emperor Venerable and the first generation of Sacred Body Ao Chu Shao fought many times and ended in a draw many times. The two admired each other and left a good story. However, later, it was said that profound Heaven Emperor Venerable was infected with weirdness and died in the Jedi. Since then, Ao Shao has also disappeared. The disappearance of the two Heaven and Earth Supremes caused a lot of panic. Everyone believed that the two Supremes must have encountered something and disappeared one after another. The black-clothed man in front of him, Yin Anzan, was actually a person who woke up from such a long time ago. Moreover, he seemed to have a deep resentment towards the ancient star domain. Chu Xiao and Dao Yinzi looked at each other. They both felt like they were facing the abyss when facing this person. It can be seen how strong the other party is. Chu Xiao looked at Chu Tian's back, feeling very sweet in his heart, worthy of being the 82nd generation descendant of the Chu family. Such a talent is rare in the ages. He said to Chu Yuan, "This man's strength is unfathomable. I don't blame you. If it were me, I couldn't keep my wife either." He admitted frankly. Dao Yinzi on the side rolled his eyes when he heard it. Is it appropriate to say such a thing at this time? You Chu family, up and down? How come you don't feel nervous at all? Can you respect your opponent? Dao Yinzi looked at Chu Tian, then looked at his arms, with a strange expression. Chu Xiao noticed his thoughts and said, "Don't envy me, my grandson. Those old guys may not have this opportunity to show up." Dao Yinzi curled his lips. He didn't want to argue with anyone in the Chu family, because in the end, they would all be taught a lesson by the same person. Chu Tian looked at Yin Anzin. The other party's real strength was quasi-emperor level, which was not much different from his own. Moreover, Yin Anzin also had a dark mysterious body and practiced the Dark Emperor Sutra. He was definitely the top existence among the same level. Chu Tian analyzed from various deduction angles and learned that this person's purpose was not simple. Kidnapping Yin Hui and improving strength are all steps to cultivate spirit medicine. In short, the other party wanted to fatten Yin Hui and then swallow her to improve his talent and strength. As for why it was Yin Hui, it was only because her physique was special. She was a body of enlightenment and a stepping stone for doctors. Anyone who got her and swallowed her would undergo a transformation in cultivation and talent. It is closer to the Great Tao and easier to break through to the Emperor realm. Although Yin Anzin's talent is average, his ambition is definitely not low. Trying to become Emperor Venerable. Dark Xian. Yin Anzin said no more. He stared at Chu Tian. Tian's face gradually became fanatical. He glanced at Yin Hui's face, waved his hand, and the surrounding starry sky solidified, and then a huge black hole appeared. The black hole fell from the sky, covering Chu Tian and Chu Xiao and the other four. The terrifying holy power was everywhere, and at this time, Yin Anzin showed the strength of the great saint. "Come on, Ding." Chu Tian stood there. For this kind of person who wanted to take advantage of his mother, he would make him die miserably. A large cauldron broke through the void and flew out quickly, with great divine power and the laws of the emperor. The huge black hole was smashed to pieces in an instant. Yin Anzin was shocked and widened his eyes. What? Divine weapon? How is it possible? With his strength, he didn't even feel the breath of God before the fight. Where did the other party take it out? Before he could react, the Dan Emperor, the supreme cauldron, had landed on his head, bringing down the laws of the emperor to suppress his body. Damn it! This person is hiding so deeply. Yin Anzin's face was distorted, and his eyes revealed madness. He glanced at Yin Hui, who retreated far away, and gritted his teeth. A black sword flew out of his body and hit the Danhuang's supreme cauldron. Clang! The sharp sound of metal collision echoed in the starry sky. The four Chu Xiaos and the old man in white robe, who were watching the battle, were almost shocked to the point of bleeding. Such a battle has exceeded their realm. Yin Anzin's dark mystic sword is of extremely high quality and is made of dark immortal gold. If Yin Anzin can break through to the Emperor Venerable level in the future, he will have the opportunity to be promoted to divine weapon. But at present, it is not a divine weapon, but a quasi-divine weapon. Facing a real divine weapon, it can only be suppressed. Chu Tian raised his hand and pressed it. With a click, cracks appeared on the blade of the dark mystic sword. Void. Yin Anzin didn't expect the dark mystic sword to resist the divine weapon. He did this just to delay time. He roared and secretly used the divine ability of space to try to escape. Being suppressed by the divine weapon like this, he will definitely lose. The universe in the sleeve. Chu Tian also used the space ability. Yin Anzin, who had just escaped, was dragged back to the Danhuang Supreme Treasure Cauldron. Destroy. One word of truth came out, and thousands of Daos resonated. At this moment, Chu Tian seemed to have become the master of heaven and earth. One word made Yin Anzin, who was at the quasi-emperor level, unable to resist. Bang! Yin Anzin felt thousands of Dao pressures like a mountain, so heavy that he couldn't breathe. He looked at Chu Tian, as if, good Lord Zhao, saw the future great emperor. Yin Anzin exploded, turned into fragments, and scattered in the starry sky. Why? Yin Anzin's unwilling voice came, weak and powerless. It was like this in the past, and it is still the same now. Why does the world treat him like this? What did he do wrong? There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Chu Tian had no intention of exploring Yin Anzan's past, and controlled the Danhuang Supreme Treasure Cauldron to absorb Yin Anzan's last spirit. Once Yin Anzan's Dao platform was broken, he would definitely die. Destruction! Yin Anzan roared. This was the second time he used this spell that made him ashamed for the rest of his life. As Yin Anzan roared, his body, which had been shattered into pieces, began to emit a deep black light. His body gradually dissipated, turned into ashes, and drifted away with the wind. You think too much. You can't escape. Fix. Chu Tian keenly noticed something was wrong. The other party seemed to dissipate, but in fact he was looking for another way out. However, when he used the one-word mantra, the word fix fell. Yin Anzan's body, which had turned into ashes, was not fixed. It was really weird. It seems that I am still not strong enough. Chu Tian sighed, and with a flick of his finger, he activated the Danhuang Zhibao Ding. Aiming at the starry sky, the law of the great emperor's way descended, and this starry sky was directly blocked. No creature or thing can escape, unless the strength exceeds Chu Tian and the Danhuang Zhibao Ding. But unexpectedly, Yin Anzan was still disappearing. His body turned into ashes and fled along the void storm, getting farther and farther away. Even divine weapon couldn't stop it. Such a spell doesn't seem to belong to the human world. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. Yin Anzan seemed to be no longer in this time and space, becoming the past, or going to the future. He couldn't be killed at all. But could Chu Tian just let him go? Gun! Chu Tian waved his hand, and an ancient and profound spear. Wrapped in the chaotic energy, it rushed to the depths of the universe and came to the Danhuang Supreme Treasure Cauldron. Chapter 74. Get out of the way, let me do it. The Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear opened, and the chaotic energy burst out, piercing the void, filling the starry sky, and wrapping all matter in the chaotic energy. Yin Anzan's body turned into ashes and was blocked, but it only slowed down the speed of disappearance, and he was still fleeing. Huh? What kind of magic is this? I can't stop it? The Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear was puzzled. For a moment, it didn't believe in evil and made a gunshot, but it still couldn't do anything to Yin Anzan. How dare you talk about me? The Danhuang Supreme Treasure Cauldron under the Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear spoke quietly, and the voice was subtle. The Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear heard, "Why don't you call me brother when you see me? Are you looking for a fight?" Chu Tian said in a low voice, "Okay, hurry up and do it together. The man is going to run away." Chu Tian didn't understand what kind of magic this was, and the ability to escape was so superb. Hearing this, the Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear and the Danhuang Supreme Treasure Cauldron showed their divine power at the same time, sweeping across the starry sky. Every law of the Great Emperor's Way is closely following every fragment of Yin Anzan. Chu Xiao and Dao Yinzi in the distance looked at each other and looked into Dao Yinzi's arms at the same time. I saw something glowing in Dao Yinzi's arms, and a dazzling figure rushed out. In an instant, the world was shaken, and a powerful divine power swept out. This figure was extremely powerful. With just a wave of his hand, Yin Anzan was beaten back to his original form and turned into fragments again. Rumble. Deep in the universe, thunder tribulation was brewing. But before the thunder clouds gathered, the figure disappeared and rushed into Dao Yinzi's body. Chu Tian looked back and was a little surprised. Which ancestor was so big? The problem that neither he nor divine weapon could solve was solved by the other party in an instant. Looking at the thunder clouds dissipating above his head, Chu Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. His holy demon mountain actually hid such a strong man. He was very relieved. He had suspected before that the opponent he faced this time was very strong and at the same level as him. Those cautious ancestors would not allow Chu Xiao and his wife from the holy venerable realm to come alone. They must have left a perfect backup plan. Now it seems that it is indeed foolproof. Full sense of security. Yin Anzan's body returned to its original state. His face was pale, and his pupils were shocked. Then he whispered, "How is it possible? How can the destruction spell be beaten back to its original form? This is something that the quasi-emperor level can't do at all? That old man lied to me?" As a quasi-emperor, Chu Tian is full of emperor-level secret divine ability, and even using two divine weapons at the same time can't suppress him. It can be seen that the destruction spell is strange. But the figure that appeared just now beat him back to his original form in just a moment, revealing a trace of divine power that shocked the world. I never thought that the first cause and effect I provoked after waking up in this life would be something I couldn't bear. It seems I should listen to the old man. I shouldn't be too arrogant. 877 Yin Anzin looked lonely inside. He had lost the chance to escape again. He looked at Yin Hui, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. You really look like my only sister. Can I take you closer to see you? This time, he didn't call himself the real one. His arrogance has been shattered. Chu Yuan frowned. What are you talking about? Son, do it. Don't talk to him. Although he couldn't beat Yin Anzin, he could do it for Tian. Chu Tian didn't talk nonsense. The quasi-emperor in desperate situation was extremely terrifying. If Yin Hui was held hostage, the consequences would be unimaginable. From the depths of the universe, the Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear and the Dan Emperor's treasure tripod pressed down. The huge pressure caused Yin Anzin's body to split instantly, and the blood of the quasi-emperor flowed. Yin Anzin did not resist, but just stared at Yin Hui. Yin Hui was silent and did not take a step. She did not want to cause any more trouble to Chu Tian and the others. A figure walked out of her body. This was one Qi transforms into 3 purities, S divine ability. This incarnation walked to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian said, Mother. The incarnation shook his head and walked towards Yin Anzin under Chu Tian's guidance. Looking at the incarnation in front of him, his thoughts returned to the past. He smiled lightly, looking relieved. You are as kind as Qingyu, but I hope your kindness can have a different ending from hers. Her kindness killed her. Yin Anzin Qingyu. Qingyu is the name of his sister, who was once the most important person to him. Then his body began to glow and began the process of transformation. Being able to revive in this life and meet Yin Hui can be regarded as untying his knot for many years. He really hasn't seen his sister for too long. Before he disappeared, he shot out a stream of light, and 2 ancient books floated in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian took the ancient books. One was Destruction, and the other was Dark Emperor Sutra. Yin Anzin said, I treat her as my own sister. I hope you can make good use of all this and protect her well. After that, Yin Anzin completely disappeared without a trace. A ball of shining light was left floating in the original place. That was the source power of the dark mystical body. Yin Anzin left it on purpose. This ball of source power rose up and merged into Chu Yuan's body, becoming 3 with him. This source of body not only contains the dark mystical body, but also the cultivation and perception of Yin Anzin quasi-emperor level. In the future, as long as Chu Yuan is willing, he can absorb the cultivation and perception left by Yin Anzin and make his realm rise rapidly. Chu Yuan's expression was complicated. He really couldn't guess who Yin Anzin was, but he could feel that this person, Aj, had experienced great mental trauma, which led to a big change in personality. Alas, as Yin Anzin disappeared, Chu Tian began to clean up the battlefield. 2 divine weapons swept across the imperial light and cleared all the mysterious causes and effects. Dao Yinzi smiled and said, It has the demeanor that our sect's younger generation should have. Chu Tian's cautious back made several people smile with relief. The old man in white robe in the distance flew over quickly and landed in front of everyone. He looked at Chu Tian's back and said, My dear seniors, I have an unwelcome request. Dao Yinzi said happily, Just say it. The old man in white robe looked at Chu Tian. I want to ask him to go see someone. At this time, Chu Tian also came back. Hearing what the old man in white robe said, he asked, Who to see? Reincarnation's sacred body. Chu Tian was stunned when he heard it. Reincarnation's sacred body? In this life, in addition to Sure How, there is actually a second reincarnation sacred body? Could it be a senior sage? Chu Tian looked at Chu Xiao and the other 4 people and said, Grandpa Ancestor, you go back first. I will go with him and come back soon. Chu Xiao nodded and said, Grandpa is not worried about your safety, but don't stay outside for too long. Chu Tian agreed. After the 4 people said goodbye to him, they boarded the ancient bronze ship and left the prehistoric star domain. Chu Tian watched them leave, and then returned to Honghuang's star with the old man in white robe. Name, by Hao Yue age, 7,300 years old realm, Saint Venerable realm 3rd heaven identity, current guardian of the sacred body temple and Honghuang star cultivation talent, medium Dao grade skills, Daoxian ancient scripture fragments, no grade, law treasure, fire spirit holy sword, sacred venerable level, luck, blue, sacred body temple, guardian? Chu Tian had never heard of the sacred body temple. He speculated that it was the birthplace of the first generation of reincarnation sacred body. This temple may have been built to commemorate him. However, this sacred body temple was guarded by a Saint Venerable Realm Strongman. Obviously, the sacred body temple was not as simple as he imagined. Without much thought, Chu Tian followed by Hao Yue, and the two of them stepped into the gray stone-colored Honghuang Star. The spirit chi of Honghuang Star is not strong, far less than that of Yinhuang Realm. Although the former Honghuang Star is located at the edge of the universe, it is one of the powerful star domains comparable to Yinhuang Realm. However, since Ao Chuxiao disappeared, Honghuang Star, which lost the Supreme, suffered revenge from its enemies. Honghuang Star was ruined and declined in the war, and withdrew from the list of powerful stars. Although there are several powerful inheritances in the Honghuang Star domain that are not inferior to the 9 Transcendent Level sects in the Daxu period, they still seem insignificant. You know, the 9 Transcendent Level sects in the Daxu period have become history, and those ancient families and hidden sects that have surfaced are extremely powerful. Compared with the 9 Transcendent Level sects that are mostly ruled by the Dao realm, they are more than a little stronger. Only the status of the two giants, Heavenly Jade Sacred Land and Xingqian Ancient Sect, is unshakable. Having said that, it is rare that the now destitute Honghuang Star still has so many powerful forces. Moreover, Honghuang Star hides a Saint Venerable Realm Strongman. This is probably something that all the forces on Honghuang Star have never expected. Senior, please come this way. The two of them transmigrate the atmosphere of Honghuang Star. Bai Hao Yue's face is full of wrinkles, and he squeezes out a smile that is uglier than crying, and speaks. He leads Chu Tian into a primitive mountain range below. The beasts in the primitive mountains roared, but after feeling the holy power of Bai Hao Yue, they immediately kept silent and hid their heads. The two came to a deep valley in the heart of the primitive mountains. Chu Tian looked around and vaguely felt that this valley revealed an unusual and fierce atmosphere. I saw Bai Hao Yue pinching his fingers and opening a light door, which led to a secret realm. Senior, inside is the sacred body temple, Bai Hao Yue said, making a gesture of invitation. Chu Tian looked at the light gate and said, "You trust me so much? You actually showed me such an important secret." Bai Hao Yue shook his head and chuckled, saying, "I have lived for more than 7,000 years. Although my strength is not that great, I still have a good vision. You are a good person at first glance." Chu Tian was stunned and smiled. Good person? There are no good people in this world of cultivation. Who has not stained the blood of innocent people in the highest realm of cultivation? After speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Since you trust me, I will naturally not let you down." Bai Hao Yue laughed, stepped into the light gate first, and disappeared. Chu Tian followed in, and before he disappeared, a stream of light flew out of his body, controlling this space. No matter how many words are spoken, they are empty. It is impossible to trust someone for no reason when meeting for the first time. One must be on guard against others. Therefore, Chu Tian kept a trick. Inside the light gate, there is a world of birdsong and flowers, like a paradise. In front of him is a bamboo forest, and beside it flows a clear river, running through the north and south. In the river, big roosters drink water and yellow ducks call. Not far away, there are 3 thatched houses, which are extremely simple. Various farm tools are placed in front of the house, and herbs and green vegetables are planted in several acres of fields. Chu Tian looked at the high mountains in the distance. On the top of the mountain, there is an ancient divine sculpture, which is majestic and has a long history. Just by staring, one can feel a sense of righteousness and courage. This should be the sacred body temple. After entering the secret realm, Bai Hao Yue grabbed a handful of rice and scattered it on the ground. He called out, and a group of roosters came back, cluck cluck, and pecked happily. Bai Hao Yue looked at Chu Tian and said, "Don't be surprised, senior. I've gotten used to it over the years. The first thing I do when I get home is to feed them. It doesn't matter. I miss this scene too." Chu Tian looked towards the direction of the earth and shook his head with emotion. This starry sky is no longer the universe it used to be. Everything seems to be true and false, similar and different. He missed the rural scene here, but unfortunately, he could never go back. "Grandpa." Suddenly, a childish voice sounded. The door of the ancient temple on the top of the distant mountain opened, and a little girl in red flew out. The little girl seemed to have just been promoted to the Juden stage not long ago, and she was not very used to flying. Although her speed was quite fast, it was sometimes high and sometimes low, and sometimes she almost fell to the ground. The little girl was very beautiful, with a sky-high braid, and her little face was rosy, like a ripe red apple, very cute. She threw herself into Bai Haoyue's arms, hugged him tightly with her little hands, rubbed her little face hard on his chest, and said, "Grandpa, you are finally back. Ah, I miss you so much." She looked up at Bai Haoyue, although her tender little face was full of innocent smiles. "Hey, Grandpa is just going out for a while." Bai Haoyue embraced Yaya lovingly and teased her. The two talked and laughed, completely forgetting that Chu Tian was still standing next to them. Chu Tian looked at Yaya. His eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Yaya's belly, where there was a ball of golden origin. Sacred body origin. No, something's wrong. Chu Tian frowned. He had felt sure Hao's sacred body origin. Although Yaya's physical constitution origin is similar to Sure Hao's, it is not exactly the same. Is it another kind of constitution? Thinking of this, Chu Tian directly checked Yaya's information panel. Name, AAA age, 3 years old realm, Xuanfu realm first layer identity, sacred venerable by Haoyue's adopted daughter cultivation talent, great emperor physique, ancient divine body skill, Daoxian ancient scripture fragment, no rank, luck, gold, ancient divine body? Chu Tian raised his eyebrows. What kind of physique is this? Among the hundreds of physiques recorded in the universe, there seems to be no such item as ancient divine body. Is there any connection between the samsara sacred body and the ancient divine body? But regardless of whether there is a connection or not, the talent of the ancient divine body is so amazing. It can be said that it is a level higher than Sure Hao's samsara sacred body. Great emperor level talent. Talent destined to achieve the honorable position of great emperor. Is this the biggest difference between the ancient divine body and the samsara sacred body? Big brother, who are you? Yaya flew out of Bai Haoyue's arms and floated in front of Chu Tian, tilting her little head and looking at him curiously, her eyes sparkling, and she laughed. "Big brother, you are so handsome, not much different from Yaya." The innocent words brought Chu Tian's thoughts back. Looking at the young and cute Yaya, Chu Tian stretched out his hand and pinched her chubby little face and asked, "If Big Brother is really a bad guy, will you be afraid?" After hearing this, Aya was not afraid, but giggled and pointed at Chu Tian and said, "Big brother, you are so handsome, how could you be a bad guy?" Chu Tian touched his handsome face and said, "Are all people who look like a teacher not bad people?" Aya nodded, blinking her big black gemstone eyes and said, "Yes, that's what Grandpa told you. Grandpa said that people who look as good as Aya are not bad people, but good people." Speaking of this, she propped up her hands. Such a good person. Chu Tian was amused by her. Bai Haoyue beside him smiled awkwardly, but he was also relieved to see Yaya so happy. Looking at Yaya's innocent smile, Bai Haoyue's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. Chu Tian saw it, but did not ask. He took out a spirit medicine, which had 9 petals, 9 colors, and exuded an attractive fragrance. "This is a holy medicine. Is this for Yaya? Wow, so beautiful." Yaya held the 9-color flower in both hands. The flower was almost the same size as her. The comparison between the two looked very funny. Bai Haoyue was surprised and looked at Chu Tian. He didn't expect that he would take out a holy medicine at once. Holy medicine is rare in the Dharma-ending age and belongs to rare spirit medicine. He quickly thanked him. "Thank you, senior." Chu Tian waved his hand and said, "It's worthless, as long as she likes it." To him, holy medicine is no different from ordinary herbs. There are plenty of them in Zizai Palace, all for viewing. Worthless. Bai Haoyue was embarrassed. How rich must he be to say such a thing? He couldn't imagine it. "Big brother, you gave Yaya such beautiful flowers. Yaya also wants to give you a gift." You can read more daily new novels on fictionzone.net. Both sites share the same login details, so you don't need to sign up again. Chapter 75. Yaya said while holding the 9-colored flower. "Oh, what do you want to give my brother?" Chu Tian asked with a smile. "This." Yaya looked up at the sky, and Chu Tian followed her line of sight. Boom! A golden lightning flashed down instantly, landing 3 inches above Chu Tian's head, and was shattered by the protective spiritual power. Chu Tian was stunned. "This is the gift? A lightning?" Yaya laughed and said, "How about it, big brother? Do you like Yaya's gift?" Grandpa said that many people outside return gifts like this. Chu Tian looked at Bai Haoyue helplessly. Bai Haoyue glanced to the side, with a look of, "Don't ask me, I don't know." However, Chu Tian felt strange. This golden lightning seemed to appear out of thin air. Was it summoned by Yaya? "Yaya, did you summon the golden lightning just now?" Chu Tian asked. Yaya nodded. Yes, big brother, do you want more? Brother doesn't want it. One meeting gift is enough. Chu Tian waved his hand and smiled, then looked at Bai Hao Yue and said, Can you tell me about her now? The person you want to take me to see is her, right? Bai Hao Yue nodded and said, It's her. He coaxed Yaya away and let her go to the river to play. Looking at Yaya innocently chasing the big rooster, he felt satisfied in his heart and said, I don't have much time left. I want to ask the senior to take her away and give her a future. Her talent is shocking. She should not be the guardian of the sacred body temple. The universe and the stars are where she belongs. The legend of the reincarnation sacred body should be written by her selling books. Chu Tian was silent after hearing this. Yaya was not a reincarnation sacred body, but an ancient divine body. But obviously, Bai Hao Yue did not notice the difference in the origin of Yaya's physique. After all, there has never been a physique called an ancient divine body in history, so it is reasonable to mistake it for a reincarnation sacred body. He said, She is only a few years old. It is too cruel to take her away like this. Bai Hao Yue smiled bitterly. Senior has also seen that my life is running out. At most 100 years, I will pass away. At that time, Yaya will only be more painful. It is better to let the senior take her away. It is worse than for her to witness the departure of this old man with her own eyes. Chu Tian did not speak again. It was pitiful that parents in the world were so kind. Although Bai Hao Yue was a sacred venerable and had lived for more than 7,000 years, he regarded Yaya as his own flesh and blood, and could not bear to see her suffer the pain of separation from childhood. He wanted to find a bright future for her. Please agree, senior. Bai Hao Yue wanted to kneel down and beg Chu Tian to agree, but his body was held up by a force and he could not kneel down. He looked at Chu Tian. No need to do this. Chu Tian said, According to age, I should call you senior. I will help you with this favor. But I also have a request. Bai Hao Yue was very pleased with Chu Tian's humble words. Such a character, such a talent, such a strength. He seemed to see the future great emperor standing in front of him. Senior, please say whatever you want. Chu Tian looked at the jumping Yaya. Then he turned his eyes to the ancient temple on the top of the mountain in the distance and asked, Are the sacred body sages of all generations enshrined there? Bai Hao Yue nodded in confirmation and said, Yes, every great accomplishment sacred body will come here to leave a statue. There are already 196 sacred body statues in the temple. These 196 statues mean that from ancient times to the present, there have been 196 great accomplishment sacred bodies who have visited here. If you're curious, you can go in and take a look. However, you are not a sacred body, so you cannot make the statue resonate and teach the sacred body sacred law. After listening to Bai Hao Yue's words, Chu Tian asked in surprise, Can the statue teach the sacred body sacred law? Bai Hao Yue explained, This is what Master told me. Yaya is still young and has not learned anything from the temple, so I have only heard about the legend of the statue and cannot be sure. Chu Tian nodded, and then flew to the ancient temple alone. After he left, Bai Hao Yue waved to Yaya, and with tears in his old eyes, he began to tell the funeral. Yaya, listen carefully to what Grandpa is going to say next. Remember it firmly in your heart, and never forget it, understand? Yaya looked at Bai Hao Yue with a confused face, and his delicate eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Grandpa, Yaya thinks you seem a little sad. The ancient temple is tall and majestic, and the atmosphere is simple and deep. There are 2 sacred beasts carved on the 100-foot-high temple door, which are lifelike, like living things. Chu Tian pushed open the door, and the temple was dark. After walking in, he immediately felt a mountain of pressure on him. This kind of pressure is full of domineering aura, containing the belief of going forward without hesitation and being the only one. Suddenly, Chu Tian frowned, and his thoughts seemed to be drawn. The scene in front of him flashed, and he actually came to a starry sky. The starry sky was quiet, and hundreds of big stars around it emitted brilliant light. In the distance in front of him, there was a tall figure standing there with his back to him. The golden light and blood around the tall figure were boiling, as vigorous as the ocean. He just stood quietly, without any movement, but it seemed that he had stepped on the entire starry universe. In this universe, he is invincible. At this time, in front of the tall figure, the void cracked, and a middle-aged man in a silver robe came out. Facing the tall figure who seemed to be able to suppress the universe, the middle-aged man in the silver robe looked calm and talked to him. As he spoke, the middle-aged man in the silver robe began to cough up blood, and the blood was dark and revealed weirdness. The middle-aged man in the silver robe was very strong, even better than the tall figure. But even though he was so powerful, he suffered an incurable injury and his body was corroded. He was getting weaker and weaker, but he still stood there firmly, and the tall figure seemed to be persuading something. But the middle-aged man in the silver robe shook his head firmly and warned the tall figure. Never look for him. All this should be borne by him. As Emperor Venerable, he should eliminate all enemies for the world. This sentence, transmigrate time and space, was transmitted to Chu Tian's ears. Chu Tian was shocked. It was indeed Emperor Venerable. But what happened to this Emperor Venerable? He actually suffered an incurable injury, kept coughing up black blood, and his breath was weak, as if his life was about to come to an end. No matter what terrible Taoist method the tall figure used, it could not alleviate the injury of the middle-aged man in the silver robe. The middle-aged man in the silver robe asked the tall figure to stop and repeatedly told him not to look for him. Let him protect all spirits until the next Emperor Venerable takes over. The human world cannot be without the Supreme. Finally, the middle-aged man in silver robes embarked on a journey, coughing up blood. The originally upright back gradually bent and finally disappeared, never to be seen again. The tall figure waited for tens of thousands of years, but never waited for the middle-aged man in silver robes to come back. Finally, he also embarked on a journey, left a backup, and disappeared. After he disappeared, a war broke out in this starry sky, and the entire universe was in turmoil, and terrible chaos appeared. Many years later, a man in purple robes appeared out of nowhere, suppressed the stars, swept across the universe, and no one could defeat him. He forcefully quelled all disputes and gave the universe peace. Not long after, he entered the ancient star, and when he came out, he looked into the distance in a daze, as if thinking about something. Tens of thousands of years later, he was at the peak, left a backup, disappeared, and the world never saw him again. Until tens of thousands of years later, an Emperor Venerable was born. This invincible universe knew things that only those who reached this level would understand. This Emperor Venerable looked into the distance, frowned, and finally did not go. Until his old age, he waited for a supreme, an invincible woman who was as charming as him. Finally, the Emperor Venerable left and disappeared in the human world, laying a plan for future generations. Until the invincible woman reached her peak, came to the ancient star, learned about the past, and finally set off resolutely. The scenes in front of him were like light passing by, and Chu Tian was shocked. They were Emperor Venerable level, supreme level existence. Each of them was invincible in the universe, but eventually disappeared and went somewhere. It went on, with accidents and breaks in the process, but they were all continued. The later generations all embarked on the path of the sages without hesitation, fearless. These scenes reminded him of Xian Qing's previous life, Gu Profound Emperor. According to legend, Gu Profound Emperor also went to a certain place and died shortly after returning. He was the Emperor Venerable with the shortest lifespan. Gu Profound Emperor died early probably because he went to that place. He suffered irreparable damage and finally chose to sit in meditation. After 30,000 years of planning, Xian Qing was born. Now it seems that it may not only be Gu Profound Emperor, but also those strong men who stand at the peak of the ultimate path in the human world. They came into contact with things that can only be touched by their realm, and finally chose the same path. Where did they all go? Chu Tian was full of curiosity. He was wondering, if he broke through to Emperor Realm in the future, would he also come into contact with this matter? He also wanted to go there and embark on the path of the sages. Those who broke through to Emperor Realm will have their state of mind sublimated, and their eyes are no longer limited to the universe and the stars. Instead, they look at the place they should look at their level. Therefore, whether it is the ancient emperor of the alien race or the human race Emperor Venerable, they all regard protecting all spirits as their responsibility. This is the responsibility that the strongest should bear. This includes the great accomplishment sacred body of all generations, in the era when Emperor Venerable was not born. They will all stand at the forefront and bear the greatest pressure. Therefore, among all physiques, only the reincarnation sacred body has the loudest reputation. This is the result of the contributions of the predecessors of the sacred body of all generations. Although not Emperor Venerable, it is also Emperor Venerable. The picture in front of him changed, and suddenly he saw the figure of the ancient profound emperor. As Chu Tian guessed, what the ancient profound emperor experienced was no different from that of others. The difference is that others chose to set off at the peak of their prosperity. But the ancient profound emperor began his journey thousands of years after he had achieved enlightenment. After returning, everything seemed normal on the surface. But as the heaven and earth seemed to be weeping, and the way of all things made a sad cry, the world finally understood. The ancient profound emperor, who had only achieved enlightenment for 10,000 years, had already left. The picture faded, and the starry sky returned to tranquility, but the turmoil in Chu Tian's heart could not be calmed for a long time. He didn't know whether his witnessing this scene indicated any special meaning. You can see this picture and understand the past. It seems that you are the one who is about to achieve enlightenment today. 0, please give me flowers. A voice sounded, and an old man appeared in front of Chu Tian, with his back to him, and his face was unknown. Am I the one who is about to achieve enlightenment? Chu Tian shook his head. There are many people who are stronger than me. It is hard to say who will achieve enlightenment first. The realm of Emperor Venerable cannot be achieved by accumulating external things. Luck, perception, everything all must conform to the way of heaven to achieve the great Tao. No one dares to assert that he will succeed in proving the Tao. There are countless geniuses and evildoers in the long river of history. The speed of cultivation is amazing, but they all stop at the quasi-emperor realm and cannot step into the emperor realm. In the end, they will either turn into dust or seal themselves and wait for future opportunities. The other party said that he was the one who was about to achieve the Tao, but Chu Tian did not agree. This was not a lack of confidence, but he thought of the ancestor who rushed out of Dao Yinzi's body before. As soon as the ancestor appeared, he attracted the terrible thunder tribulation. Obviously, his realm has reached the extreme. Such existences are not only in the holy demon mountain, but also in those sacred lands of the extreme Tao. No ancient family? No old monsters in the secluded world? Too many people choose to seal themselves and wait for future opportunities. And there will only be one person who can achieve Emperor Venerable, and it is really hard to predict who it will be. Chu Tian was only sure that he would choose the most appropriate time to try to attain enlightenment. At other times, there was no need to rush to attain enlightenment, as long as the realm was sufficient. After hearing what he said, the old man said to him, "Do you know who you are? And why could you see that scene? Do you think that an ordinary quasi-emperor is qualified to watch it? You will prove your truth, and when you want it, no one can compete with you." The other party seems to be more confident than he is. Does he know himself well? Speaking of which, your talent is indeed unique, but the current realm is still a little short of maturity. Go back. Wait until you are strong enough to come back. Before that, Chu Tian may welcome other people. But you, no matter when you come, I welcome you. After the voice fell, the figure of the old man disappeared. Ah, take her away. The ancient divine body is the crystallization of the wisdom of all the sages. Maybe I can surpass you. At least, there is hope. The last words came, making Chu Tian feel unprecedented pressure. For him who practices God of the Way, this kind of thing is the last thing he wants to encounter. The cause and effect is too big. One wrong step, myriad tribulations will no longer exist. Even the people around him may be dragged into the abyss because of this. Ah, maybe he can surpass me. Chu Tian whispered. He had returned to the temple. In the grand temple, there stood a lifelike statue, a total of 196. The statue in the front was the tall figure that appeared at the beginning of the picture, Ao Chu Xiao. Looking at the vivid statues in the temple, Chu Tian seemed to see nearly 200 great accomplishment sacred bodies looking at him. In an instant, he seemed to see the eternal starry sky being crushed, the Milky Way destroyed, and the star domain bursting. Chu Tian bowed deeply after coming to his senses. These sacred body predecessors have paid so much for this universe, and they deserve his worship. This is respect. Although they are not Emperor Venerable, they do what Emperor Venerable should do. The reincarnation sacred body took up the backbone in the era without emperors, unyielding, and ended the war with war. Then, he closed the door of the temple and left there. When I returned to the thatched cottage, I saw Yaya laughing and chasing a big golden rooster. To be exact, it was the rooster that was chasing her. Yaya was holding a golden feather in her hand, which belonged to the big golden rooster. It was furious and chased Yaya madly. Don't underestimate it just because it is a poultry. It has the cultivation level of Yuan my realm perfection. Among many poultry, it is also a master, and many hens are attracted to it. Just based on its golden feathers, I don't know how many hens have been fascinated. Hee hee, come and chase me, You can't catch up with me. The big golden rooster ran, and she flew. Although he was not very skilled in flying and was shaky, he was very fast. Even if the big golden rooster turned into a flash of lightning, he still couldn't catch up with her. Cluck, 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 cluck. After chasing for a while, the golden rooster roared and stopped in place, panting. It flapped its wings angrily, as if saying something. Look at the shape of its mouth. The curse is quite ugly. In front of the thatched house, Bai Hao Yue watched the fight with his hands behind his back. Chu Tian walked to his side and said, "Haha, senior, how do you watch it?" When Bai Hao Yue said this, his eyes never left the figure of Yaya. His eyes were full of love and reluctance. He had no wife or children in his life. When he returned from an outing 3 years ago, he accidentally met the abandoned Yaya. Since then, she has inadvertently become a very important part of his life. The innocent and romantic Yaya. Every smile of hers can bring long-lost warmth to his lonely heart. Yaya can be said to be his angel of. Chapter 76. Chu Tian recalled the previous scene and said, "It's really great. Facing those sacred body predecessors, I can only look up to them." Bai Hao Yue smiled and said, "Yes, the reincarnation sacred body is the pride of our human race, a special kind of emperor. People with this physique can always create miracles. Although they can't become emperors, in the hearts of many people, the sacred body of great accomplishment is the emperor." Chu Tian nodded, looked at the funny way that Yaya teased the golden rooster, and whispered, "Have you thought about it? Are you sure you want me to take Yaya away?" Bai Hao Yue nodded and sighed. "What else can you think? In fact, the lifespan is not long as just a saying. Even if you can find a precious medicine to prolong your life, you can live for a long time. Yaya is not suitable for here either. She should go to the vast sea of stars and create her own legend." After hearing this, Chu Tian was silent. Indeed, with Yaya's talent, she should not be buried. The old man in the temple said that Yaya is the crystallization of the sages. In the future it means will never be ordinary. The possibility of surpassing others may not be just talk. "Yaya, come to Grandpa." Bai Hao Yue waved. "Huh? Grandpa, why did you call me here?" "I'm playing with Jin." Yaya flew in front of Bai Hao Yue, blinking her big eyes like black gemstones. Jin is the name she gave to the big golden rooster. Bai Hao Yue touched Yaya's head and smiled lovingly. "Do you remember what Grandpa told you before?" Yaya nodded, biting her fingernails and said, "I remember what Grandpa said." Yaya remembers it. Grandpa said to eat on time and sleep on time. Yaya repeated Bai Hao Yue's words. Joanne was innocent. After that, she said happily, "Grandpa, look, Yaya remembers everything. Isn't she amazing?" "Yeah, very amazing. Yaya is the best." Bai Hao Yue turned around and looked up. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" Yaya didn't understand why Bai Hao Yue, idiot, turned his back to her. Chu Tian sighed. The pain of separation is the most difficult to bear. But this is a matter between them after all. Chu Tian is not convenient to interrupt. He believes that Bai Hao Yue will handle it well. Now, he may not have figured out how to talk to Yaya, who depends on him very much. Bai Hao Yue took a deep breath. As a sacred venerable, he didn't expect that one day he would feel so reluctant because of parting with a little girl. Turning around, looking at Aya's innocent face, he forced a smile and said, "Aya, the reason why Grandpa said so much is because Grandpa is going on a long trip and can't come back for the time being." Aya pouted, a little aggrieved, and said, "But Grandpa is not here. What should Aya do? Can't Grandpa take Aya with him?" Bai Hao Yue said, "That matter is very complicated. Grandpa must go alone." "Aya, Grandpa knows you need someone to accompany you." As he said, he pointed to Chu Tian next to him and said with a smile, "This is the brother Grandpa found for you. He is as good-looking as you. You should like him, right?" Aya's little face was full of unhappiness. She glanced at Chu Tian with her big eyes and said, "But Aya likes Grandpa the most. Although the brother is as good-looking as Aya, but..." Her eyes were wet, but she tried hard to hold back and not let herself cry. Even though she was little, she also understood that Bai Hao Yue was determined to keep her. The thing that could be done could only be done by him. Bai Hao Yue squatted down, hugged Yaya, patted her back gently, and comforted her emotions. Chu Tian looked at the grandparents and grandchildren, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not speak. Yaya should go with him. Even if it was not him, she should go to the universe and the stars to find her glory. Staying here would only bury her. The longer the time drags on, the greater the negative impact on the future. Therefore, When Bai Haoyue saw Chu Tian's strength and talent, he quickly made a decision in his heart and invited him to come, just to entrust Yaya to him. Slowly, Yaya's emotions calmed down and finally agreed to leave with Chu Tian. Yaya pointed at the big golden rooster not far away and said, Yaya wants to take Jin with him to have a companion. Bai Haoyue nodded and said, I'll listen to you. Yaya is the most sensible. Yes, Yaya is the most sensible. But, when Grandpa is done, remember to pick me up? Yaya said, and Bai Haoyue nodded with difficulty in her expectant eyes. This may be the last time they meet. Separation of life and death is the inevitable fate of this world, even for emperors. Only by becoming an immortal can one transcend and live forever. Therefore, countless immortal cultivators are pursuing the supreme path, eager to prove the truth and embark on the immortal path. But from ancient times to the present, how many people have really succeeded? How many of those legendary success stories are true? Too few. It's too difficult to become an immortal. Chu Tian looked at Yaya and said, Yaya, from now on, Big Brother will be your master. Are you willing? Master? Yaya looked at Chu Tian with a confused look. Bai Haoyue on the side hurriedly said, Yaya, hurry up, kneel down and kowtow. Chu Tian is a quasi-emperor level strongman, and he is very young. Bai Haoyue is very relieved to have him as Yaya's master. Under Bai Haoyue's guidance, Yaya knelt in front of Chu Tian in a proper manner, kowtowed and shouted, Greetings, Big Brother Master. Big Brother Master? Chu Tian had a strange expression, but did not correct it. Yaya was still young, and he would naturally change when he grew up. Get up. Bai Haoyue helped Chu Tian up, feeling relieved. With Chu Tian, he had fulfilled his last wish. Next, he should use the remaining time to find a person with good moral character to take his place. This way, he can leave with peace of mind. Ding. Rewards for accepting disciples and good luck ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting disciples. Saint grade low grade talent Jinbao, Emperor King grade talent. Meeting the conditions for acceptance, rewards are now issued ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Emperor Dan? 9 Heavens Wandering Dragon ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor King level Spirit Gathering Formation ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shinin Body Origin. Note: this origin can be integrated with anyone with a suitable physique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Daoxian Ancient Scripture. No grade. The rewards for the Accepting Disciple mission have been settled. Without waiting for Chu Tian to sigh, the system spoke first. Is the reward good? Praise me quickly. You came out of my body, and I will praise you well. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. This system is really a joke. Why is it still promoting itself? I dare to come out, but I'm afraid you can't beat me. It's okay. If you can't beat me, I'll call for help. You really don't follow martial ethics. Why are you calling for help? Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Chu Tian no longer cares about this idiot of the system. If he communicates with it too much, he always feels that his IQ will be lowered. But then again, the reward given by the system this time is really good. Emperor Pill. 9 Heavens Wandering Dragon. Alchemy Dao Genius Dan Huang, the only person who has entered the Dao with Dan since ancient times and almost achieved the status of Emperor. He only refined 1 Emperor Pill in his life, which took tens of thousands of years. Now, he has accepted 2 apprentices and got 1 Emperor Pill. In comparison, he suddenly felt a little sympathetic to Dan Huang. No wonder when I played games before, I couldn't help but scold when I met cheaters. It's really annoying. Chu Tian had a smile on his face, but he was secretly proud in his heart. Not only did he have the Emperor Pill, but he also had the apex-level Spirit Gathering Formation. Zizai Palace already had abundant Spirit Chi, and if he added the Spirit Gathering Formation, what would happen? By the way, how large a range could this apex-level Spirit Gathering Formation cover? If it could cover the entire Holy Demon Mountain, bury it under the Sect, wouldn't it be able to comprehensively improve the cultivation speed of everyone on the Holy Demon Mountain? Now that the suppression of the Heavenly Dao has weakened, various secret forces are ready to move. Maybe one day someone will cause trouble for the Holy Demon Mountain. We must quickly improve the overall strength of the sect. This way he can be safer. There is always a limit to how strong an individual can be. When everyone is strong, that is the real strength. The origin of the Shinin physique? Chu Tian remembered that the Shinin physique is a kind of auxiliary physique. It can make people integrate into the spirit chi of heaven and earth, and the body is completely invisible. Even if the other party's realm is higher than you, they can't detect it. And it can also help others become invisible and integrate into any energy body. Absolute invisibility. Of course, if you are only in the Juden realm and the other party is at the Saint Venerable level, it is not so safe. Strength is the hard truth. Chu Tian himself does not intend to integrate this Shinin physique. He has innate Dao fetus to assist in cultivation. Moreover, in addition to innate Dao fetus, he also has other powerful physiques, but he has never used them. After all, the superficial strength is enough, and it is not needed for the time being. As for the last Daoxian ancient scripture, Chu Tian didn't take it seriously. It's just some exercises created by Daoxian ancient emperor. He was tired of taking the emperor-level scriptures, and now he had no interest in them. Although the level of the Daoxian ancient scripture was ungraded, he paid a little attention to it, but he didn't plan to study it when he had time. Everything had been stored in the system space. If the host wanted to take it out, he could do it as soon as he thought about it. After that, Chu Tian stayed in this paradise-like place for 3 days. The reason was simple. Yaya felt that she might not see Bai Hao Yue for a long time, so she wanted to spend more time with him. However, good times are always short. The moment of separation finally came. Chu Tian walked out of the light gate of Secret Realm with Yaya, who was full of tears, and the golden rooster Jin Jin in her arms. Behind him, Bai Hao Yue saw him off with a smile and a touch of loneliness on his old face. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the sky, and something fell down. Bai Hao Yue reached out to catch it, took a closer look, and said in surprise, "1,000-year-old shoju pill." It was a pill that fell from the sky, milky white, with cloud patterns on it, and a show character engraved in the center. The knowledgeable Bai Hao Yue naturally recognized this pill. This is a very rare pill that can increase lifespan. The pill in his hand, as long as he takes it, can increase his lifespan by at least 1,000 years. Bai Hao Yue's heart was full of hope. With this 1,000 years, he might be able to break through to a new realm and live longer. In this way, he might be able to see the day when AA became famous in the world. He naturally knew who gave this pill, and he was very grateful to Chu Tian in his heart. Such a precious pill, he gave it as soon as he said it. It was really generous. Cherish your life. When Yaya grows up, I will bring her back to see you. Don't get into trouble. Yaya will be sad. You are the most important person to her. Chu Tian's faint words came from the elixir. Bai Hao Yue nodded heavily after hearing this. Just before Chu Tian left the Sacred Body Temple secret realm, 2 people in black robes suddenly appeared above the primeval forest outside. They were petite. Although their bodies were covered by black robes, it could be seen that they were 2 women. Is this the place Lord Venerable is talking about? Yes, the Sacred Body Ancestral Temple mentioned by Venerable is here, but it should be in a certain secret realm minister. After he woke up, he asked us to find the Sacred Body Temple. I wonder why. We just did what he told us to do. Well, let's do a carpet search and report back when we get the results. The Sacred Body Temple shouldn't be that simple. We should be more cautious so as not to delay Venerable's important matter. As they talked, they began to search the primeval forest. With their semi-saint Venerable level 3rd transformation, it won't take long for them to turn the primeval forest upside down. Suddenly, a valley in the primeval forest glowed slightly, and space fluctuations came, which instantly attracted the attention of the 2. The space fluctuations only lasted for a moment and then disappeared, but the 2 black-robed women still locked onto this place accurately. The 2 came to the valley, searched carefully, and finally confirmed that there was a secret realm hidden here. It is very likely the Sacred Body Temple. The 2 looked at each other and decided to go back and report first, then turned into a shadow and quickly went away. In the void beside, Chu Tian stood quietly, listening to the conversation between the 2. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed. The secret realm of the Sacred Body Temple is extremely hidden, and the space fluctuation just now was deliberately leaked by him. It was to test these 2 people with impure intentions. It was also to make them think that the target had been locked and go back to report. He could face the so-called Venerable directly. Then, Chu Tian performed the hidden Taoist method. He strengthened this piece of heaven and earth and arranged 108 various killing arrays. Let me see who is planning to attack the Sacred Body predecessor. Chu Tian took Yaya and the golden rooster and quietly followed the 2 black-robed women. The reason why he did not conduct a soul search was mainly because he was afraid of alerting the enemy. That kind of old monster usually sets a ban on the younger generation. If the souls of the 2 are disturbed, it may arouse the other party's vigilance and even know what happened here. So he chose the safest way, tracking. With his realm and attainments in Go Dao, it is impossible to be discovered by tracking. In Tianzhou star domain, on a dim dead star, a light flashed and two women in black robes appeared there. Then, the two sneaked all the way and entered the interior of the dead star. There is actually a cave mansion hidden here, with a closed stone door, and a heart-pounding power is revealed inside. How is the matter going? A voice sounded. The voice was cold and empty, without any emotion. The two knelt on one knee, and the man on the left quickly replied. According to the location given by the adults, a secret realm was indeed found in a valley. Dead. With your strength, you actually found this secret realm so quickly? The owner of the voice seemed a little surprised. Sir Venerable, it's a coincidence that we just arrived there not long ago. The secret realm in the valley just happened to emit a weak spatial fluctuation, which was sensed by us, so we successfully locked the target. The two people told him everything they knew. The owner of the cave didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he shouted, "Oh no, you've fallen into a trap." Before he finished speaking, 10 young men in white came over with their hands behind their backs behind the two women in black. Behind him was a little girl riding a golden rooster. What's going on? The two women in black were so scared that their faces changed drastically, and they quickly turned to look at Chu Tian. Just as they were about to speak, Chu Tian raised his finger lightly, and with a bang, the two of them instantly turned into blood mist, leaving no bones. You did a good job, Chu Tian said calmly. His eyes turned to the cave. It seemed as if he could penetrate the stone wall engraved with a powerful concealment array and see the scene inside directly. I thought it was a big shot, but it turned out to be a small shrimp, wasting my time. The venerable lord in the cave. Chu Tian's words left him speechless. I am a small shrimp? Bang! The stone door exploded, and an old man in a gray robe rushed out. The speed was amazing, and he was about to grab Chu Tian's neck. Stop! As soon as the one-word mantra came out, the old man was instantly fixed in midair and couldn't move. Not good. One word makes me unable to move. This is a one-word mantra. The gray-robed old man was so scared that his face changed drastically, and he could no longer remain calm. With his terrifying strength, he couldn't resist the pressure of the other party's one word. He roared in his heart. What big shot did these two idiots provoke? Chapter 77. Could it be the guardian of the sacred body temple? No. In this Dharma-ending age, even the guardian of the sacred body temple cannot be so strong. Finally, the gray-robed old man stared at Chu Tian and asked gloomily, Who are you? Chu Tian ignored him and began to check the other party's information. Name, Wuwang age, 9,000 years old realm, Great Saint Venerable Third Heaven identity, member of the ancient heaven-stealing organization cultivation talent, Saint Grade Intermediate Kung Fu, Celestial Immortal Record Fragments, No Level, Law Treasure, Dao Tian Compass, Great Saint Venerable Level, Luck, Blue, Heaven-Stealing Organization? Chu Tian frowned as he read various ancient books in the Sutra Pavilion of the Holy Demon Mountain. It seems that the Heaven-Stealing Organization was not mentioned in the ancient books. This name makes people feel uneasy. You always go against the heaven and steal the heaven. The heaven provides you with cultivation. Does it hinder you? Chu Tian was a little speechless, but he clearly felt that this unrecorded organization of stealing the heaven was by no means simple. Didn't you hear me asking you? Answer me. Seeing Chu Tian ignore him, the gray-robed old man roared. Pa! Chu Tian slapped him in the face and said coldly, Can't you see your situation? Can't you tell the difference? The gray-robed old man was a little confused by the slap and stayed where he was, and then his face became more gloomy. However, it was obvious that his mind was much clearer. Didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. I ask you questions. Chu Tian said, The result of dissatisfaction is death. The old man in gray robe was silent. Dig. Another slap on the other side of his face. Even if the old man in gray robe was a great Saint Venerable level, his cheeks were swollen and red. This was the result of Chu Tian's mercy, otherwise he would have been killed with a slap. I'm asking you, why don't you answer? The old man in gray robe was speechless. What did you ask me? Pa. Another slap. The old man in gray robe was really convinced. Who is this person? He said anxiously. Ask, you ask. Chu Tian said, How many people did the Tian Sealing Organization resurrect? Hearing this, the old man in gray robe widened his eyes and looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. His expression seemed to be saying, "How do you know the Tian Sealing Organization?" Suddenly, Chu Tian stared at him and was about to take action. The old man in gray robe hurriedly said, "I don't know. The members of the organization don't know each other and rarely contact each other." Chu Tian saw that he didn't seem to be lying, so he asked again, "Why did you send people to find the sacred body temple?" This time, the gray-robed old man hesitated, looked embarrassed, and didn't answer. "Pa!" He was greeted with another slap. "Don't think I can't see that you are not a hardbone. There is no one else here. Who are you pretending for?" Chu Tian said. Hearing this, the gray-robed old man felt insulted and wanted to curse. But when the words came to his lips, they softened like a deflated ball. "It's not that I don't want to say it, it's that I can't say it." He revealed a little secret, and Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "It turns out that you are not even a small shrimp, and you are a great saint venerable level, but you are actually banned in your body? It's ridiculous." The gray-robed old man corrected, "I volunteered, and I am one of the leaders of the organization, not a small shrimp." Chu Tian emphasized the small shrimp several times, which hurt his heart and hurt his self-esteem. He is a great saint venerable level other strong people, who have a high status wherever they go. How could he be just a small shrimp? Absolutely impossible. Chu Tian was too lazy to argue with him about this. He just stretched out his hand and pressed it on the gray-robed old man's head, his palm glowing. "No, you can't search my soul. I will die." "Stop, stop it." The gray-robed old man screamed in fear. His face was pale, and he didn't look like a great saint venerable level at all. Chu Tian looked down at him. His mouth curled up and said, "What does your life or death have to do with me? If you can't answer me, I'll have to find the answer myself." The gray-robed old man gritted his teeth. "Even if you search your soul, you won't get the answer you want. I don't know where you got the news about the organization, but all the secrets of the Tian organization can't be dug out by outsiders." As soon as he finished speaking, before he could continue to talk, Chu Tian had already performed the soul-searching technique. He was very cautious and only searched for some irrelevant information at first, slowly went deeper into the memory. Soon, his power touched a shackle. This should be the secret of the Tian organization. The shackles were covered with dense runes, guarding the important memories behind them. As long as Chu Tian's magic power forced contact, the shackles would form a destructive storm with all the runes and explode instantly. The life of the gray-robed old man would also disappear instantly. The gray-robed old man had already started to roll his eyes, and his memory was disturbed by Chu Tian's powerful power, making him miserable. Chu Tian stopped moving, and the old man in gray robes endured the severe pain and sneered, trying to mock Chu Tian. Bang! He exploded directly, and the body fragments scattered, and blood splattered all over the ground. "You are no longer worthy of talking to me." Chu Tian raised his hand and grabbed the air, and the old man in gray robes instantly exploded like a watermelon, and the body fragments scattered. His other hand covered Yaya's eyes, in order to prevent this scene from bringing a strong impact to the little girl's young mind. Crack! Crack! Jean Jin's eyes widened, full of horror, and glanced at Chu Tian. The chicken legs were soft, unable to stand steadily, and the feathers all over the body exploded. Chu Tian waved his hand and cleared the body of the old man in gray, and the cave became fresh again. The Tian Stealing Organization has strict control over its subordinates, and they cannot force soul search. If the soul cannot be searched, it means that key information cannot be obtained, and the old man in gray is naturally useless. So, he solved it simply and neatly. However, since the top leaders of the Tian Stealing Organization ordered the old man in gray to find Sacred Body Temple, there must be something going on. Although the gray-clothed old man is dead, they will definitely send someone to find the Sacred Body Temple. After thinking for a while, Chu Tian had an idea in his mind. Turning around, he saw that Jean Jin's 2 chicken legs were trembling. His eyes were full of fear for himself, as if he was looking at a demon. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm a good man. You just play with Yaya obediently, so you won't become a roasted chicken. Let me tell you first, I have a very smart apprentice. He has a lot of tricks, so be careful when the time comes. Don't really get roasted." Jean Jin wailed after hearing this, and turned to look at Yaya. Yaya bit her fingers, and the sky-high braid on her head shook. He tilted his head with a puzzled look and asked, "Why do you want to roast Jean Jin?" Chu Tian said, "Of course it's because it tastes good." Giggle. Jean Jin wailed again. It felt Yaya staring down at it, muttering, "Delicious, Really delicious? Jean felt a chill on his back, as if being stared at by a little devil. Leaving the interior of this dead planet, Chu Tian destroyed the Death Star with a wave of his hand, broke up the reincarnation, and cut off the cause and effect. This time he was particularly careful. The Thief of Heaven organization is mysterious and unpredictable. The Great Saint Venerable Level is just a soldier, and there must be many masters behind it. When dealing with such an existence, you must concentrate. Chu Tian believed that there might be some cause and effect between the Thief of Heaven organization and the Reincarnation Sacred Body. His eldest disciple is the Reincarnation Sacred Body, and the fourth disciple is the Ancient Divine Body. This is destined to have an indissoluble bond between him and the Thief of Heaven organization. This incident is just a foreshadowing. When it comes to competing with the Thief of Heaven organization, it may eventually turn into a contest between the Holy Demon Mountain and the Thief of Heaven organization. Chu Tian took out the bronze compass and activated the mysterious power, covering the entire space, stripping away all his mysterious causes and effects. It was not until he left with Yaya and Jean that a great destruction occurred here. A huge black hole appeared and swallowed everything here. 1 month after Chu Tian left, the space here suddenly fluctuated, and a terrifying figure walked out of the void. He was a middle-aged man, wearing golden armor, with a stern face. He was tall and mighty, standing there, with a terrifying aura around him. Wu is dead as expected, the middle-aged man in golden armor said in a low voice, looking at the black hole in front of him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the black hole shattered and was compressed into a point until it disappeared. Then, he continued to perform Taoist magic to deduce the situation here. In the starry sky, the mysterious line jumped and the cause and effect were turned over. The middle-aged man in golden armor was very powerful. The vast spiritual power was woven into a powerful deduction method, trying to restore everything that happened here. However, as powerful as he was, he failed. Can't be restored. The mystery here has no trace of cause and effect, not even Wu Wang's. This makes people wonder if there is something wrong with the organization's positioning of Wu Wang's hiding place. It seems that he is being targeted by a powerful existence. The middle-aged man in golden armor whispered, and then narrowed his eyes and said, "No matter who it is, if you touch the strong men of our Tian organization, I will kill you if I meet you." He exudes a terrible murderous intent, like a substance, like a killing god walking out of hell. "I'm here, come and kill me." Chu Tian appeared from a dead star not far away, standing there, with his hands behind his back, speaking in a relaxed tone. He looked at the middle-aged man in golden armor, with a smile on his lips. After waiting for a month, a big fish finally came. This middle-aged man in golden armor turned out to be a quasi-emperor-level strongman. Name, Jin Wudao. Age, 12,000 years old. Realm, Quasi-Emperor Second Layer. Heaven Identity, one of the guardians of the Heaven-Stealing Organization. Cultivation Talent, Saint Grade Medium Constitution, Taijin Xin Body Skills, Jinji Shanju, Quasi-Emperor Level, Celestial Immortal Record Fragments, No Grade, Divine Ability, Jin Xin Sword Domain Law Treasure, Golden Dragon Sword, Quasi-Emperor Level, Luck, Red, the Guardian of the Heaven-Stealing Organization. This status should not be low, but I don't know if there are any restrictions in Dao Body. Chu Tian whispered. The middle-aged man in the golden robe looked over, his face suddenly changed. Without a word of nonsense, a sword made of dragon bones appeared in his hand. He turned into a golden lightning, appeared above Chu Tian's head in an instant, and chopped down with the sword. Sure. Chu Tian reached out and grabbed his sword, his body motionless, looking up at the surprised middle-aged man in the golden robe. He just exerted force lightly, and with a click, the law treasure of the man in the golden robe shattered instantly and turned into fragments. How is it possible? The man in the golden robe quickly stepped back, looking down at the golden dragon sword with only the hilt left, and was horrified. This is a quasi-divine weapon, not an ordinary thing. How could it be crushed in an instant? What is the strength of this guy? Let me ask you a question. A word came from the front. The man in the golden robe was startled and was about to retreat. Chu Tian, who had appeared in front of him, stretched out his hand to grab his neck and lifted him up in the air. Dare to approach me? It is your biggest mistake. I am a master of physical training. The man in the golden robe is worthy of being a quasi-emperor level strongman. Even at this time, he is still calm. He is very confident in his physique. To Jingshuan body, unparalleled attack power, the same level cultivator, if hit by his punch, will definitely be seriously injured. Golden fist. The man in the golden robe shouted angrily. His right fist shone with brilliant golden light and punched Chu Tian's head. Crack. The sound of bones breaking came. The man in the golden robe screamed, covered his hands, and his face was hideous. He punched the other person's head, but his fist was shattered. Is the juggling over? Chu Tian remained calm. His expression was concentrated. At the same level, dozens of Emperor Venerables combined were not enough for him to fight. So what was the man in the golden robe? As long as he didn't hold back, he could be solved in an instant. Seal. The one-word mantra locked all the movements of the man in the golden robe. Just as Chu Tian was about to interrogate him, suddenly, the body of the golden follower began to glow. A breath of destruction emanated from his body. Ah! Why? I have been loyal for thousands of years. Why do you treat me like this? The man in the golden robe looked terrified and shouted unwillingly. Bang! His body suddenly expanded and exploded. Self-explosion. Boom 583 boom. The Tianzhou star domain was not big to begin with, and there were only 100 stars of life. Under the self-explosion of the man in the golden robe, half of the star domain was destroyed in this explosion. The destructive fluctuations formed a flashing mushroom cloud tens of millions of miles wide, rising in the starry sky. Countless stars turned to ashes, and countless lives were charred. At the center of the explosion, a huge black hole appeared, and the suction force surged like a storm, swallowing everything. In the center of the black hole, an ancient dark spear floated out, and he was heard cursing. Oh my God, you should talk nicely. Why did it explode? If it explodes, why can't you use that broken tripod to block it? His tone was full of dissatisfaction, and his words revealed his dislike for a certain tripod. In his body, Chu Tian sat cross-legged, his chest heaving, and his blood churning. The self-explosion of the quasi-emperor level is terrifying, far exceeding its own strength. The destructive power is enough to threaten any quasi-emperor level existence. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken out the Demon Ancestor God-killing gun and hid inside, he would have been injured. How cruel. A quasi-emperor level thing, thrown away as it pleases. What kind of existence is the heaven-stealing organization? He understood that the middle-aged man in the golden robe did not self-destruct voluntarily, but was controlled and had no choice. Chu Tian calmed down the fluctuations of blood and qi in his body, opened his eyes, and looked at the starry sky through the Demon Ancestor God-killing gun. Every failure makes a wiser person. They shouldn't come again, right? Then, he controlled the Demon Ancestor God-killing gun to fly towards the direction of the ancient star domain. The heaven-stealing organization has set its sights on the sacred body temple and probably won't give up easily. Waiting for the rabbit is too stupid. The best way, and the most labor-saving way, is to prevent them from finding the sacred body temple. As an ancient divine weapon of the apex level, the Demon Ancestor God-killing gun is very powerful, and the gun body exudes divine power. The chaotic energy gathered above the head was like clouds, and the law of the Emperor crushed the void. It flew very arrogantly, at an astonishing speed, and headed straight for the ancient star domain. As my law weapon, can you learn from my strengths? Can you be more low-key? Are you afraid that others don't know that there is an ancient divine weapon flying here? Who knew that after hearing this, it actually said, "How did you know?" I did it on purpose, for fear that others would not know. If others don't know, how can I pretend to be cool? Chu Tian corrected it. You are wrong, very wrong. It is not best to pretend to be cool in public. The highest level is to pretend to be cool invisibly. There is a saying that pretending to be cool invisibly is the most deadly. The Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear was silent, obviously thinking about whether Chu Tian was right. Not long after, the Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear restrained all its breath and shot out a ray of light, flying far behind. It erased its previous whereabouts, but left a faint divine power. In this way, others can feel the divine weapon passing by, but they can't figure out its trajectory. Let me be invisible and cool. Please give me some flowers and votes and all the data. Thank
you.
Chapter 78. On the Ancient Star. Chu Tian took back the Demon Ancestor's God-killing spear and came to the primeval forest again. He did not immediately look for Bai Haoyue, but hid. He expected that the heaven-stealing organization would come again, so before changing places, he dug a pit for them. He did not believe that they would not feel pain in their hearts after losing such powerful people as Great Saint and Quasi-Emperor one after another. A month later, a young man in purple seemed to pass by here inadvertently and flew over the primeval forest. His speed was not fast, and his eyes seemed to be looking straight ahead, but in fact his spiritual sense covered the entire primeval forest. Strange. Why can't I find it? The young man in purple wondered, and then pointed his finger at his forehead. A vertical crack appeared there, and then the vertical crack opened, and there was an eye hidden inside. Immortal eye, craftsman, he whispered in his heart, and the vertical eye in his forehead burst into purple divine light. It emitted terrible power and enveloped the entire primeval forest. Suddenly, a young man in white appeared right above him. What? The purple-clothed youth was shocked. With his strength, someone was so close to him. In shock, he attacked instantly and turned to throw a punch. Bang! What greeted him was a knife-handed blow on his neck. It instantly sealed all the power in his body, as if suppressing him to be an ordinary person. The purple-clothed youth's head tilted and he fainted. Chu Tian's power made him unable to resist. Then, Chu Tian carried the purple-clothed youth and disappeared. In the second month, someone else came. For months later, Chu Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, finally did not wait for any suspicious people. The Tian-stealing organization seemed to have temporarily given up the action. After all, the continuous loss of strong people was a headache even for them. Chu Tian came to the valley and contacted by Hao Yue through a trace of spiritual sense left in the secret realm of the Sacred Body Ancestral Temple. Suddenly, a light door appeared in front of him. Bai Hao Yue walked out in a hurry. Seeing Chu Tian, he immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, "Senior, please come in and talk in detail." Just now, a trace of Chu Tian's spiritual sense had told him what happened. Someone actually coveted the Sacred Body Temple. What is their purpose? The Sacred Body Temple is only useful to the reincarnation Sacred Body, but to others, it is just an ordinary statue. It is not worth sending strong men to find it one after another. Unless the Sacred Body Temple hides a secret that even he doesn't know. After careful discussion with Bai Hao Yue, the two finally decided to move the Sacred Body Temple secret realm. Where to move? After moving the secret realm, Chu Tian carved a killing array underground in the primeval forest. On the basis of the original 108 killing arrays, he increased the number and power. Moreover, many of them are poison arrays and curse arrays. The power of this kind of array is not terrible, but once poisoned or cursed, it is difficult to remove. After setting the trigger conditions, Chu Tian set off on his way home with Yaya riding Jinjin. Yinhuang Realm, Holy Demon Mountain. Deacon Shun, who was on duty daily, leaned leisurely on the recliner. He held a book in his hand, reading it with relish, and occasionally laughed strangely. The disciples guarding the gate looked at each other and became very interested in the booklet in Deacon Shun's hand. What book did Deacon Shun keep holding for several months? Is it some kind of profound and unfathomable practice or divine ability? It should be. Only this kind of book can arouse the interest of the elders. At this time, the space above the square in front of the gate cracked. 3 lions with flames all over their bodies rushed out pulling a chariot. Roar! The 3 flame lions roared. The sound was like thunder, deafening. Several gatekeepers were shocked and turned pale, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Who dares to be so presumptuous at the gate of the Holy Demon Mountain? Deacon Shun put away the booklet and shouted loudly, waving his hand and releasing the breath of the infant transformation realm. Protecting several gatekeepers behind him, he looked at the 3 flame lions coldly. Flame lions. Is the elder of Heavenly Jade Sacred Land in the chariot? Lions pulling chariots. This is the pomp of the elders of Heavenly Jade Sacred Land traveling. In the Yinhuang realm, everyone with a little status and strength knows it. Roar. The flame lions kept roaring, with no intention of stopping. Evil beast. Deacon Shun narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to grab. All 3 flame lions whose strength reached the late stage of the Xuanfu realm were silenced. The 3 flame lions immediately felt fear and lowered their heads. Haha, sorry. Animals are hard to discipline. Blame me. At this time, the curtain of the chariot was lifted, and an old man in a silver robe walked out with a smile. He said something as if he was apologizing, but there was no trace of apology on his face. Elder Wu, if you can't control it, I can do it for you. Deacon Shun snorted coldly. He was very familiar with the person. The elders of Dao Sacred Land are all people with great backgrounds. They are well known, and their strength has reached the level of Tianyan realm. Deacon Shun asked again, "You suddenly visited. What's the matter?" Elder Wu smiled and said, "It's true, but with your status, it's not enough to talk to me directly. Take me to see the Holy Demon Hub." The Holy Demon Hub is the name of Grand Palace Master Duamu Yin. This person called the Grand Palace Master by his real name, which was already extremely disrespectful. Deacon Shun was furious, and the Immortal List had not yet selected the new 9 Transcendent Level sections. These hypocrites from Heavenly Jade Sacred Land began to put pressure on them. It's just the extreme Sacred Land. What's so great about it? In Deacon Shun's mind, these sacred lands are not a big deal at all. In addition to being pretentious, he still likes to be pretentious. He likes to show off his status wherever he goes, which makes people feel disgusted. I really don't understand. What's there to pretend? Facing Elder Wu's rudeness, Deacon Shun was not a pushover Pu Dao. "I'm sorry, your status is not enough to directly pay a visit to the Grand Palace Master of our sect. If you want to see him, let your Holy Lord come." Elder Wu sneered. In his eyes, Deacon Shun was just a clown. How dare he speak so arrogantly in front of him with a mere infant transformation realm? Although he is an elder of Heavenly Jade Sacred Land, his cultivation is the 9th layer of the Heavenly Evolution realm, the same as the Holy Demon Core. So, why can't he meet him directly? Since it is not easy for you to practice, I will not bully the weak and let you go this time. If you speak rudely to the Holy Lord again, I will teach you a lesson even at the gate of the Holy Demon Mountain. Elder Wu said, "Let me in quickly. If it's too late, I'll leave." When Sacred Land blames you, can you afford it? Who knew that facing his threat, Deacon Shin didn't buy it at all, waved his hand and said, "Goodbye, I won't see you off." Wait until you Sacred Land blames us. At most the gate guarding will be postponed for a year. Elder Wu was very angry with him. Who is this person? Can't he see the seriousness of the matter? This time, he came on behalf of Heavenly Jade Sacred Land, and this person didn't even give him face. "Elder Wu, why did you come to visit suddenly?" At this time, the voice of the Grand Palace Master came from the air, but he was still standing on the Holy Demon Palace, looking over here. He had no intention of meeting Elder Wu. Elder Wu looked into the depths of the Holy Demon Mountain and said, "Is this the way of hospitality in the Holy Demon Mountain? You keep me out? Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to take action. I'm in a bad mood recently." At this time, a voice came from the Zizai Palace, with anger. The sound wave hit Elder Wu, instantly knocking him back hundreds of miles, and he was slightly injured. "Damn it! An ancestor of a sect actually attacked me." Elder Wu mistakenly thought that it was the true spirit ancestor who attacked him. After all, on the surface, there was only one ancestor in the realm of Taoism in the Holy Demon Mountain. The only one who could hurt him with just one word was that person. Elder Wu's face was ashen, and he came to the sky above the gate of the Holy Demon Mountain again, took a look inside, and cursed in his heart. "You won't be proud for long. Just wait and see. Once the ranking of the Immortal ranking is released, everything will be very different. Humph. Even if you, the Holy Demon Mountain, have hidden some strength before, you are still far behind the ancient clan with a deep foundation." From the direction of the Holy Demon Palace, the voice of the Grand Palace Master came. "If you have something to say, just say it." Elder Wu said, "Convey the order of the Holy Lord. 1 year later, the Immortal ranking will be officially opened. Invite Holy Demon Mountain to participate and actively strive for ranking." As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Palace Master replied, "I know. Tell Holy Lord Tianxian that our Holy Demon Mountain will withdraw from the competition for the Immortal ranking." As if he had already anticipated this, Elder Wu sneered, "Convey the order of the Holy Lord." Whether participating or not, all sects of the top 9 Transcendent Level sects must be present. Don't rush to answer, Grand Palace Master of Holy Demon. This rule has existed since ancient times. Do you want to make it special for Holy Demon Mountain? Grand Palace Master, go back and tell your Holy Lord that Holy Demon Mountain will be present 1 year later. That's the best Goodbye. Elder Wu sneered and walked into the chariot. The 3-headed flame hero pulled the chariot away, rushed into the void in the distance, and disappeared. In the Holy Demon Palace, the Grand Palace Master stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the direction where Elder Wu disappeared, his eyes calm. In the battle for the Immortal List, even if the previous 9 Transcendent Level sects withdrew from the competition, they must be present. This is a ritual of alternation between the old and the new. Of course, that's what Yongdian said. To put it bluntly, it's a show of strength. Those who are truly powerful usually don't withdraw from the battle for the immortal list. Only those who are not powerful will withdraw. Therefore, when the new 9 Transcendent Level sects are born, they will begin to divide the seats of the top 9 Transcendent Level sections. Those who are far away will share resources, and those who are close will not only get resources, but also territory. Haha, I don't know which unlucky guy will be selected as our holy child. The Grand Palace Master laughed, and was actually looking forward to it. Holy Demon Mountain has been prepared for a long time, and everything is under control. They are fearless. Whoever comes will be taken. In the Zizai Palace, Chu Yuan sat at the table drinking tea, looking irritable. In Hui sat next to him, looking at his sad face and said, "Don't want to go in? Didn't you say that it's a good place? It's more comfortable outside. Anyway, how old am I? 400 years old? Who would believe that I died like this?" Chu Yuan said. Half a year ago, after they returned to the Holy Demon Mountain, Chu Xiao had ordered him. He must enter the ancestral mausoleum within a year and announce his death. If he is not seen entering by then, Chu Xiao will come out to welcome him in person. In Hui smiled and said, "I'll give you an idea. Go find your grandfather. He can cure your father." Hearing this, Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of it? It is said that the older generation is close. His grandfather will definitely spoil him. Not to say that he will not enter the ancestral mausoleum. At least enter later, the old man should agree, right? Suddenly, he thought of something again, and his expression collapsed again. In Hui asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Isn't this method feasible? You may get beaten, but aren't you used to it? Being beaten is worthwhile to be free outside for hundreds of years?" Chu Yuan reminded, "You forgot that my father also has a grandfather. I look for my grandfather. He looks for his grandfather. When will this end? Is the family going to have a big war?" In Hui. She actually forgot about this. The Chu family has many ancestors. Before, after she married Chu Yuan, she also went in to pay homage to the ancestors of the Chu family and got a lot of good things. From then on, she deeply understood the meaning of fear and background. In Hui said, "I have another way." Chu Yuan suddenly raised his head and looked at her, his eyes full of expectation. He really didn't want to die so early. "My son may be able to convince his grandfather. The old man loves this precious grandson the most." Hearing this, Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes, there is still a trump card for his son. No, it's a trump card. By the way, why hasn't Tianer come back for so long? It's been more than half a year. He left with that old man. Could there be any accidents? In Hui was a little worried. Although she often taught Chu Tian a lesson, she still loved her son very much. Accident? What kind of accident can happen with my son's strength? The last time I saw him take action, I was almost scared to run away. I know this guy is hiding a lot of things, but I didn't expect that he hid a lot. Didn't you see the expressions of the old man and the old ancestor Inzi at that time? Their mouths were open enough to swallow a planet. It's funny to think about it, haha. Chu Yuan is full of confidence in Chu Tian's strength. Unless he goes to the forbidden area to make trouble, nothing will happen. By the way, the old man seems to have asked before talking about the ancestral tomb. Wait for Tianer to come back and let him go to see him. What does this mean? He suddenly realized this is not going to be a double blow, right? In Hui seemed to see through his thoughts, shook her head and said, "It shouldn't be. There may be other things to find Tianer." But the more Chu Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible and said, "Wife, I've thought about it. Let's run away. Run to a far place and come back when you have enough fun." As he said, "Good Zhao." He had already begun to calculate how long the treasure that could save his life could last. In Hui was a little helpless and punched Chu Yuan's chest lightly and said, "Can you be a little more promising? Have you forgotten how we came back? If it weren't for the old man and the others to save me, I'm afraid." Chu Yuan certainly knew that running away was not the best strategy, otherwise he wouldn't have stayed in Zizai Palace for the past 6 months. But it's really not appropriate for him to go to Zuling at this age. Although the environment there is not bad, but it always feels weird, not suitable for young people like him. When he thought about someone holding a funeral for him, he felt goosebumps all over his body and his back was chilled. Let's wait for Tianer to come back. What if the old man didn't tell him about the sitting and passing away? Wouldn't that be counterproductive? In Hui said again, "You ran away this time, and I guess the physical pain will be light when you come back next time." "Indeed. Wait for my son to come back and discuss it." Chu Yuan nodded. He should not be reckless and be cautious when confronting the old man head-on. He continued, If it is really as I guessed, let my son keep an eye on the old man for a while. He can beat me, but he can't beat his grandson, In Hui rolled her eyes and said helplessly, you are really a filial son. Do you think our son can do such a thing like you? Chu Yuan recalled the scene when he was undergoing the Holy Tribulation, and the Holy Tribulation was interfered and enhanced by a mysterious person. He suspected very much that it was Chu Tian who did it. Especially after seeing Chu Tian's true strength, he was more certain. It's hard to say, your eldest son is also very filial. At this time, In Hui looked at a cultivation cave mansion in the distance and said, the disciples my son has accepted have good qualifications, and they even have samsara sacred body. The two lived in Zizai Palace for half a year, and gradually became familiar with Sure Hao and the other two who occasionally appeared. As for the talent of Sure Hao and the two saw it with their eyes and were shocked in their hearts. Chu Yuan nodded and said, in the future, when the three of them grow up, they are all qualified to inherit the position of the master of Zizai Palace. In the future, entering the ancestral mausoleum is also a foregone conclusion. Chapter 79. 2 months later, Chu Tian returned. In front of the gate of the Holy Demon Mountain, Chu Tian appeared in the air with Yaya riding Jinjin and walked towards the door after landing. Deacon Shen, who was leaning on the recliner, moved the notebook in front of his eyes and looked forward. After seeing Chu Tian, his eyes lit up, and he stood up and said, meet the master of Zizai Palace. I have been out for many days. Welcome home. Chu Tian nodded and smiled. Thank you, Deacon Shen. Why do you always work here? It has been a long time, right? Haha, it happens to be my turn today. The punishment of the master of Samsara Palace has passed, and this is just a normal shift. What a cute girl, master. What is this? Deacon Shun looked at Yaya, who was following behind Chu Tian. Seeing that she was riding a big rooster of the Yuamai realm, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This mount is quite unique. Oh Yoi. Chu Tian turned his head and gestured, this is Deacon Shun, come and salute. Hearing this, Yaya floated lightly from Jinjin's back and landed on the ground. Bending down and saluting in a proper manner, he said in a baby voice, meet Deacon Shun. Haha, not bad, not bad. Deacon Shin looked at the cute Yaya and liked it very much. He said, here, this is a meeting gift, take it quickly. He took out a turquoise bracelet, which was a space law weapon that could store items. Meeting gift? Yaya held up the jade bracelet with her little hand and looked at it in front of her eyes, her big, gem-like eyes sparkling. So beautiful, thank you, Deacon Shun. Although you are not handsome, the gift you gave me is very nice. Children speak without restraint. Chu Tian was a little embarrassed. The second half of the sentence would be enough, and the first half did not need to be said. It's okay, it's okay. Deacon Shun's mouth twitched, but he was not angry. He waved his hand and smiled. Master Zizai, this is also your disciple, right? Chu Tian nodded. The fourth disciple, the aptitude is not bad. Congratulations, Zizai Palace will be supported by Sure Hao and other talented juniors in the future. Our confidence in Shengma Mountain will become more and more sufficient. Deacon Shin smiled. Just as he was about to make way and invite Chu Tian and Ko in, Yaya suddenly looked at Deacon Shin and said, Deacon Shun, my grandfather said that if someone gives me a gift, Yaya should give me a gift in return. Deacon Shin laughed and asked, what are you going to give me? Yaya laughed and raised his hand to the sky. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Tian suddenly interrupted him and said, Deacon Shun, I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do, and I have to go back to the peak immediately. Let's talk about the gift next time. Chu Tian really didn't want to see Deacon Shen being struck by lightning. He found an excuse and took Aya back to Zizai Palace. 940 Deacon Shen looked at the backs of the two and whispered in confusion. Strange, the master of Zizai Palace has never been a stingy person. Why did he even stop his disciples from giving him a gift this time? He could see that Chu Tian didn't really have something to do, but was looking for a reason to stop Aya from giving him a gift. Could it be that the girl's gift was very special? What was it? Forget it, let's just read books. Young people should read more. There is no end to learning. In the Zizai Palace, Jinbao was discussing something with Sure Hao and Xianqing. He became more and more excited as he spoke, with a gleam in his eyes. Two senior brothers, what I said is true. Tomb robbing is addictive and can't be stopped. And we can get a lot of treasures, and our family assets will become richer and richer. Xianqing couldn't help but think of Zhenbao's tomb robbing in the ancient profound emperor's mausoleum. He said helplessly, why are you so obsessed with tomb robbing? How unlucky is it? It's better to rob directly. Let's kidnap the daughters of several big families and let their families pay money to redeem them. We will definitely make a fortune. Since he merged with the Emperor's heart, he has recovered a lot of memories, and as his strength increased, he has more and more memories. After merging some special memories, he learned about the various hardships of the ancient profound emperor before he became a Taoist, and the source of the large amount of cultivation resources he accumulated in his previous life. Kidnapping. Sounds like a good idea. Jinbao nodded and said, this side job is not bad. I have been studying it for a long time. I have also specially designed several security plans. 2 junior brothers. Shi Hao, who was standing by, was confused and felt that the people around him were not junior brothers. They were 2 experienced bandits. Jinbao was fine, and Xianqing, who was usually calm, had also changed a lot after fusing with the Emperor's heart. He became a little bit more chivalrous. He was Emperor Venerable in his previous life. Was it just his illusion? After thinking about it, Shi Hao said, is it really okay for you to do this? The cause and effect are too big, right? Will it cause trouble to master? He didn't know why, but when he heard the description of the 2, he was inexplicably moved. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Strange. He is not that kind of person. Great master, if we say we won't, will you believe it? Jinbao and Xianqing smiled and said, I think I can believe it. Shi Hao hesitated. The merit in his heart told him that this was not what he should do. You 2, now you dare to fool even the great master? Before Chu Tian finished speaking, he appeared not far from the 3 people. Master! Shi Hao and Xianqing shouted in surprise. Jinbao also shouted, but his eyes were immediately attracted by Ya. To be exact, he was attracted by the golden big rooster that Ya was riding. Such a fat chicken. Cluck? Jin noticed that someone was staring at him with ill intentions, and his eyes were full of confusion. Then he felt a chill. He seemed to be stared at. Who is this fat boy? Chu Tian nodded, glanced at Shi Hao and the other 2, especially Xianqing, and showed a satisfied look on his face. During the time when the master was away, you have made great progress, especially Xianqing. Xianqing's information came into his eyes. Name: Xianqing. Age: 24 years old. Realm: Xuanfu Realm 1st layer, surface, infant transformation realm 7th layer, actual, cultivation talent, emperor grade physique. Ancient Xian immortal body, original immortal chi, law weapon. Ancient Xian immortal seal, imitation, luck. Gold. Chu Tian left for nearly 11 months, and Xianqing practiced in the space-time god realm for a month, equivalent to about 27 years in the human world. Not only did talent successfully break through to emperor grade after integrating the emperor heart, cultivation also jumped from Xuanfu realm 4th layer to infant transformation realm 7th layer in 27 years, crossing 13 small realms. You should know that after a cultivator enters Xuanfu realm, the speed of cultivation will be greatly slowed down. Those with weak talent may not be able to break through a realm for several years or even decades, and the more difficult it is. When it comes to the infant transformation realm, the speed of cultivation is even slower, and many people may not be able to break through a realm for decades. This is also why the elders of Shengma Mountain and other sects of the same level, the reason why his cultivation level is only at the infant transformation level despite being hundreds of years old. In the Dharma-ending age, cultivation is too difficult, far less than the Golden Age. Xianqing was able to cross a major realm in the space-time god realm in 27 years, not only because of his own strong talent, but also because of the great help from the Emperor's heart. In the future, with the help of the Emperor's heart and the memory of the ancient profound Emperor, his cultivation speed will become faster and faster. But what Chu Tian was worried about still happened. He found that Xianqing was repeating the old path of his previous life, so his realm was improved rapidly. But how could he surpass his previous life by taking the old path? The ancient profound Emperor died inexplicably, seemingly unscathed. But he passed away in seclusion, which must be strange. If Xianqing does not take a new path, a stronger path, he will be doomed to fail again in the future. Chu Tian knew that he needed to find a time to talk to Xianqing. Although he had his support behind him, he hoped that Xianqing could be independent and self-reliant. Hearing Chu Tian's praise, Xianqing smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Master for helping me get the Emperor's heart. The disciple's realm and foundation can grow so quickly." He has never forgotten Chu Tian's kindness to him, although with Chu Tian's conditions. He may not have the opportunity to repay, but he will always be grateful to Chu Tian and remember this kindness in his heart. Don't worry about it, let alone think about repaying. Otherwise the master and disciple will seem unfamiliar. Chu Tian said. Xinqing nodded. Disciple understands. Master, is this little junior sister? Shihao looked at Yaya and asked curiously. Yaya also looked at him and saw her tugging at Chu Tian's clothes and said, Big brother master. He is also very handsome, almost catching up. Dr. Shihao touched his face. He is handsome? Well, he admitted that he is indeed a little handsome. Shihao, this is your little junior sister. Chu Tian said to Yaya again. Yaya, this is your great master. Shihao, the first disciple of the master. This is your second senior brother, Xinqing. Third senior brother, Zhenbao. Yaya saluted in a proper manner, and every move was proper, and said, Yaya greets the three senior brothers. She did this action with a sky-high braid, which was indeed a bit funny and very funny. Hello, hello. Shihao laughed. How old is this little girl? So cute. For some reason, since Yaya appeared, the sacred body origin in his body has been moving slightly. Little sister, what's your name? Xinqing squatted down and asked with a forced smile. Second senior brother, my name is Yaya. Yaya shook the sky-high braid and said, Second senior brother, why great master is so handsome, but you are so ugly? Third senior brother is also me? Zhenbao, who was staring at Jin and almost drooling, was innocently shocked. He turned his head and pointed at himself and said, Am I very ugly? When I was a child, everyone called me tall, rich and handsome. Tall, rich and handsome. Xinqing rolled his eyes and said, I admit that you are indeed rich, but tall and handsome are really not related to you. Humph, that's because you don't know how to appreciate. Zhenbao said nonchalantly, with a little pride in his words. Three senior brothers, Yaya wants to give you a gift. Yaya said. Okay, what does Yaya plan to give us? Shihao asked with a smile. On the side, Chu Tian shook his head and smiled, without stopping, ready to watch the fun. Behind, Jin quietly stepped back a few steps, keeping a safe distance. That's it. Yaya pointed to the sky. Bang! The clear sky suddenly exploded, and a golden lightning fell, hitting Shihao's forehead. Bang! Bang! Two more golden lightnings fell, instantly hitting the defenseless Xinqing and Zhenbao's heads. Too careless. Shihao spit out a puff of black smoke. Although he was not injured, his hair turned into an afro. Xinqing and Zhenbao were the same, both changed into trendy hairstyles. This girl is not simple. Just relying on this unique skill, she is born to be a material for the holy demon mountain. Zhenbao rubbed his head and smiled helplessly. It's the first time to use lightning as a gift, and it's golden. It's quite impressive. Three senior brothers, do you like Yaya's gift? Yaya said with a smile, jumped on Jin's back, and said, Grandpa said that everyone would like such a gift. Everyone would like it? Zhenbao smiled and said, Then can I say I don't like it? I'm not an ordinary person. At this time, Chu Tian looked forward, and Chu Yuan and Yin Hui were walking over. Dad, Mom. Chu Tian shouted. Son, come with me. I have something important to talk to you about. Chu Yuan pulled Chu Tian aside, looking mysterious. Chu Tian asked doubtfully, Dad, there are no outsiders here. Just tell me what's going on. Why are you so secretive? Chu Yuan said, Son, Dad asks you, if your grandfather asked you to choose a way to die now so that you can enter the ancestral mausoleum, would you be willing? Hearing this, Chu Tian was stunned and said, Choose a way to die? I'm only 102 years old. Isn't it too early? If I die like this, I'm afraid others won't believe it. It's too fake. Just as Chu Yuan was about to speak, he heard Chu Tian say again, Did Grandpa tell you to enter the ancestral mausoleum when you came back this time? You want to drag me into the water? Dad, I've made it clear that you can cheat anyone, but don't cheat your own son. It's immoral. Hey, kid, how can you talk to your dad? When Chu Yuan heard this, his eyes widened, and he raised his hand to hit him, but then put it down and said, It's not that Dad is cheating you. It's that your grandfather specifically named you before entering the ancestral mausoleum, waiting for you to come back and take you to see him. Chu Tian blinked, looked into the depths of the holy demon mountain, and smiled helplessly. Isn't it a bit too early? I'm still young. Obviously, he also felt that Chu Xiao asked him to go to the ancestral mausoleum, maybe to let him find a time to sit and die so that he could go to the ancestral mausoleum. Hey, who says it's not true? Look at your father, handsome and suave, with fans everywhere. If you enter the ancestral mausoleum like this, facing the elders all day long, how can you survive in the future? Chu Yuan sighed. Suddenly, He felt a chill on his back, felt In Hui's unhappy eyes, and quickly shut up. Chu Tian rolled his eyes and asked, "How long did Grandpa give you to go in at the latest?" Chu Yuan held up a finger and said, 1 year. Now there are only 4 months left. Chu Tian looked at Chu Yuan strangely and asked, "Why didn't you run away? With your personality, how could you stay in Zizai Palace for so long? Is it because of Mom? What else? Your mom was rescued this time. If I ran away, it would be too outrageous." Chu Yuan said. Chu Tian shrugged and said, "I thought about it. Grandpa probably won't let me into the ancestral mausoleum. After all, I'm too young. But you, Dad, I'm afraid you can't escape." Chu Yuan looked bitter, and just as he was about to say something, Chu Tian patted his shoulder and interrupted with a smile. "It's time to take Mom to live a good life. You're so old. Don't hang around outside all day. Think about how to die. When the time comes, your funeral will be held in a grand manner." Chu Yuan, #son, don't you help your dad? Chu Tian shrugged. "How can I help according to the sect rules? Please talk to Grandpa for me and make some concessions so that I can live freely for a few more years." "No help. This time you went out. You even lost Mom. Dad, you should just take Mom into the ancestral mausoleum honestly." "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, the father and son of Heavenly King heard Jinbao's exclamation. Turning around, they saw that Shi Hao's whole body was shining with golden light, and a tall figure appeared behind him. The tall figure was wearing a golden robe, and his face was not clear, and the breath of the reincarnation sacred body was emanating from it. Shi Hao's abdomen was connected to a golden light, and the other end of the golden light was Yaya's abdomen. Shi Hao looked at the changes in his body and felt the court service. He felt a force pouring into his body from Yaya's abdomen. Then, crack, it seemed that something in his body was broken, and he suddenly felt that his strength had increased a lot. Moreover, his origin was strengthening, and his talent was improving. The whole person was sublimating. At the same time, a second tall phantom appeared behind him, standing behind him, as if looking down at the world. Then, there was a third figure. Chu Tian came over and asked, "What's going on?" Shi Hao said, "Master, after seeing Junior Sister just now, the sacred body's origin began to stir. The disciple curiously activated the sacred body's origin, touched Yaya, and then all this happened." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yaya. Sure enough, the ancient divine body and the reincarnation sacred body were connected. Chapter 80. And it is a close connection. The 3 figures that appeared behind Shi Hao were seen by him in the sacred body ancestral temple. They were all former great accomplishment sacred bodies. The golden energy connecting Yaya and Shi Hao seemed to be passing on the inheritance. He felt that Shi Hao was transforming, and his talent was about to break through to the emperor level, but he was stuck outside the door and couldn't get in. The reincarnation sacred body cannot achieve emperor venerable. DUF. Suddenly, Shi Hao looked painful and groaned in a low voice. He had reached the limit of endurance. Chu Tian reached out and cut off the connection between the two. "Big brother, master, I'm so sleepy." Before he finished speaking, Yaya fell asleep on Jinjin's back. Chu Tian went forward to check on Yaya and found that he was just too tired and there was nothing abnormal. At the same time, his spiritual sense probed into Yaya's abdomen. He saw the origin of the ancient divine body with dazzling patterns and radiant light. How did the ancient divine body come from? He remembered the words of the old man in the sacred body ancestral temple, saying that Yaya was the crystallization of the predecessors. The crystallization of the predecessors? Chu Tian was sure that among this predecessor, the reincarnation sacred body must be dominant. Otherwise, Yaya and Shi Hao would not resonate with each other and pass on the inheritance of the sacred body to Shi Hao. Maybe it's the legendary destiny child. Maybe all the predecessors placed their hopes on her, and she will eventually embark on the road of no return. Chu Tian didn't think much and said to Jinjin, "Take her to rest over there." He pointed to a cave in the distance. Jinjin laughed and nodded and carried her away quietly. Shi Hao rubbed his stomach and looked at Yaya's back and said, "Master, is Yaya also a sacred body? But why do I feel that her sacred body seems a little different?" Chu Yuan replied, "Yes, it seems to have a lot more things." He was not completely sure of his guess. Xin continued, "There is one thing I have to admit. Although my Gushuan immortal body is very strong, under normal circumstances, it is not inferior to Great Master's reincarnation sacred body. But when Yaya showed the origin of his physique just now, I always had a feeling, My physique seemed vulnerable. Guxuan Immortal Body is a legendary physique that can evolve mysterious yellow qi and is known as immortal. Even he himself said such words, which shows how amazing the physical origin that Yi just released is. That is a feeling beyond everything. They are still on the ground, but Yi seems to be in the sky. Chu Tian was silent. He knew that the secrets of all this could only be known after becoming Emperor Venerable. Now he has just broken through to Quasi-Emperor not long ago, and it is not time to get in touch with these things. In other words, Yi's origin, he has no right to explore it now. Because of insufficient strength. Zhanbao scratched his head and said, "Why do I feel? My status has been lowered again? Why is every disciple accepted by Master so powerful? What should I do?" As a Saint-grade low-grade talent, he seems to have no say. Here, the worst talent is him, even Chu Tian's mother. Talent is also Saint-grade low-grade, and has a Chung Dao body. In comparison, he seems even inferior. Chu Tian looked at Shi Hao, Xinqing, and Zhanbao, and said, "You three should practice well. Master is here for everything. When Master is not here, remember to protect Yi." After that, Chu Tian waved his hand and sent out 5 rays of light. 3 of them entered the bodies of Shi Hao, and the other 2 flew to the cave in the distance. 1 entered the body of Yaya, and the other entered the body of Jinjin. Jinjin is Yaya's mount, and the man and the chicken are inseparable. If something happens, Jin must stand up. After seeing the induction between Yaya and the sacred body of Samsara, Chu Tian suddenly woke up. The goal of the heaven-stealing organization may have been directed at Aya from the beginning. They were looking for the sacred body ancestral temple, perhaps just to find Aya. In other words, to find the ancient divine body. What exactly happened in this universe? Emperor Venerable, sacred body, heaven-stealing organization. What roles do they each play? How was the ancient divine body born? Suddenly, the depths of the universe shook, and the long river of time and space appeared. A figure tried to break through the long river, but failed. A voice echoed, but only one person could hear it. Chu Tian looked up, then looked at Shi Hao again, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Master!" Someone was calling him from the depths of the universe. In the Yinhuang realm, millions of miles away, a starry sky storm suddenly arose, and countless dead stars cracked. It turned into rubble, and was crushed into powder by the storm, and drifted away with the wind. Boom! Suddenly, a little light appeared in the center of the storm. Then, a pair of hands stretched it open, and a figure in a golden robe rushed out. A silver river appeared behind him, flowing gently, connecting heaven and earth. An ancient dark spear was suspended above the head of the golden-robed figure, and the dark spear was flowing with a thick Hongming qi. If you look closely, you can see that cracks have appeared on the gun body of the dark spear. As the golden-robed figure tried to forcefully step out of the silver river, the cracks on the gun body were also expanding. But even if the golden-robed figure and the ancient dark spear worked together, they could not get rid of the shackles of the silver river. His body was being dragged into the silver river bit by bit. Damn it! The golden-robed figure roared, and a terrifying breath burst out. The golden blood turned into thousands of golden dragons, frantically attacking the silver river. At the same time, the ancient dark spear on his head also shook the gun. The Hongming qi bloomed, and he attacked the silver river behind him with all his strength. "Master! Where are you?" "I am Chu." The golden-robed figure roared. He was so powerful that even the silver river could not suppress him in the first place. His fists seemed to be the most powerful weapons in the world. He punched back the waves raised by the silver river one after another. He called out, trying to say his name, but was stopped by a mysterious force. "I am the Heavenly Emperor." The golden-robed figure roared, offering a brilliant fist light, shattering the silver river, trying to completely step into this universe. He was looking for someone, but he couldn't find him after searching for too long. That person was very strong and disappeared. "Brother, I'm here." A fat figure rushed over from the depths of the silver river. He was coughing up blood, his face was pale, and a tripod was hanging above his head. A corner of the tripod was broken, and he was holding a compass in his hand. With his strength, he was not enough to cross the silver river, and it was the compass in his hand that helped him. "Everyone is dead, and you are no exception." In the depths of the silver river, someone came with a war spear and fought fiercely with the fat figure. "You people, what you did is enough to kill you thousands of times." The fat figure roared, but he was soon defeated. The opponent's strength was far superior to his, and he was not as strong as the golden-robed figure. Junior brother. In desperation, the golden-robed figure retreated, entered the silver river, and rushed towards the figure holding the war spear. Bang! Just one punch, the figure holding the war spear was blown up. But there were more people rushing from the depths of the silver river. The golden-robed figure gritted his teeth and protected the fat figure behind him. The Demon Ancestor's god-killing spear above his head screamed, and the Hongming Chi was fully released to protect the two. The golden-robed figure was extremely powerful, and dozens of figures rushing from the depths of the silver river were blocked by him alone. He used his life to protect the people behind him. Ahem. The golden-robed figure was coughing up blood and was seriously injured. You will definitely die. The mysterious people roared. Suddenly, the silver river trembled, and countless tributaries flowed into the silver river. Then, countless figures appeared on countless rivers. An old man came from the depths of the distant river, and he happened to pass by here. The battle here attracted his attention. Seeing the golden-robed figure and the fat figure, a trace of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Chu Tian's figure appeared in this universe, but he could not see anything. Am I hallucinating? Just now someone was calling me, and it was a familiar voice. Chu Tian stood there in silence, looking at the starry sky storm in the distance, wondering what he was thinking. Suddenly, he waved the Demon Ancestor's god-destroying spear and the Alchemy Emperor's supreme cauldron and smashed towards the starry sky storm. For a moment, he seemed to have vaguely seen some outlines with the power of these two ancient divine weapons. But there was a force blocking him. That was the rule between heaven and earth, which did not allow him to spy on the scene. Go! Chu Tian was unwilling to give up, so he took out the bronze compass and urged it wholeheartedly. Combining the power of the two divine weapons, he finally felt something. At this time, in the long river of time and space, the golden figure felt something and turned his head to look, and the front was blurry, but he seemed to see Chu Tian's figure. In an instant, the invincible existence's eyes were wet. Suddenly, the starry sky storm shook, and a terrifying force, like a giant hand, it gently brushed past here. In an instant, everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. In the depths of the silver river, a golden figure and a fat figure followed an old man and flowed away with the river. In the starry sky, Chu Tian took back the bronze compass and two divine weapons. He frowned and whispered, "Is it because of contact with the sacred body ancestral temple? So it's a big cause and effect?" Then he shook his head again. He felt that it was not him who was affected by the cause and effect. But this cause and effect affected the entire universe, and everyone was closely related to a certain event. If you are strong enough, you can perceive this cause and effect and take action. For months later, a figure walked out from the depths of the holy demon mountain and went directly into the free palace. Chu Tian and Chu Yuan and his wife had been waiting here for a long time. Today was the day when Chu Xiao came to pick up Chu Yuan to go to the ancestral mausoleum. Of course, this was just a side job. His main purpose was to see Chu Tian. Dad. Grandpa. Chu Xiao nodded, walked to the tea table beside him and sat down, made himself a cup of tea, and said, "Oh, please give me flowers." Chu Yuan, today is the day you die. You will go to the ancestral mausoleum with Dad in a while. You didn't run away. You are still responsible. You have lived for more than 400 years and have not lived in vain. You know that you can't cause trouble to Dad anymore. Hearing this compliment, Chu Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had accepted his fate and was ready to go to the ancestral mausoleum. In Hui took his hand and whispered, "The ancestral mausoleum is not bad. You can live freely as well. The new place is more suitable for you to show your skills." She blinked, hinting at something. Eyes. Chu Yuan smiled awkwardly. He was not that kind of person. "I didn't understand what you said." Chu Xiao took out a book. The pages glowed. Even Chu Yuan couldn't see the words on the book. He handed the book to Chu Tian. "Grandpa, what is this?" Chu Tian asked as he took the glowing book. Longevity Technique. Chu Xiao said, "This is the third technique left by Heavenly Origin Saint Master in addition to the Saint Demon Technique and Void Turtle Breath Technique. Only the sect disciples who enter the ancestral mausoleum can practice it." Chu Tian asked, "Grandpa brought it to me specially. Doesn't he intend to let me enter the ancestral mausoleum?" Chu Yuan cast an envious look at him. Why did he feel like he was taken along? In Hui couldn't help but snickering when she saw his expression. "Haha, you are only 100 years old. Why are you in such a hurry for the ancestral mausoleum?" Chu Xiao laughed loudly, looking very happy, and said, Grandpa especially went to the Chu family's senior ancestor to ask for consent, and then brought out the longevity technique. Chu Tian looked at the longevity technique in his hand and asked, Grandpa, all disciples who enter the ancestral mausoleum must practice this longevity technique. Is there anything special? Chu Xiao raised his mouth and said, It's not just the longevity technique that is special. Even the holy demon technique that the outer disciples must practice has its unique features. Otherwise, do you think that it is also the last Dharma era to practice? Why do the disciples of the holy demon mountain have higher cultivation with the same talent? Although our sect disciples do not have high cultivation on the surface, but secretly, it is much easier to practice than other sect disciples. All this is because of the holy demon technique. At the same time, the void turtle breathing technique can not only make people unable to see through, but also cover up the suppression of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the effect of the heavenly Tao's law manifestation on the disciples of the holy demon mountain is far less than that on others. It is the complementation of these two law manifestations that makes the disciples of the holy demon mountain far superior to the disciples of other sections. After listening, Chu Tian was filled with emotion, and his eyes showed admiration, saying, The ancestor is really a godlike figure. Hearing Chu Tian's admiration, Chu Xiao laughed and said with a smile, In fact, our Chu family is not bad, and it is quite powerful. The ancestor of the Chu family is only slightly inferior to Master Yin Yuan. Chu Tian asked, Grandpa, this longevity technique can only be practiced in the ancestral mausoleum. Is there any special reason? Hearing this, Chu Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, Yes, longevity technique can only play a real role in the ancestral mausoleum. Practicing longevity technique can greatly extend your lifespan. You can also practice immortal physique of longevity and gradually change your talent. Of course, whether it is immortal physique or talent change, it needs to be done step by step, and the process is relatively slow. Your grandfather has been in the ancestral mausoleum for more than 200 years, and I have only changed from Saint grade low grade talent to Saint grade middle grade. As for immortal physique, there is no clue yet. This step is too difficult. The origin of immortal physique has just condensed into the size of sesame seeds. Chu Yuan was shocked and swallowed his saliva. This made it hard for him not to be tempted. This is too powerful. Why didn't you say there was such a powerful technique before? His talent was born at the middle level of Saint grade, which is the top level in the Dharma-ending age. But he was not satisfied. Wait until he entered the ancestral mausoleum and practiced longevity technique. After many years, will talent have the opportunity to be promoted to the upper level of Saint grade? Or even Saint rank supreme grade? Or even the legendary Emperor grade? Chu Xiao glanced at Chu Yuan, who was fantasizing with disdain, and said, No matter how high the level of the technique is, it is inseparable from the efforts of the practitioner himself. If the person is not good, it is useless to give you a powerful technique. Chu Yuan was never modest about talent and said, Dad, actually my talent is not bad, a little better than yours. Chu Tian smiled slightly. Longevity technique made him excited and shocked. Saint Demon technique, Void Turtle breathing technique, and longevity technique. These three techniques can be called heaven-level techniques. I really don't know how heavenly origin Saint Master got them. He felt that although these three techniques were not graded, they were no worse than the top-grade techniques. Chu Tian put away longevity technique and said, Thank you, Grandpa, for coming to give me the techniques in person. You are Grandpa's precious grandson. Why do you need to thank Grandpa for giving me a technique? Chu Xiao smiled and waved his hand, looked at Chu Yuan, and said, Let's go with Dad. Have you thought about how to die? He looked at Yin Hui again and said, Daughter-in-law, have you thought about it? Yin Hui looked at Chu Yuan and said, Dad, Yin Hui will die by suicide. It's simple. Chu Yuan said, A year ago, I laid the groundwork, 1,000-inch.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked right here on the screen, directly on my channel, or in the info card. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.